Do you love novels, but don't have time to read thousands of chapters? Imagine listening to your favorite stories anytime, anywhere, while driving, working, or relaxing. Here, you'll find premium audiobooks from Pocket FM, Audible, Webnovel, Wuxia, and more, all in one place. Every novel is a one-time payment, no subscriptions, no monthly fees, lifetime access. The full novel list and prices are in the description below. Once you choose a novel, just DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-fi, or Patreon, you get permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. And if the novel is ongoing, all future updates are included. Check the description, pick your story, and start listening today. Before we start the video, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Enjoy, and let's go.
1. Chapter 1 The New Demon King. Fragments of words echoed in Tsukioko's mind, a chaotic mess of sounds that felt like a nightmare. Sailor uniform. Maid outfit. Taisho era. He didn't understand what they meant. Countless images flashed through his consciousness like an old, damaged film reel before flickering out and vanishing completely. What came next was pain, a deep, crushing agony that spread through his entire body, making it impossible to even draw a breath. More words flooded his mind, sharp and clear this time. Tsukioko. Demon King. Muzan Kibutsuji. In that single, overwhelming moment, everything clicked into place. Tsukioko, a man who had believed he was moments away from dying of cancer, finally understood what had happened. He had been reborn. Not just reborn, but he had taken over someone else's body. He had become an entity named Muzan Kibutsuji. The name was instantly familiar. Muzan Kibutsuji, the ultimate villain from the story Demon Slayer. The infamous scum boss who was known for his arrogance, for firing his subordinates during meetings, and for throwing powerless tantrums when things didn't go his way. But he was also the most powerful being in this world. He was the Demon King, the ruler of all demons, with 5 brains and 7 hearts. He could regenerate any part of his body in an instant, making him practically immortal. It was no exaggeration to say that, except for his weakness to sunlight, he had achieved the dream of eternal life. Tsukioko, who had spent his final days as a terminal cancer patient, could never have imagined this. He had been waiting for death, but instead, he had been given a new life. From this moment on, he was the strongest demon king in the world of Demon Slayer. He was the ruler of demons. He was Muzan. But deep down, he still preferred to be called Tsukioko. His new eyes snapped open with a quiet whoosh. They were the color of rubies, and in them, he could see the reflection of his surroundings. The terrible pain and weakness that had haunted him during his illness were completely gone. In their place, there was only one feeling: power. An immense, overwhelming power that flowed through every part of his new body. A small smile touched Tsukioko's lips. From now on, I am Tsukioko, and I am also Muzan Kibutsuji. As a man who had been knocking on death's door, his desire to live was stronger than anyone else's. He had been powerless to stop his illness, but now, things were different. He had been given a second chance by becoming the most feared being in this world. Since he was here, he decided he would make the best of it. From this day forward, the entire world would dance to his tune. The moment he had that thought, Tsukioko felt something strange. It was as if countless invisible tentacles were extending from his mind, spreading out in every direction. In an instant, information flooded his senses. He could feel the presence of every single demon in the world that had been created with his blood. He knew where they were and what they were doing. It was all clearer than anything he had ever experienced. So, this is power, he whispered to himself, a strange smile spreading across his face. There's an old saying that when a man holds a weapon, the urge to use it is born. When a person is fighting just to survive, they will cling to any hope they can find. But when that same person is given immense strength and a powerful advantage, they won't hesitate to strike down anything that stands in their way. A common man's anger might cause a small amount of bloodshed, but the anger of a king, or a demon king, could rewrite the world. And now, he was Muzan Kibutsuji, the strongest villain in this story. Eternal life is a wonderful thing, Tsukioko thought, but what's the point if I have to hide in the shadows like a rat, never able to see the sun? He knew the story well. More importantly, every villain eventually faces their judgment, and that's not an ending I'm willing to accept. His mind raced, processing everything with his new, enhanced brain. He had been excited and overwhelmed when he first fused with Muzan's memories and power, but he quickly forced himself to calm down. As someone who had already faced death once, his will to live was absolute. He would destroy anything and anyone that threatened his new life. There would be no exceptions. He focused, sifting through Muzan's memories. The current time is the very beginning of the storyline. Countless scenes from the story he knew flashed through his mind. Tanjiro Kamado is about to go to Mount Fushikazan for the final selection. The story of Demon Slayer was about a kind young boy named Tanjiro, whose sister was turned into a demon. He joins the Demon Slayer Corps to find a cure for her and to defeat the Demon King, Muzan Kibutsuji. Unfortunately for the original Muzan, Tsukiyako was now the one in charge. If the story continued as it should, Tanjiro would pass his test and officially become a Demon Slayer. He would team up with his friends, Zenitsu Agatsuma and Inosuke Hashibira, and begin fighting against Muzan's most powerful subordinates, the 12 Kazuki. They would go through difficult battles on Mount Natagumo, on the Mugen train, in the entertainment district, and at the swordsmith village. Eventually, it would all lead to a final, desperate battle in the Infinity Castle. In the end, thanks to a special medicine developed by the demon rebel, Lady Tamayo, and the sacrifice of the entire Yabayashiki family, the supposedly invincible demon king Muzan Kibutsuji would be defeated. He would be dragged out into the sunlight and burn away into nothing. All of his 12 Kazuki would be destroyed as well. As for the blue spider lily, the legendary flower Muzan had searched for 1,000 years to conquer the sun. It was a flower that only bloomed for a few minutes during the day. A pathetic and miserable end for a demon king. The original Muzan was truly pathetic, Tsukiyako thought with a smirk. But lucky for me, I'm not him. I'm Tsukiyako. A genuine smile finally reached his face. That means none of that has to happen. That future doesn't exist for me. He continued, since fate brought me here and gave me the power of the Demon King, giving me a second chance at life, then everything from now on will be completely different. As he made his decision, a sharp and powerful aura exploded from his body, as fearsome as a tiger leaping down from a mountain. Nakame, he called out, his voice calm but filled with authority. The moment the name left his lips, brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Almost instantly, the strange, echoing sound of a biwa playing filled the air. The space around Tsukiyako twisted and folded in on itself, the room shifting and reassembling in impossible ways. When Tsukiyako opened his eyes again, he was in a different place. Before him knelt a woman in a dark kimono, holding a wooden biwa. Her long, black hair covered her face, leaving only a single eye visible. She was Nakame, the demon who controlled the Demon King's fortress. Master, she said, her head bowed. Tsukiyako's voice rang out, cold and absolute. Assemble the 12 Kazuki. From now on, this world will be ruled by me. An incredible wave of energy swept out from behind him, like a massive curtain being unfurled across the sky. Dazzling lights pulsed through every corner of the Infinity Castle, signaling the command of its master. At that exact same moment, every demon across the land, human or otherwise, who shared Muzan Kibutsuji's blood felt a sudden, terrifying chill run down their spine. It was a feeling of absolute dread and inescapable unease. Chapter 2, A Gathering of Demons. A vast and immeasurable power surged out from Muzan, spreading like a shockwave from the center of the Infinity Castle. As the Demon King, his will was absolute, and a mysterious energy pulsed through the impossible architecture, reaching out to every corner of the world. From the most powerful of the 12 Kazuki to the weakest demons hiding in the shadows, every creature born of his blood felt the summons at the exact same moment. An indescribable fear bloomed in their hearts, a cold and primal instinct that they were powerless to resist. It's a summons from Lord Muzan. One whispered in a dark alley. Something big must be happening, another hissed as it abandoned its hunt. Instantly, the 13 most powerful demons who served directly under Muzan Kibutsuji felt the pull. No matter what they were doing or where they were, they vanished. The moment Muzan's will was sent out, the moment the sound of Nakame's biwa echoed in their minds, their previous reality ceased to exist. When they opened their eyes again, they were kneeling in the Infinity Castle. Before them, standing on a high platform, was the arrogant and powerful figure of their master. Thump, thump, thump. Without a single moment of hesitation, the 6 lower ranks of the 12 Kazuki slammed their foreheads to the ground. Their eyes were wide with a terror that went beyond simple fear. In the outside world, they were lords of the night, arrogant and cruel beings who held the power of life and death over humans. But here, before Muzan, they were nothing more than ants that he could crush at any second. After all, their powers, their strength, and their very lives were gifts from the man who now stood before them, Lord Muzan. They all cried out in unison, their voices trembling. At the same time, the 7 upper ranks of the 12 Kazuki looked up at the man on the platform with the deepest respect and reverence. They, too, owed him everything. Without him, they would have died centuries ago, their bodies rotting in the ground. But because of him, they possessed terrifying power beyond human comprehension and a life that was nearly eternal. Aside from their inability to walk in the daylight, they lived as gods among men. Because of this, their feelings for Muzan were less about fear and more about absolute, unwavering loyalty. They understood that even as the mighty upper ranks, their every thought and action were still under his complete control. Lord Muzan, a calm, deep voice said. Among the upper ranks, a man with 6 eyes, dressed in the formal samurai attire of the Sengoku period, spoke with perfect respect. He gave a low, meticulous bow, his movements showing the strict etiquette of a warrior. This was Kokushibo, upper rank one of the 12 Kazuki. He had another name, one from his human life, Mishikatsu Tsujikuni. He was the elder brother of Yoriaki Tsujikuni, the legendary genius swordsman who created the first breathing style. But any connection to that past was long gone. After turning into a demon, he had eventually killed his own frail, elderly brother. Now, the only being he recognized as his superior was Muzan Kibutsuji. To Kokushibo, fleeting things like beliefs, emotions, and willpower were meaningless. Eternal life and limitless power were the only things that held true value. It was for this reason that he had abandoned everything, his family, his humanity, and even his samurai pride, to willingly become Muzan's servant. Good, Muzan's voice echoed from the high platform, acknowledging his strongest subordinate. Meanwhile, at the Yubayashiki family estate, a change was also felt. Kaguya Yubayashiki, the head of the Demon Slayer Corps, had been lying in his bed. A terrible curse, passed down through his family for generations, was slowly eating away at his body. He was in a coma for most of the day, with only brief moments of consciousness. But just now, his eyes snapped open, and a look of horror spread across his disfigured face. His family had been cursed 1,000 years ago because of Muzan Kibutsuji. But with that curse came a strange gift. The head of the Yubayashiki family always possessed a powerful intuition, an ability that was almost like seeing the future. What's happening? Kaguya's mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Just now, I felt a strange but familiar power. It was Kibutsuji Muzan. For centuries, his family had carried the burden of fighting demons, creating the Demon Slayer Corps to protect humanity. After 100 years of work, they had finally assembled the current generation of Hashira, the strongest group of demon slayers in history. It was a golden age for the Corps. Kaguya believed that if they had any chance of finally killing Muzan, it was now. This hope was the only thing that kept him fighting against the curse that was destroying him. But the feeling he just had was wrong. It was different. He could clearly sense that a change he couldn't possibly understand had just occurred. And the source of that change was the very demon he had dedicated his life to destroying. The future. He whispered, his voice weak. What is going to happen to the future? For the first time, even with his keen intuition, Kaguya Yubayashiki could not see what was coming. At the same time, in a quiet house in Asakusa, Tokyo, another felt the change. Lady Tamayo had just finished her medical experiments for the night and was about to rest. Suddenly, her heart began to pound in her chest, and a terrifying cold washed over her body. In that instant, she was transported back in time, back to the night she was tricked by a demon, the night that led to the greatest tragedy of her life. It was a nightmare she could never forget, the memory of how she became what she was now. And that feeling, Muzan's presence, was back. Lady Tamayo, what's wrong? Yushiro, who was standing guard nearby, rushed to her side, his own heart filled with fear. He was a demon she had created, saving him from a fatal disease, and his devotion to her was absolute. That demon, that demon. Tamayo whispered, her body trembling. Yushiro stared, horrified. In his eyes, Lady Tamayo was a perfect, unshakable woman. He had never, in all his years with her, seen her look so terrified. It was as if she were staring at a ghost from her worst nightmare. Back in the Infinity Castle, Muzan looked down at the 12 Kazuki. They were all kneeling before him, completely respectful, as if they were worshipping a god. His ruby-red eyes held no emotion, neither joy nor sadness. "I have summoned you here for two reasons," he announced, his voice carrying across the silent space. "First, we will destroy the Demon Slayer core. And second, I intend to take control of this entire country of Japan." A ripple of shock went through the assembled demons. Muzan projected images into their minds, scenes of conquest, of cities burning, of a world ruled by demons under his command. Even though they were powerful, immortal beings, the hearts of the 12 Kazuki began to race. They could not believe what they were hearing. Their master, who had always hidden in the shadows and moved only at night, was now planning to conquer the entire nation. Was he going to turn the current Taisho era into an age of demons, a world made exclusively for him? For the first time in a very long time, a strange new emotion filled the hearts of the 12 Kazuki, a mix of terror and exhilarating excitement. Chapter 3 A New Age of Demons. The 12 Kazuki remained kneeling in stunned silence. For centuries, they had served Muzan Kibutsuji. They knew everything about him, his immense power, his cruelty, and the absolute control he held over their very existence. But they also knew his greatest weakness: he was a coward who valued his own life above all else. Eternal life was his only goal. If any situation posed even the slightest threat to his safety, he would flee without hesitation, calling it a strategic retreat. It was a truth they had all come to understand. That was why the words he had just spoken were so shocking. Declaring war on the entire country was not something the Muzan they knew would ever do. It was so out of character that it felt like a clap of thunder echoing in the silent castle. For a long time, Muzan's voice cut through their thoughts, calm and commanding. "We have been seen as evil spirits who hide from the sun. They call us rats living in the sewers." He paused, letting his words hang in the air. "But they are wrong. We are not cursed. We are supreme beings, the closest this world has to perfect life. Our evolution is simply not yet complete." The statement sent another shockwave through the demons. Even Kokushibo, upper rank one, who had been trying to understand his master's sudden change, was taken aback. The idea was not just bold, it was absurd. The demons, led by their king, were not a dominant force in the world. For centuries, they had been hunted by the Yubayashiki family and the Demon Slayer Corps. In the grand scheme of things, they were a shadow society, a persistent but manageable threat. Their entire existence was tied to one man, Muzan, who had stumbled upon the secret to creating them. He was a man of science, not a conqueror. His ambition had always been small, focused only on himself. Giving him ultimate power was like handing a nuclear weapon to a child who only wanted to rob a candy store. On our journey from human to demon, and from demon to perfect God, there is still one crucial element missing, Muzan continued. His voice was laced with a tempting promise that held every demon in rapt attention. "But we are closer than ever before." He began to pace slowly on the platform, his presence filling the vast space. "We have three great weaknesses: we cannot face the sun, we must consume humans to survive, and we can be killed if our heads are cut off by a special blade. These are the chains that hold us back." He stopped and looked down at them, a faint, knowing smile on his face. 2 years ago, I succeeded in creating a demon that can survive without consuming human blood." A collective gasp went through the 12 Kazuki. Disbelief and then a surge of stunning realization washed over them. They had all accepted their thirst for blood as an unchangeable part of their existence. If their master, the Demon King himself, couldn't find a way around it, then what hope did they have? But now, he was telling them he had already solved one of the puzzles. "And as for our problem with the sun," Muzan added casually, "I have also made significant progress. However, to achieve our final goal, we must first remove the obstacles in our path." His expression turned serious. "Right now, we are all in danger. Not just the weaker demons, but all of you, and even myself. Our enemies are not just the Demon Slayer Corps and the Yubayashiki family. This is the Taisho era. The Japanese government and its modern army are also a threat." He let that sink in. The age of swords is ending. The government soldiers carry firearms, weapons that can cause us significant trouble. But weapons are only as terrifying as the people who wield them. So I ask you, what happens when demons are the ones holding the guns? The thought was terrifying and brilliant. The Demon Slayer Corps, with its ancient traditions and Nichiren swords, operated in secret, hiding from a government that had banned the carrying of blades. They were a relic of a bygone era. "Sir," Muzan said with a dismissive wave of his hand, the times have changed. He stopped his pacing and his sharp, ruby eyes locked onto his most powerful subordinate, Kokushibo. I am here, the six-eyed swordsman replied, his voice a deep rumble. I will give you a portion of my blood. With it, you will create 110 sword demon puppets. You alone will command them, Muzan ordered. Your mission begins tonight. You will assassinate the top officials of the Japanese government, infiltrate the capital and decapitate the cabinet. By tomorrow morning, I want this entire country to be thrown into chaos. Without a flicker of hesitation, Kokushibo bowed his head. As you command. Muzan's gaze then shifted to the smiling man with rainbow-colored eyes, upper rank 2. Doma. Yes, master. Doma chirped, waving his golden fan. He was the leader of the Eternal Paradise cult, and his wicked smile never faded. Tonight, you will unleash your followers. Create demon incidents all across Japan. Cause as much panic and terror as you can, Muzan instructed. Your mission is to distract the Japanese military. Tie up their forces so they cannot respond to the chaos in the capital. Also, send a portion of your followers to Mount Fushikazan. The Demon Slayer Corps' final selection is currently underway. Disrupt it. Doma's smile widened. It sounds like fun. Consider it done. Muzan then turned to the muscular, tattooed demon, upper rank 3. Akaza. Here, Akaza said, his voice all business as he crossed his arms. Your task is simple, but it requires precision, Muzan said. There is a man named Seikanji Urokadaka living on Mount Sajiri. He is a former Hashira. I want you to go there and kill him. However, do not kill him quickly. Surround him. Toy with him. Make a scene large enough that it cannot be ignored. Your true goal is to draw the attention of the Yubayashiki family. A predatory smile touched Muzan's face. As you command, Akaza nodded, already focused on the coming battle. Jayataro. Daki. Yes, master. The two siblings replied in unison. You will continue to watch over the entertainment district, Muzan said, his voice turning cold as ice. But your focus will change. Identify the wealthiest merchants who visit your district. Apprehend them and seize control of their businesses. We will need their resources for what comes next. Understood. Daki giggled. It's done, Jayataro rasped. Finally, Muzan's gaze fell upon the remaining two upper ranks, the terrified Hantengu and the artistic Gyoko. As for you two. He paused, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. You will accompany me. We are going to pay a visit to the rebellious demon who betrayed me long ago. 4. Chapter 4, The Night of Chaos. As the Infinity Castle shifted around them, Tsukiyako considered his next move. The demons of this world were extensions of his own being, born from his blood like a virus from its source. He controlled their minds and their very existence. Only two had ever escaped his predecessor's grasp, the girl Nezuko Kamadu, through sheer force of will, and the doctor, Lady Tamayo. While Nezuko was an interesting anomaly, Tamayo was the true prize. Long ago, she had taken advantage of a moment of Muzan's weakness to break free from his control. But it wasn't her rebellion that made her valuable. It was her brilliant mind. Working alone for centuries, she had mastered medicine and biochemistry to a degree that even Muzan had never achieved. She had created her own demon, Yushiro, from a dying human, and sustained him with only a small amount of blood. In the original story, she had even developed a miraculous drug capable of aging the nearly immortal Muzan thousands of years in an instant. She was, without a doubt, a medical genius. And Tsukiyako needed that genius for his own plans. Let's begin, Tsukiyako said, his voice echoing in the empty space. Nakame's biwa sounded a final, sharp chord. The remaining upper ranks who had been kneeling before him vanished in a flicker of distorted space, sent on their deadly missions. In that same instant, Tsukiyako, flanked by Hantengu and Gyoko, disappeared as well, stepping through a gateway to their own destination. Meanwhile, in a quiet neighborhood in Asakusa, Tokyo, a wave of panic seized Lady Tamayo. Yushiro watched, his young face tight with anxiety and confusion, as the woman he admired more than anyone in the world began to tremble. In his mind, Lady Tamayo was the perfect woman, dignified, elegant, and kind. He had never seen her like this. Her beautiful face was pale, filled with an old and familiar sorrow. A deep-seated fear clouded her bright eyes like a layer of frost. It broke Yushiro's heart to see her this way, and he felt powerless, unsure what was happening or how to help her. Lady Tamayo. Yushiro started, his voice barely a whisper. That person, he's coming, Tamayo murmured, her own voice distant and filled with dread. She shook her head, correcting herself. No, he isn't a person. He isn't human. What? What's going on? Yushiro asked, his alarm growing with every second. The terror radiating from her was unlike anything he had ever felt. At the same moment the 12 Kazuki left the Infinity Castle, a disaster unlike any other began to unfold across Japan. The original Muzan, ruled by his fear of death, had never been a true leader. Despite his absolute power, he had failed to unite his forces for any grand purpose. But Tsukiyako was different. The judgment of his predecessor hadn't been entirely wrong. The upper ranks were indeed exceptionally talented. Now, with clear and ambitious orders, they moved with terrifying efficiency. Miles away from the capital, Kokushibo used the fresh blood from his master to create his new army. He sought out the most renowned swordsmen in the land, defeating them with ease and turning them into immortal demons. In a matter of hours, he had assembled a formidable squad of assassins, combining centuries of sword mastery with the unholy strength of demons. In the cities, Doma's eternal paradise cult erupted from the shadows. His fanatical followers, now empowered as demons, unleashed chaos on the populace. The cult was already outlawed by the government, but now, with their leader's command, they started riots and attacks, causing widespread panic. Demon incidents flared up everywhere at once, plunging the nation into turmoil and drawing the attention of the military away from the capital. High on the slopes of Mount Sajiri, Seikanji Urokadaka stood outside his hut, looking up at the full moon. The former water Hashira wore his familiar Tengu mask, his thoughts far away. He knew that tonight was a crucial moment for his student, Tanjiro Kamado, who was participating in the final selection. The boy would be fighting for his life, slaying demons to earn his place in the Corps. The words felt nostalgic. Slaying demons. His thoughts drifted to the other child, the little girl sleeping peacefully inside a wooden box in his home. Nezuko. She, too, had been infected by Muzan's blood, yet she fought against her demonic instincts. She resisted the curse through sleep, using her own willpower to suppress the thirst for human blood. He believed that, given time, she could become something entirely new, a being who could overcome her demonic nature. Such an existence would be a devastating blow to Muzan Kibutsuji. Suddenly, the calm atmosphere of the mountain shattered. A young man, his body covered in dark tattoos and radiating immense power, was walking slowly towards him. Under the dim moonlight, the man's aura was overwhelming, like that of a coiled dragon ready to strike. Urokadake, with the senses of a former Hashira, instantly felt the chilling pressure. 12 Kazuki. This was no mere demon. This was one of Muzan's direct subordinates. And from the sheer force of his presence, he was not one of the disposable lower ranks. An upper rank. He had to be one of the strongest among them to possess such a terrifying and controlled killing intent. The tattooed man stopped a short distance away. By order of my king, I am Akeza, upper rank 3 of the 12 Kazuki, he announced, his voice cold and steady. A cruel smile played on his lips. I've come to invite the former water Hashira, Seikanji Urokadake, to his death. The moment the words left his mouth, a monstrous wave of killing intent exploded from Akeza, shooting up into the sky and sweeping across the entire mountain. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 5, An Old Acquaintance. The moment Akeza spoke, a violent and terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. The air on Mount Sajiri grew thick and heavy, charged with a palpable sense of dread. The power radiating from this single demon was enough to make the ancient trees groan and the very ground seem to tremble. Urokadaka breathed, a deep chill running through him despite his decades of experience. He's strong. Too strong. Even with all his pride as a former Hashira, a man who had slain countless demons for the Corps, he was shaken by the raw power Akeza displayed. As upper rank 3, the demon known as the Fist Demon, Akeza's combat techniques were nearly flawless. When combined with the incredible regenerative abilities of a demon and his powerful blood demon art, he was an opponent on a completely different level. Don't disappoint me, old man, Akeza grinned, his voice sharp with anticipation. Show me the power of a former Hashira. He lunged. Destructive kill, disorder. In a flash, Akeza vanished, reappearing in midair directly above Urokadake. He shot downward like a cannonball, his fist aimed to shatter not just his target, but the very ground beneath him. Something's not right, Urokadake thought, his body moving on pure instinct. He dodged, leaving a series of afterimages as a terrifying force slammed into the spot where he'd just been standing. As he moved, his mind raced. The 12 Kazuki have always been arrogant, but this is too open. Muzan knows I can contact the Demon Slayer Corps. Why send an upper rank here on a suicide mission? The pieces clicked together with horrifying speed. This wasn't a direct assault. It was a diversion. If their true target isn't me, then... A bold and terrible thought seized him. His eyes widened behind the Tengu mask. You came for Nezuko. The image of Tanjiro, heading off to the final selection with his sword held high, flashed before his eyes. He never imagined that Muzan Kibutsuji would make a direct move for the girl. You arrogant monster. Urokodake roared. In an instant, his composure shattered, replaced by a monstrous killing intent of his own. The powerful energy of the water-breathing style exploded from his body as he drew his blade. The ground around them cracked and split as the two powerful fighters finally collided with a thunderous crash. At almost the same moment, in the Yubayashiki family's ancestral home, Kaguya Yubayashiki sat on his throne. Supported by his wife, Amine, he fought against the waves of pain racking his cursed body. The final selection on Mount Fujikazan has begun, Amine said softly. The Demon Slayer Corps had flourished under Kaguya's leadership, producing 9 powerful and loyal Hashira. But for the Corps to survive, it needed new, fresh blood. The selection was vital for their future. A terrible thing has happened. 2 figures suddenly appeared in the room like streaks of light, kneeling before Kaguya. It was Jiyu Tomioka, the water Hashira, and Kyojuro Rengoku, the flame Hashira. Master, we've just received urgent news, Jiyu reported, his voice grim. Muzan Kibutsuji and his 12 Kazuki are on the move. It's not just the lower ranks, Rengoku added, his usual boisterous energy replaced with a fiery intensity. All of the upper ranks have been deployed. Within a few short hours, hundreds of demon incidents have occurred, not just in Tokyo, but across several prefectures. Jiyu's face grew even darker. More importantly, the official Japanese military has gotten involved. Even Kaguya, with his sharp and unshakable mind, felt his heart tremble. What exactly is going on? According to our intelligence, members of the cabinet and even the imperial family have been assassinated, Rengoku explained quickly. And the assassins did something despicable. They left Nichiren blades at the scenes of the murders. The words fell like a physical blow. Kaguya's face turned grim. Nichiren blades were the exclusive weapons of the Demon Slayer Corps, as normal weapons were useless against demons. The Corps had always kept its distance from the government, and since the nationwide sword ban, they were technically considered outlaws. To be framed for assassinating the nation's leaders at such a sensitive time was a masterstroke of political destruction. This is clearly Muzan's scheme, Kaguya sighed, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He's planning something big. He looked at the 2 Hashira. The final selection is happening right now on Mount Fujikazan. You 2 must go at once. His voice was quiet but firm. If Muzan is making his move now, at this exact time, there is no way he would ignore a mountain filled with our future demon slayers. Jiyu and Rengoku's eyes widened in understanding. In the next moment, they vanished, speeding towards their new mission. A great calamity is about to begin, Kaguya whispered to the empty room, his face seeming to age a decade in an instant. At that very same moment, in Asakusa, Tokyo, the chilling dread that had gripped Tamayo and Yashiro suddenly became real. Outside their hidden home, a series of crisp, clear knocks echoed through the silence. Thump, thump, thump. The calm, gentle sound should not have been frightening, but it was impossible. Their residence was protected by a blood demon art that made it completely invisible and undetectable to the outside world. No one should have been able to find them, let alone knock on their door. Then, a graceful and mysterious voice spoke, seeming to come from everywhere at once. 100 years can feel like a dream, can't it? So many regrettable things in the past. The voice was a nightmare made real, and it echoed directly into Tamayo's ears, making her feel as if she had been plunged into the deepest level of hell. Tamayo, the voice said, shedding all pretense of poetry and becoming cold and sharp. It's been many years. Did you truly think you could hide from an old acquaintance forever? Chapter 6, An Unwanted Reunion. The air in the small house grew unnaturally still, so quiet that the frantic pounding of a heart was the only sound. To Tamayo, the voice from outside was a nightmare-given sound, a melody of pure terror that she had spent centuries trying to forget. It was the same voice that had once lured her into a decision that became the greatest shame of her life, a memory that would forever haunt her. That nightmare was the reason she had fought to survive for so long. Her only goal was to one day drag the creature responsible to hell with her. But now, as he truly stood before her, the emotions swirling inside her were so complex she couldn't begin to understand them. The courtyard gate swung open with a soft creak. Moonlight, as pale as bone, spilled across the ground, illuminating a figure standing in the entryway. He was a handsome man dressed in a black coat, with an elegant posture and an air of timeless nobility. Time itself seemed to have left no mark on his face. "It's you," Tamayo whispered, her voice trembling as she finally found it. "It's really you. Muzan Kibutsuji." The name was a curse she could never forget. The demon was a monster she could never forgive. If not for him, she would have lived and died a human, fading with time like everyone else. If not for him, she wouldn't have been forced to bear the sin of killing her own family, a pain she had carried for hundreds of years. And now, the architect of all her suffering stood before her as if nothing had ever happened. The irony was a blade twisting in her heart. "Tamayo, is this how you treat an old friend?" Muzan asked, his expression perfectly calm. He seemed completely unconcerned by the hatred on her face, as if he had seen it all before. "I've come a long way. Surely you can offer some small hospitality." Before he could finish, Yushiro, who had been standing silently beside Tamayo, exploded into action. With a furious cry, he transformed into a streak of light, launching himself directly at Muzan. "No!" Tamayo screamed, but it was too late. Even she, one of only 2 demons in the world who had ever escaped Muzan's control, would never dare to attack him so recklessly. A sickening crack echoed in the small courtyard. Yushiro's form reappeared, and he was thrown backward, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. Blood poured from his limbs as the bones within them shattered instantly. An unbearable agony seized him, and his body began to convulse uncontrollably on the ground. Muzan hadn't even appeared to move. His cold, ruby eyes remained fixed on Tamayo. "Tamayo," he said, his voice soft and dangerously quiet. "You wouldn't want anything worse to happen to him, would you?" At the same time, on Mount Sajiri, the forest floor erupted. A frail figure was sent flying backward, crashing through several trees before landing hard. Blood streamed from under Urokodaka's Tengu mask. Leaning heavily on his sword, the former water Hashira glared at his opponent, his expression grim. He had just used all his strength in a desperate counterattack, but against a combat demon who could heal from any wound in an instant, it was meaningless. The only thing that had saved him was that the demon didn't seem to be in a hurry to kill him. It was as if he was waiting for something. This gave Urokodaki a precious few seconds to catch his breath, but he knew such a chance wouldn't last. Akeza's strength was simply not something an old, retired swordsman could hope to defeat. "Haha, as expected of a former Hashira. That water breathing of yours is quite impressive," Akeza said, appearing out of the dust without a scratch on him. A calm, confident smile was on his face. "If I'm not mistaken, you've already sent a message to the Demon Slayer Corps, haven't you?" Urokodaka's body went rigid. How do you know that?" He had suspected from the beginning that this attack was part of a larger, more terrifying conspiracy. He had Nezuko by his side, a crucial key to potentially defeating Muzan. He couldn't let her fall into their hands. But he also knew he couldn't beat Akeza alone, even if he sacrificed his own life. Sending for help was his only option, even if he knew it was what Muzan wanted. He never expected them to see through it so easily. "Have you ever heard how hunters catch wolves, old man?" Akeza asked, clasping his hands behind his back with a playful sneer. "They use the cubs as bait to lure the parents out." He gestured towards the hut. "Right now, you and the Kamadu girl, you're the bait we're using for our little fishing trip." The words hit Urokodaka like a physical blow. Even with all his experience, he was left speechless. A terrifying net had been cast over Mount Sajiri from the very beginning. Akeza's goal wasn't just to kill him, it was to use him and Nezuko to lure the core members of the Demon Slayer Corps into a deadly trap. Luring the enemy to their doom, Urokodaka thought, a cold dread washing over him. When did Muzan Kibutsuji become so terrifyingly cunning? Miles away, Jiutomyoka and Kyojuro Rengoku were soaring through the trees at incredible speeds when they were startled by their Kashigai crows swooping down, squawking out the latest intelligence. They stopped dead in their tracks, exchanging a look of disbelief. First Mount Fujikazan, and now an attack on Urokodaka-sensei at Mount Sajiri. Jiyu said, his voice tight. He's splitting our forces, Rengoku realized, his brow furrowed. What on earth is Muzan trying to do? An indescribable sense of dread began to settle over them. The Muzan they had been trained to fight, the arrogant, cowardly demon who hid in the shadows, seemed to have vanished overnight. This new Muzan was different. He was a strategist, a puppeteer pulling strings all across the country. He was smarter, more unpredictable, and infinitely more dangerous. Chapter 7, An Open Scheme. Muzan Kibutsuji is a coward, but he is an incredibly powerful one, Jiyu said, his voice low and steady. It is nearly impossible for even Oyakata-sama to track him down, let alone us. He and Rengoku paused in their flight, their gazes meeting. We have to split up, Rengoku declared. One of us to Mount Fujikazan, the other to Mount Sajiri. The headquarters is well defended by the others, Jiyu finished. Even if Muzan has gone completely mad, he wouldn't dare attack our home base directly. With their decision made, their figures blurred, vanishing in two different directions. Meanwhile, in Asakusa, Yoshiro's body slammed heavily onto the ground with a sickening thud. A pained scream tore from his throat as blood began to pool beneath his broken limbs. The sound snapped Tamayo out of her terrified trance, her shock instantly turning to rage. The shock was from the sheer speed and strangeness of Muzan's attack. She hadn't seen him move at all. The anger was for Yoshiro, her loyal companion for so many years, the boy she had personally saved by turning him into a demon. You! She hissed, her face flushed with fury. Me! Muzan's expression remained perfectly calm, a stark contrast to her rage. You know exactly who I am, Tamayo. Why do you still hesitate to speak my name? Did you truly believe that just because I left you alone for a century, you had broken free from the blood that binds you? As he spoke, a strange and powerful aura radiated from him, washing over Tamayo. The blood in her own veins began to boil, a primal command from its source overriding her will. An overwhelming sense of agitation seized her, and with a gasp, her knees buckled, sending her to the floor. Sweat drenched her body as a tide of forgotten memories and instincts flooded her mind. Muzan was right. She had used a moment of his weakness to escape his mental control, but his blood was still her blood. She was a powerful doctor, a genius even, but she had not yet found a way to rewrite the very foundation of her being. She was not yet strong enough to defy the call of her creator. Lady Tamayo, what's wrong? Yoshiro shrieked from the floor, his own pain forgotten as he saw her collapse. He knew that if even she could not resist Muzan, then their fate was sealed. They were fish on a chopping block, completely at his mercy. What do you want? Tamayo forced the words out, looking up at Muzan with a complex mix of hatred and desperation in her beautiful eyes. Ah, now we can have a conversation, Muzan said, a faint smile touching his lips. It seems you're finally willing to listen. He stepped closer, his presence looming over her. What I want is to become the king of this land, the ruler of this country. His gaze was intense, burning with a new and terrifying ambition. I want to become a truly perfect being. I want to create a truly perfect world. He spoke like a visionary, his voice filled with passion. Tamayo, you must understand. We are not the vicious demons they call us. We are simply the next stage of human mutation. In this new era, they have a word for it, evolution. And the goal of evolution is perfection. His eyes shone with a brilliant light. A perfect being would be immortal. It would not need to consume human blood. It would be able to walk freely in the sunlight. The past is over, Tamayo. The present is what we must control. My power and your medical skills, it is the perfect combination. He paused, his tone shifting. He glanced down at the broken, whimpering form of Yoshiro. Of course, if you are truly unwilling to cooperate. He said, letting the words hang in the air. Well, Tamayo, you wouldn't want that, would you? At the same time, in the Yubayashiki ancestral land, Kaguya's expression was incredibly grim as he sorted through reports with his wife. In a matter of hours, Japan had been plunged into a catastrophe. Demon attacks, political assassinations, and the dreaded 12 Kazuki appearing everywhere at once. The slanders against the Demon Slayer Corps had already pushed them into an extremely difficult position with the government. But Kaguya knew this was not the most terrifying part. This chaos was a smokescreen. Muzan was fishing in troubled waters, and his true goal was likely to infiltrate the government and seize control of the army itself. The Taisho era was no longer a time when battles were won with swords alone. As the head of his family, blessed with a keen foresight, Kaguya understood this better than anyone. It was why, for many years, he had been stockpiling firearms, explosives, and other new weapons from the West. He had prepared for a new kind of war, but he never expected it to begin so suddenly and with such devastating speed. A message just arrived from former Water Hashira Seikanji Urokodake, his wife said, her voice tense. He is being attacked on Mount Sajiri. The opponent is upper rank 3, Akaza. Kaguya's expression remained calm. The more important point is that the demon girl who sleeps is by his side. She may be the key to defeating Kibutsuji Muzan. Before his wife could speak, Kaguya sighed heavily. We know this news. And if we know it, I believe Kibutsuji Muzan knows it as well. Yet he only dispatched one upper rank. His face fell into shadow. I am worried this is a trap. A terrifying trap set by Muzan with the sole purpose of luring our Hashira into his grasp. He looked at his wife, his eyes filled with a weary sorrow. But the problem is, it's an open scheme. It's a trap we are forced to walk into. Chapter 8 The Blood-Stained Mountain. The courtyard in Asakusa fell into a deep and heavy silence. Staring at the man before her, Tamayo felt a profound sense of shock. For centuries, her every thought of Muzan Kibutsuji had been consumed by a single emotion, hatred. She knew it was impossible to kill him on her own, and as a demon herself, finding allies was nearly impossible. Her desire for revenge was the only thing that had kept her going through years of lonely desperation. She had often wondered what it would be like to face him again. But the man who stood before her now was nothing like the creature she remembered. He was unfathomable. The old Muzan, for all his power, was a pathetic coward. He hid from strong demon slayers like Yoriaki Tsujikuni, content to wait in the shadows for them to die of old age. It was a shameful way to live, but he had reveled in it. This new Muzan was different. His very presence here meant that his plans were already in motion, that the 12 Kazuki had been unleashed. In front of this man, she had no secrets. She could even feel the blood in her veins, once freed from his curse, subtly beginning to answer his call once more. This man was terrifying. Don't worry, Muzan said, a profound and enigmatic smile touching his lips. Tamayo, it's time for you to witness a miracle. The moment he finished speaking, the strange, echoing music of a biwa filled the air. The world around Tamayo seemed to twist and fold in on itself, and an intense, dizzying sensation enveloped her as the courtyard vanished. Meanwhile, at Mount Fujikazan, one of the two battlefields in Muzan's grand plan, a sea of blood had erupted. The mountain was supposed to be a testing ground, a place where aspiring demon slayers proved their worth against a contained population of weak demons. But with the arrival of Doma, upper rank 2, and his followers from the Eternal Paradise cult, everything had changed. How is this possible? What's going on? Kiriya Yubayashiki cried out, his face pale with shock. He and his sister were overseeing the selection, but it had spiraled out of their control. The wisteria flowers at the foot of the mountain are gone. His sister added, her voice trembling. The protective barrier of wisteria that had kept the demons contained was destroyed. The demons inside, now free, had gone berserk, their strength increasing tenfold. The young participants, who had been holding their own just moments before, were now being slaughtered. Even the most promising candidates, like Tanjiro Kamado and Jinya Shinazugawa, were now running for their lives. Before the young Yubayashiki could react, a series of deafening explosions rocked the mountainside. That's artillery. Kiriya gasped, his face turning ashen. Deep within the forest, a blood-soaked Tanjiro Kamado moved like lightning. He cut down one frenzied demon after another, his expression cold and composed. He pushed his water breathing to its absolute limit, weaving through a storm of claws and fangs. But it wasn't enough. Before he could dodge again, a massive, fleshy tentacle shot out from the trees and slammed into him, sending his body flying through the air. He hit the ground hard, and a spray of blood erupted from his mouth. Am I going to die here? He thought, his vision fading as memories of his family flashed before his eyes. At the second battlefield on Mount Sajiri, the fight was over. With a sickening crunch, the former Water Hashira, Seikanji Urokodake, was thrown backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, the sound of his bones cracking echoing in the clearing. The Tengu mask he wore split down the middle. A moment later, Nezuko Kamado, a bamboo muzzle in her mouth, was also sent flying. She had awakened the moment Urokodake was struck down, her body transforming as she unleashed her blood demon art in a furious surprise attack. Unfortunately, the difference in skill was too great. While her demonic power was immense, Akeza possessed centuries of combat experience. He read her instinctive movements with ease and defeated her in a matter of seconds. "Nezuko, good child." Urokodake rasped, forcing his broken body to move, crawling to shield her as he staggered. As expected of a former Hashira, Akeza said, striding forward calmly. "Your strength is formidable, even with your old injuries. You fought well." He looked down at the two defeated figures, his face grim. "But this battle is over. Continuing to struggle is meaningless." He fixed his gaze on them. "Let me end this." Just as Akeza raised his hand to deliver the final blow, a new voice, just as cold as his own, cut through the air. "Is that so? Unfortunately for you, I don't think you have the right." The moment the voice sounded, a tall man with a stern face, dressed in a mismatched haori, stepped out of the thin air. The moment he appeared, two more figures landed silently behind him, their auras blazing with a power that was no less intense. The air seemed to freeze. "Jiyu." Urokodake whispered, relief flooding his voice. Before them stood one of the Demon Slayer Corps' strongest swordsmen, the Water Hashira, Jiyu Tomioka. Chapter 9 The Pillars in the Abyss. The moment Urokodake whispered his name, Jiyu Tomioka's tall figure flashed forward, placing himself between his master and the enemy. Two more shapes landed silently beside him. One was a man with spiky white hair and a body covered in scars, his eyes burning with an uncontainable rage. The other was masked, with mismatched eyes and long snakes coiling around his body, his posture radiating a cold and deadly intent. It was clear from their powerful auras that they were not just any demon slayers, they were Hashira, and they had come prepared for a serious battle. Water Hashira, Jiyu Tomioka. Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa. Serpent Hashira, Obanai Iguro. Their gazes first fell upon Urokodake, who was covered in blood and barely conscious on the ground. "Senior Urokodake, we're here," Jiyu said softly. The concern from his former student and his fellow Hashira warmed Urokodake's heart, even in his pained state. "You all, be careful." He managed to force out, using nearly all of his remaining strength. He knew the true extent of Akeza's power. Even with Nezuko's help, he had been utterly defeated. He feared that even with 3 of the Demon Slayer Corps' strongest warriors present, killing upper rank 3 would be an incredibly difficult, if not impossible, task. "Don't worry, teacher," Jiyu replied, his face becoming an emotionless mask once more. He had made it in time to save his master's life, and for now, that was all that mattered. He had cast aside any thoughts of his own life or death the day he joined the Demon Slayer Corps. "So, you're an upper rank," Sanemi snarled, a savage grin spreading across his face as he fixed his gaze on Akeza. "This should be interesting." 3 against 1, Obanai observed, his voice a cold hiss. "Don't get careless." Though Akeza was just one man, the aura of power rolling off him was as immense as a mountain. What was more terrifying was that even as he stood perfectly still, his entire body radiated a flawless fighting spirit, leaving no openings for an attack. He was a perfect warrior. "We end this quickly," Jiyu stated, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "Remember, we're not fighting to the death," Obanai added. "The mission is to rescue Senior Urokodake and the girl." "TCH," Sanemi clicked his tongue in annoyance. Before any of them could make a move, a strangely eerie sound echoed through the silent forest. It was the sharp, twanging music of a biwa. In an instant, the world before them twisted. Space itself seemed to compress and fold, and the sensation of being violently displaced seized them all. When the sound of the biwa faded a moment later, Jiyu, his companions, Urokodake, and Nezuko all trembled. They were no longer on Mount Sajiri. They stood in a bizarre, impossible city of shifting rooms and endless corridors. A high platform rose from the floorboards, and upon it stood a tall, slender man in a dark coat, his hands clasped behind his back. "Greetings, Master," Akeza said, instantly dropping to one knee on the ground. "Master?" An absurd, terrifying, and utterly unbelievable realization washed over the 3 Hashira. An upper rank like Akeza had already pushed them to their absolute limit. But the man who had just appeared was the master of the 12 Kazuki, the most terrifying demon in all of Japan, Muzan Kibutsuji. "Everyone," Muzan said, his voice echoing in the vast space. He stood with his hands behind his back, his crimson eyes emitting a piercing light that was impossible to look at directly. We finally meet. At the same time, in the Yubayashiki ancestral land, Amina knelt before her husband, her face an expressionless mask as she relayed the new intelligence that had just arrived. Mount Fujikazan, the training ground for our new members, has been completely destroyed. The 3 Hashira we sent arrived in time to save some, but Kirya, and his sisters, have all been sacrificed. Her voice was steady, but held no warmth. The entire mountain is now engulfed in flames. Aside from a few survivors among the participants, the rest are all gone. The air grew cold and silent. Kaguya Yubayashiki, lying on his futon, finally broke the silence, his voice weak. "And, what is the situation at Mount Sajiri?" Amina paused, a flicker of sadness finally showing on her face. "According to the last report, there is no one at Mount Sajiri. No one alive, and no bodies found. That includes Senior Urokadaki and the demon girl, Nezuko Kamadu. The 3 Hashira we sent as support, Jiyu Tomioka, Sanemi Shinazugawa, and Obanai Iguro, are also missing." Each piece of news was like a steel needle piercing Kaguya's heart. "A misstep," he whispered after a long pause. "A complete misstep. Who would have thought that the coward who has hidden for 1,000 years would finally launch an all-out offensive?" His voice was filled with despair. "We are now completely on the defensive. This is truly a matter of life and death for the entire Demon Slayer Corps." As if things weren't dire enough, Amina's voice came again. "Not only that. At this very moment, assassination attempts have occurred in the Japanese cabinet and in various prefectures across the country." She took a breath. "According to our intelligence analysis, demons are also behind this." The words hit Kaguya like a physical blow. He trembled, his voice barely a whisper. This is impossible." Chapter 10 The Doctor's Choice. Tsukioko's plan was a grand deception. The attacks on Mount Fujikazan and Mount Sajiri were devastating blows, but they were also brilliant diversions. The chaos had consumed all of Kaguya Yubayashiki's attention, leaving him with no time to analyze his enemy's true objective. The old Kibutsuji Muzan, the coward who hid for centuries, would never have dared such a bold and intricate strategy. This new Muzan was playing a completely different game, one of overt schemes and complex tactics that left the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps completely bewildered. Just as Kaguya had feared, Muzan's true target was Nezuko, the training ground at Mount Fujikazan was annihilated. The loss of a generation of new demon slayers, and even his own children who were overseeing the exam, was a tragic blow. But the news from Mount Sajiri was, in its own way, even more terrifying. An upper-rank demon should have been a difficult but manageable fight for 3 Hashira and a former Hashira. Yet, they had all vanished. Even if they weren't dead, their fate was grim. But as he lay in his bed, the weight of the world on his shoulders, Kaguya knew that these tragedies were just the opening moves. The real danger lay with the demon-led assassinations of government officials. "We underestimated him," Kaguya whispered, his voice raspy. "His previous actions, they were all a performance to make us believe he was still the same coward." He looked at his wife, Amina, his eyes filled with a new and terrible understanding. "This Muzan doesn't just want eternal life. He wants to dominate all of Japan." His voice grew stronger with urgency. "Once the government falls into his hands, this country will become a living hell. One demon king is terrifying enough. But what happens when the entire nation becomes his weapon?" He struggled to sit up, his disease-ravaged face turning towards his wife. "We must resist," he pleaded. "Now, only your family, Amina, only the priest clan and the Onmyoji who serve the emperor can resolve this catastrophe." Amina's expression became stern, her resolve hardening. "I understand," she said, her voice firm. Meanwhile, in the Infinity Castle, the air was thick with an oppressive chill. The moment Muzan had appeared on the high platform, he had silenced the entire scene with his mere presence. This was the first time that Urokadaki and the 3 active Hashira had seen the Demon King's true form. The Muzan of legend was a phantom, a monster who hid his face and changed his identity like clothing. Few in the Yubayashiki family had ever seen him, let alone a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Now, truly confronting him, they finally understood the terrifying and arrogant existence that commanded the 12 Kazuki. He was just one man, yet his aura seemed to contain 1,000 possibilities. His appearance was nothing like the fanged monster of rumor. Instead, he had the handsome and refined face of a young nobleman. His tall stature and proud demeanor were impossible to forget. It was this being, this beautiful and terrifying creature, who was the source of all the demons in the world. The contrast was so extreme it was nauseating. Muzan's gaze flickered past the captured slayers, landing on Tamayo, who stood silently behind him, her expression a mask of misery. "Tamayo, do you see?" he asked, his voice calm and even. He gestured to the 4 demon slayers, who were now glaring at them with pure, unadulterated hatred. "Look closely at their eyes. That is the enmity of those who wish to tear us to pieces, a hatred that only our complete destruction can satisfy." His voice dropped to a soft whisper. "And now, their lives are in your hands. Whether they live or die depends entirely on you." Amidst Tamayo's bewildered expression, Muzan pointed towards Nezuko, who was being held protectively by the injured Urokodake. "Do you see that little girl? Her name is Nezuko Kamadu. She is the only demon in this world who has overcome her instinct for blood." His lips curved into a slight smile. "And she is the only one of us who can walk in the sunlight." At these words, Tamayo's beautiful eyes widened in utter shock. "In fact," Muzan continued, his voice smooth and persuasive, "she has already broken free from my control. She has become a truly independent individual. You are a doctor, Tamayo. You should know what this means." He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, presenting his offer as if it were the most reasonable thing in the world. "Study her, and you can find a method to break our curse. Study her, and you can find a way for us to no longer need to drink blood. Study her," he said softly, his gaze flicking back to the captive Hashira, "and you can save the lives of every single one of these people." He looked directly at her, his crimson eyes holding her captive. "Tamayo, are you willing?" Chapter 11 The Unwinnable Battle. "Tamayo, are you willing?" Muzan's voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry an irresistible magic. Tamayo's beautiful face shifted through a dozen emotions in a single second. For years, the ultimate goal of all her research had been to turn demons back into humans. Now, that very opportunity was being dangled before her like a divine miracle. But if that miracle came from Muzan Kibutsuji, it could only be a poisoned gift. The memory of his past temptations was as vivid as if it had happened yesterday. History was repeating itself. "This is an illusion," Obanai hissed, his mismatched eyes darting around the impossible castle. "We have to break his technique and get out of here, or we're all going to die." "Damn it," Jia muttered, his hand tight on his sword. "We've always wanted to kill him, but not like this. Not now." As 3 of the Demon Slayer Corps' elite Hashira, their combat experience was immense. Yet, standing before Muzan, they felt an unimaginable dread. The man just stood there, perfectly still, yet the aura flowing from him felt like the end of the world. "We have to leave, and we have to take them with us," Sanemi snarled, his patience finally snapping. In an instant, the Wind Hashira transformed into a streak of light, launching himself directly at the high platform. He had heard the stories of the Demon King's power, of how his 12 Kazuki alone could overwhelm the entire Demon Slayer Corps. But hearing was one thing, seeing was another. He would use his own Nichiren blade to test just how terrifying this man truly was. "Kill!" With an enraged roar, Sanemi's blade unleashed a torrent of light. Wind breathing, first form, dust whirlwind cutter. Endless waves of razor-sharp wind surged forward, crashing towards Muzan in a terrifying cyclone of air. A fierce and terrifying killing intent poured from the Wind Hashira. His hatred for demons was absolute, a burning fire that wished to tear every last one of them to shreds. The technique he used was one of his most powerful, an ultimate expression of his rage. "No!" Tamayo cried out from behind Muzan, her voice filled with panic. She had once served Muzan and knew him well. He was a coward, a despicable creature who feared death above all else. For such a person to dare to appear so openly, to bring his enemies directly into his fortress, what did it mean? It meant that everything was under his control. Every possibility was within his grasp. He wasn't negotiating with her, he was merely playing the part. And these demon slayers, in their rage, had dared to provoke a monster who held all the cards. The air fell into an extreme, deathly silence. Sanemi's tornado of blades reached Muzan, and then, with a sound like shattering glass, it simply stopped. The Wind Hashira's body froze in midair. His incredibly sharp Nichiren blade, forged from the most precious of metals, shattered into 1,000 tiny fragments. The next moment, Sanemi's body, as if its strings had been cut, crashed heavily to the ground. Blood poured from dozens of deep wounds that had appeared all over his body in an instant. No, when did he even move? Jiyu whispered, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is terrifying, Obanai added, his voice strained. There was no trace of an attack. Is this Muzan Kibutsuji's true power? They rushed to Sanemi's side. The attack had been too fast, too absolute. Sanemi had unleashed his strongest move, and not only had it failed to even touch Muzan, but it had also resulted in his own devastating defeat. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it was possible. Don't touch him, Urokadake warned, stepping forward. His gaze on Sanemi's broken form was filled with a grim understanding. Muzan's technique, it didn't just cut his body. It destroyed him from the inside. His connection to his breathing style, it's been severed. His voice was low and somber. All this time, our goal has been to slay all demons, to eradicate Muzan Kibutsuji. But now, he stands right in front of us, and we can't even get close to him. The unique, sweet scent of Sanemi's Merchi blood filled the air, a scent that could intoxicate lesser demons. But here, it had no effect. Tamayo and Yushiro stared at the scene, completely terrified. The powerful wind Hashira, one of the 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, had been defeated as easily as a child. If he was nothing to Muzan, what were they? Tamayo, Muzan's voice cut through the shocked silence, a hint of impatience in his tone. My patience is limited. He gestured to the fallen Sanemi, to the horrified Hashira, and to the whimpering Yushiro. Right now, your life, Yushiro's life, and the lives of these men are all in your hands. His tone shifted, becoming heavier, the scale of his words expanding to an unbearable degree. In fact, it's not just them. Now, the entire Demon Slayer Corps, the Yubayashiki family, all of Eastern Japan, their survival is also in your hands. His voice was not loud, and his tone was perfectly calm, yet the words crashed down on Tamayo like thunder. It wasn't a threat, it was a statement of fact, which made it the most terrifying threat in the world. Tamayo knew she could not refuse. She dared not refuse. At that moment, any thought of defiance, any hope of playing some small trick, was completely erased. She could no longer afford to gamble. Chapter 12, A New Strategy. Lady Tamayo's pretty face was a storm of conflicting emotions before she finally, painfully, made up her mind. I am willing to cooperate. The simple sentence seemed to drain all the strength from her body. With a soft thud, she collapsed onto the high platform. Remember your words, Tamayo, Muzan said, turning away with his hands clasped behind his back. After all, this is your only chance to survive. The sharp, eerie sound of a biwa rang out, and in an instant, the world of the Infinity Castle shifted once more. Urokadake, Jiyu, and Obanai found themselves in a strange, windowless room. Nezuko Kamadu was gone, clearly taken by Muzan. Beside them, on the cold floor, lay the body of the wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, his face a grimace of pain, his eyes wide open in death. The most pressing matter, Obanai said, his voice a low hiss, is how we are going to get out of here. Their gazes met, and an unprecedented sense of dread and hopelessness enveloped them. They were prisoners in the heart of their enemy's lair. At the same time, Lady Tamayo found herself back in her own courtyard, with Yushiro lying injured nearby. But when she looked past the familiar garden, she saw that it was now surrounded by an impenetrable, swirling mist. Undoubtedly, this was the work of Nakame, the demon who controlled the Infinity Castle. They had not been returned home, their home had been brought into the castle with them. A soft mumble drew her attention. Nezuko, dressed in her pink kimono with a bamboo muzzle in her mouth, was beginning to stir. A flicker of something, resolve, perhaps, cut through Tamayo's despair. She went to the young demon and gently helped her up. Yushiro, she said, her voice quiet but firm. It seems, we're going to be busy. The sun rose on a new day. But for Japan, from the highest levels of government to the smallest village, the night that had just passed was an unforgettable nightmare. Vicious demons had plunged the country into chaos. Under the command of Kokushibo and Doma, demon-infiltrated army corps had launched their attacks, and a wave of assassinations had left the cabinet on edge and filled with a burning hatred for the Demon Slayer Corps, whom they blamed for the attacks. For the Yubayashiki family and the Demon Slayer Corps, the night was a brutal lesson. Muzan's proactive, multi-pronged assault had shown them the true, terrifying extent of his power and cunning. The cowardly demon who hid in the shadows was gone. In his place was a conqueror, one who was determined to create a new era with his own hands. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the air was heavy with a suffocating silence. On the ground, stretchers held the bodies of the members who had fallen in the night. The training ground at Mount Fujikazan was annihilated, and branches of the Corps all across the country had been attacked and wiped out. Against the endless tide of demons, their swordsmen had been like grass trampled underfoot. But the real reason for the crushing silence was the news that 3 of the 9 Hashira had mysteriously disappeared: Jiyu Tomioka, Sanemi Shinazugawa, and Obanai Iguro. They had gone to Mount Sajiri on a rescue mission and had never returned. Rescue teams had searched the entire mountain and found no trace of them. They were presumed to be in grave danger, or worse. In the council hall, the remaining 6 Hashira knelt in silence. "You are all here," a deep, powerful voice resonated in the air. It was their leader, Kaguya Yubayashiki. He was critically ill, the ancestral curse of his family having taken a heavy toll on his body, but his spirit remained unbroken. "Master," the 6 Hashira said in unison. Their expressions were grim. They were the pillars of the entire organization, the strongest generation of Hashira in 1,000 years, and yet they felt utterly powerless. Deep in their hearts, they had always craved a chance to fight Muzan Kibutsuji. But they had never imagined it would be like this. In a single night, their enemy had crippled them, destroying their training grounds, slaughtering their members, and capturing 3 of their strongest warriors. If Muzan were to attack again, would they truly have the strength to stop him? "You all have a basic understanding of what happened last night," Kaguya's calm voice followed. "The Muzan Kibutsuji we are facing now is completely different from the one our intelligence described. His power, his calculations, his methods, they are far more terrifying than we ever imagined. And he still possesses a near-immortal body." Kaguya let out a long, slow breath. "That is why I have called this emergency Hashira meeting. We must formulate a brand new strategy." He looked at each of his remaining children, his voice low but filled with an iron will that seemed to possess a magical quality, plunging the entire hall into a silence where a pin drop could be heard. "Otherwise, the next time Muzan Kibutsuji attacks, it will be the day the Demon Slayer Corps is wiped out for good." Chapter 13, A New Hope. For years, Muzan Kibutsuji had been a phantom, a coward who rarely took the initiative to attack, preferring to let the 12 Kazuki do his bidding. Even then, it was usually the easily replaceable lower ranks who were sent out. The upper ranks, powerful enough to be considered a match for 3 Hashira at once, were rarely seen. They were a terrifying, almost mythical threat that even the pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps were hesitant to confront directly. Currently, Kaguya Yubayashiki's voice echoed in the silent hall, "Our Demon Slayer Corps is, in a word, completely on the defensive. Everyone should already know that 3 of our Hashira have gone missing." As the words were spoken, a visible shock went through the remaining 6 Hashira and the other members present. This generation of Hashira was arguably the strongest in history. Their talent, strength, and loyalty were beyond question. They had all been improving constantly, and given time, they might have been able to challenge the upper ranks in a true battle. But now, before the war had even truly begun, 3 of their own, Jiyu Tomioka, Sanemi Shinazugawa, and Obanai Iguro, were gone. There was no direct evidence of their deaths, but they had disappeared on Mount Sajiri, where the formidable upper rank 3, Akaza, had appeared. Their chances of survival were slim. "Nama Amida Butsu." The compassionate voice of the stone Hashira, Jiome Haimjima, broke the tense silence, his hands clasped in prayer. "I hope they can all escape with their lives." Beside him, the love Hashira, Mitsurai Kanroji, was visibly distraught. Obanai Iguro was her closest friend among the Hashira, and the thought of him being gone was a loss she could barely comprehend. As a Hashira, she knew her duty was to slay demons above all else, but the personal pain was still sharp. However, the insect Hashira, Shinobu Koko, was focused on a different, more strategic problem. The loss of 3 Hashira was a tragedy, but from the moment they all joined the Demon Slayer Corps, they had accepted the possibility of death. What truly concerned her was the other news from Mount Sajiri, the disappearance of the former water Hashira, Seikanji Urokadaki, and the mysterious demon girl, Nezuko Kamadu. Nezuko was the real danger. According to the information the Corps had gathered, she was a demon who had not only conquered her thirst for human blood, but could also potentially withstand the sun. She represented a new era for demons, a terrifying evolution. And now, this key to overcoming all of Muzan's weaknesses was in his hands. If Muzan, who was already a despicable and terrifying monster, learned her secret, he would become a flawless, invincible being. Our people are doing everything they can to find them, Kaguya's voice said, bringing everyone's attention back to the present. But this incident has changed everything. The direction and arrangements of the Demon Slayer Corps must also change. An hour later, the Hashira meeting concluded. As Kaguya left, supported by his wife, the remaining 6 Hashira gathered. It's clear something has changed with Muzan Kibutsuji, the sound Hashira, Tengen Uzui, said grimly. He's abandoned his old way of acting. What we know for sure, Shinobu added, is that the girl, Nezuko Kamadu, is incredibly important. But she's in Muzan's hands now, the Mist Hashira, Muchiro Tokaito, stated, his voice distant. All we have left is, her brother. Though the final selection at Mount Fujikazan had ended in a massacre, a few candidates had managed to survive. One of them was Tanjiro Kamadu. He had been severely injured and unconscious for hours, but he was alive. Leave him to me, Shinobu said, a calm smile on her pretty face that didn't quite reach her eyes. I already know all about Tanjiro Kamadu's situation. His master is Urokodake, his senior disciple is Tomioka, and his younger sister is Nezuko. Muzan is undoubtedly racing against time to uncover the secrets within the girl. That means our own time is running out. She looked at the others. The safety of Oyakata-sama and the headquarters will depend on all of you. Don't worry, Gyomei said, his voice a deep and steady rumble. The other 4 Hashira nodded in unison. Even without being asked, they would give their lives to protect their master, who had always cared for them like his own children. Meanwhile, in the Demon Slayer Corps' support department, a boy covered in bandages shot up in bed. Nezuko. With a startled cry, Tanjiro Kamadu suddenly awoke. You're finally awake. A voice yelped from nearby. A boy with bright, golden hair, who had been sitting bored by the bedside, was now overjoyed. Haha, Tanjiro. You're awake. Where is this? Tanjiro asked, his expression shifting as he recognized the familiar face of Zenitsu Agatsuma. Where are we? This is the Demon Slayer Corps' support department. Zenitsu said with a huge, happy smile. We passed the selection. We're official members now. 14, Chapter 14, A Heart Filled with Hatred. Zenitsu Agatsuma was a boy Tanjiro had met during the chaos of the final selection, a boy whose life he had even saved. Despite Zenitsu's nervous exterior, Tanjiro had seen a flash of his incredible speed and knew there was more to him than met the eye. We all passed the assessment, Zenitsu's words surprised Tanjiro. His main goal in coming to Mount Fujikazan was to join the Demon Slayer Corps. The sudden, horrific attack had made him fear the worst, but somehow, he had succeeded. He had fulfilled his promise to his master. A wave of relief washed over him. The next step was simple, he would return to Mount Sajiri, reunite with his sister, Nezuko, and together, they would begin their journey. You're awake. Before Tanjiro could get lost in his thoughts, a cool female voice spoke. A woman wearing a butterfly-patterned haori stood in the doorway. A calm and elegant aura emanated from her, and the air in the room seemed to grow colder in her presence. She was clearly not just a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, but one of its top experts. Hello, Tanjiro, she said with a serene smile. My name is Shinobu Koko. I am the Insect Hashira, one of the 9 pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps, and I am also the leader of the medical team. The title made both Tanjiro and Zenitsu gasp. Tanjiro knew from his master that the Hashira were the strongest fighters in the entire organization. His primary reason for joining was to find a cure for his sister, but he knew to show respect. Insect Hashira-sama, hello, he said, his voice calm despite his surprise. You came to see me because... I have many reasons for coming to see you, Shinobu interrupted gently, though her smile didn't quite reach her eyes. But first, there are some things you need to know. Her elegant face grew a little colder. Last night, at the same time you were participating in the selection on Mount Fujikazan, there was an attack. She paused, letting him absorb her words. The target was Mount Sajiri, the home of your master, Seikanji Urokodake. The words hit Tanjiro like a physical blow. He had felt that something was terribly wrong during the attack, but he never imagined this. Senior Urokodake sent a message to the Corps immediately, and we dispatched 3 of our Hashira to provide support, Shinobu continued, her voice steady and clinical. But the demon sent to attack was incredibly powerful. It was one of the 12 Kazuki, a member of the Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji's personal guard. Her gaze fell on Tanjiro, whose eyes were now wide with dawning horror. Senior Urokadake, and your sister, Nezuko Kamadu, are now missing. Not only them, but the 3 Hashira we sent to help have also vanished. The world seemed to fall away. Tanjiro and Zenitsu were both left in a state of stunned, horrified silence. They had just joined the Demon Slayer Corps, an organization dedicated to fighting demons. To hear that even its strongest members, the Hashira, had been defeated and captured was a terrifying revelation. For a moment, countless thoughts flooded Tanjiro's mind, his master, his sister, the Demon King Muzan Kibutsuji, before his mind went completely blank. Tanjiro! Tanjiro! Zenitsu cried, frantically shaking his friend's arm. After a long moment, Tanjiro finally came back to his senses, but the boy who had woken up just minutes before was gone. The kindness and gentle warmth in his eyes had been completely extinguished. All that remained was a cold, endless hatred for demons. If not for demons, he would still be living a peaceful life with his family. If not for demons, he and his sister would not have had to suffer. If not for demons, his master and Nezuko would not be in the hands of a monster, their fates unknown. Tanjiro, I have something to ask you, Shinobu's cool voice said, cutting through his silent rage. Meanwhile, in the Infinity Castle, the bizarre and incomparable music of a Biwa resounded as space warped and overlapped. The 12 Kazuki, who had been dispatched on their missions, reappeared, their eyes exceptionally sharp. For years, under the leadership of the old Muzan, they had been forced to hide like rats in a sewer. They possessed nearly immortal bodies and incredible power, yet they were always the ones being hunted. But after the previous night's battle, a coordinated strike that had crippled their enemies, everything had changed. For the first time, they felt a true sense of pride in being demons. A low, piercing roar echoed through the impossible space as a high platform rose from the ground. Upon it, a throne interwoven with blood and bone crashed into existence. A tall figure was half reclining on it, his expression languid, his eyes shimmering like distant stars. Master! In perfect unison, the 12 Kazuki dropped to one knee. This time, even the proud upper rank one, Kokushibo, knelt without hesitation. After witnessing his master's brilliant strategy and overwhelming power firsthand, the man who was devoted only to strength truly understood what it meant to be strong. It was not merely combat ability, but strength of mind, strength of will. To plan in the shadows and achieve a flawless victory miles away. At that moment, Kokushibo's loyalty to this new Muzan was absolute. You may all rise, the calm voice from the throne said, as if the absolute reverence of the most powerful demons in the world was nothing more than a passing glance in a mirror. 15, Chapter 15, The New Objective. Whoosh! An absolute silence fell over the Infinity Castle. At their master's silent command, the 12 Kazuki rose to their feet in perfect unison. But this time, the air was different. It was heavy with a feeling that went beyond simple fear. It was awe. Even Kokushibo, the formidable upper rank one, did not dare to meet Tsukioko's direct gaze. He could feel it. Everyone could. The man on the throne was not the same Muzan Kibutsuji they had served for centuries. He was a different being entirely. For as long as any of them could remember, Muzan's strategy had been one of secrecy and shadows. He operated from the darkness, his every move a covert action designed to keep his own existence hidden. It was a necessary precaution. With the progression of the eras and the ever-present threat of the Demon Slayer Corps, survival for demons in Japan had become a constant struggle. Of course, the 12 Kazuki were far stronger than any common demon. But in the end, they were still beings of flesh and blood, albeit a far superior kind. Their bodies were different from humans, yes. In more scientific terms, their muscle density and cellular activity were vastly more vigorous. This was what allowed them to regenerate lost limbs in an instant and fight without feeling the exhaustion that plagued mortals. But the real reason for the profound change in the 12 Kazuki's demeanor wasn't just their master's new name, it was his completely new way of doing things. He had summoned them not for a berating, but for a war council. He had given almost every demon a specific task, dividing battlefields and objectives with terrifying clarity. And the results were nothing short of brilliant. In an astonishingly short amount of time, they had completely conquered Mount Sajiri and Mount Fujikazan. The former water Hashira, Seikanji Urokadake, was now their prisoner. The demon girl, Nezuko, was successfully captured. They had even managed to defeat and apprehend 3 other active Hashira. Even the traitor Tamayo had been easily dealt with by Tsukiyako himself. This was on top of Kokushibo's ongoing assassinations, Doma's widespread chaos, and the successful infiltration of the Yoshiwara red light district by Jayataro and Daki. Their combined power had grown to an unimaginable level. Such strategic victories were something they could have never dreamed of under the old Muzan, who was more skilled at firing his subordinates during meetings than he was at planning a real operation. Our operation has been a resounding success, Tsukiyako's calm voice echoed from the throne, cutting through the demon's thoughts. However, this is only the beginning. At the sound of his voice, the faces of the 12 Kazuki became masks of perfect, silent focus. As their creator and master, Tsukiyako held everything in his hands, their every move, their blood demon arts, and their very lives. They couldn't even speak his original name, Muzan Kibutsuji, without triggering the curse that would instantly destroy them. But that was a loyalty enforced by fear. Now, after witnessing his strategic genius, the demons were utterly convinced. They followed him not just out of fear, but out of genuine reverence for his power and intellect. While it's just a start, it is a good one, Tsukiyako continued, his voice cold and ancient in the vast, twisting space of the Infinity Castle. Now, we must expand on this advantage. Kamado Nezuko is in our custody. With Tamayo's knowledge and skill, she will undoubtedly develop a drug to suppress the demonic need for human flesh in a short time. A faint smile touched Tsukiyako's lips. In fact, Tamayo was already close to this breakthrough herself, but the medicine she created was still imperfect. Furthermore, Kamado Nezuko's unique constitution is the key. It will take time to adapt what works for her to work for the rest of demonkind. Tsukiyako's gaze shifted, landing on the 6-eyed demon standing at the front. Upper rank 1. How is your assignment progressing? Everything is proceeding as you have commanded, my lord, Kokushibo replied, his 6 eyes blinking in sequence. The aura he radiated was chilling and immense. As of now, we have slain more than 1/7 of the cabinet members of the Japanese government. He continued his report swiftly. However, most of the high-ranking military officials are protected by Onmyoji and the Shrine Maiden clan. Some of them also possess Merchi blood, which has made assassination somewhat difficult. And the Emperor Taisho, he is too heavily guarded. We have not yet found an opportunity to strike. Though Kokushibo spoke with a detached calm, the other demons understood that his mission was the most dangerous and challenging of them all. This was the Taisho era. The times had changed. It was no longer the Sengoku or Heian period, where a single samurai could cause chaos in the capital. The Japanese military was now equipped with firearms and other modern weapons, making them a formidable foe. Good, Tsukiyako said, offering no further comment. His gaze moved to the next demon. Doma, report on your tasks. My lord. Doma chirped, fanning himself with a flourish. His ever-present smile was filled with reverence. The Eternal Paradise cult under my control has swelled from over 100,000 followers to more than 300,000. And among them, nearly 1/3 have been turned into our demonic brethren. We've also followed your instructions perfectly, causing demon incidents in various prefectures across Japan. It's greatly disrupting the deployment of the Japanese military. While the government's cabinet and the imperial family controlled the centers of power, the local military controlled the nation's armed forces. Tsukiyako knew that Yubayashiki and the Shrine Maiden clan had infiltrated these structures, so targeting them was undoubtedly the correct move. And the Yoshiwara Red Light District, what is the current situation? Tsukiyako's voice sounded again. Reporting to your majesty, Jayataro and Daki's voices chimed together. In a single night, we identified and converted all the wealthy merchants who regularly visit the district. Now, over 80% of their fortunes are under our control. The Yoshiwara district wasn't home to the entire upper class of Japan, but anyone with that much disposable wealth in the Taisho era was a significant asset. Those merchants likely never imagined that the gentle places they sought for comfort would become their graves. Now, all their money belonged to Tsukiyako. Excellent, Tsukiyako said, a glint of cold indifference in his eyes as he surveyed his powerful subordinates from the throne. For our next phase, we will focus our efforts on the Yubayashiki clan, the Shrine Maiden clan, and Japan's transportation networks. 16, Chapter 16, The Vow. To Tsukiyako, controlling the Japanese government and the world of demon slayers was nothing more than a game. If he had followed his original human life path, he would have been dead long ago. Since he had been given a new, overwhelmingly powerful existence, there was no reason to hold back. From his understanding of this world, the original Muzan Kibutsuji had many strengths. His personal combat ability was immense, and his subordinates, the 12 Kazuki, were formidable. Unfortunately, Muzan's own vision was far too narrow. He never stepped onto a proper stage to wield his power, which ultimately led to his pathetic death. But that was the old Muzan Kibutsuji, not the man who was now Tsukiyako. In Tsukiyako's eyes, both the Demon Slayer Corps, an organization rejected by the mainstream government, and the cursed Yubayashiki family who led it were nothing but paper tigers. Faced with a demon king who possessed absolute, crushing power, they had only two choices: surrender or die. And now, Tsukiyako was ready to make them choose. "Please, Master, enlighten us," the demons before him said in unison. The members of the 12 Kazuki fixed their eyes on Tsukiyako, their expressions a perfect blend of respect and submission. No matter how arrogant or powerful they were in the outside world, they were nothing before their master. "Our previous actions have given us an advantage, but this is only the beginning." Tsukiyako's voice was cold and sharp. Yubayashiki and the Demon Slayer Corps are still standing. Their foundation remains. The current leader of the Yubayashiki family is Kaguya Yubayashiki, and he likely doesn't have many days left to live. He continued, his gaze sweeping over his most powerful servants. "As for the Demon Slayer Corps, we have already dealt with 3 of their Hashira. That leaves 6. We will eliminate them one by one." Tsukiyako's eyes settled on the 6-eyed demon, Kokushibo. Upper rank 1, Kokushibo, opened and closed all 6 of his eyes in an instant. "I am here. Your next task is similar to your last one. I will give you more of my blood, but this time, your targets are the priest clan and the prime minister." During Japan's Taisho era, the government operated as a constitutional monarchy. This system was designed to protect the power of the imperial family while also promoting democratic development, which was symbolized by the cabinet. The cabinet and its leader, the prime minister, held immense power over the country's operations. Tsukiyako's plan was simple and devastating. He wanted Kokushibo to eradicate the current cabinet and prime minister, completely paralyzing the highest levels of the Japanese government. With the government in chaos, the ceremonial emperor would be powerless to act. "Understood," Kokushibo replied. His grip on his katana tightened, and a sharp, powerful aura erupted from his body. "Doma," Tsukiyako said, turning his gaze to the demon with rainbow-colored eyes. "Your job," he instructed upper rank 2, Doma, "is to infiltrate the military legions in every prefecture of Japan. Start with the high-ranking officers and gradually take control. We are going to build our own army of demons." A gentle, eerie smile spread across Doma's face. "Understood, Master." Akeza. Finally, Tsukiyako looked at upper rank 3, Akeza, the demon he had sent to Mount Sajiri. "You have forgotten your human memories. This allows you to act without restraint, but it is also your greatest flaw." The word struck Akeza like a physical blow. The origins of the upper rank demons were all different, but many of them had been tragic figures in their human lives. Akeza was a prime example. His real name was Hakuji, and he once had a master and a fiancée he loved dearly. He had a stable life and dreams for the future, but a rival dojo poisoned them, and he lost everything. All that remained was a burning, intense rage, which was what had attracted the attention of the original Muzan. However, in the final battle in the Infinity Castle, it was the return of those memories that led to his defeat. Tsukiyako intended to fix that problem for good. "I am going to give you an opportunity," Tsukiyako said, his voice laced with manipulative promise. Akeza, sensing the power behind the offer, nodded immediately. "Understood." At the same time, in the medical wing of the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the insect Hashira, Shinobu Koko, walked out of Tanjiro Kamada's ward with a worried expression. Her mind was filled with troubling thoughts. A few moments ago, Tanjiro had described Nezuko's situation in detail, offering his own hopeful guesses about her condition. In Shinobu's opinion, Tanjiro was likely exaggerating because Nezuko was his sister. But that wasn't the main point. The real problem was that Nezuko was now in the hands of Muzan Kibutsuji, which meant she was in danger of being twisted into something more powerful and monstrous. For years, Shinobu had dedicated her life to improving her medical skills and developing poisons, all for the purpose of killing two demons, Muzan Kibatsuji, and the one who had murdered her older sister, Connie. That demon was upper rank too, Doma. Sister. A soft, girlish voice called out. Shinobu looked up to see a girl in a demon slayer uniform with a long side ponytail standing before her. It was Kaneo Tsuyuri, the quiet girl her sister had saved from human traffickers years ago. Now, Kaneo was her Tsugyuko, her designated successor, and the last living piece of her family. "You're here," Shinobu said, pushing her worries down. She forced a gentle smile, stepped forward, and took Kaneo's hand. "Good. Let's go." Back inside the ward, the air was thick with a heavy silence. Zenitsu Agatsuma trembled as he looked at the grim, desperate expression on Tanjiro Kamada's face. He knew that everything Shinobu had told them was the truth, but the reality of it was just too cruel. First, Tanjiro's family was slaughtered. Then, his sister was turned into a demon and captured. Now, his master was dead, and his senior apprentice had betrayed them. Zenitsu couldn't believe one person could suffer so much bad luck. He knew that in an era where demons roamed freely, such tragedies were common, but seeing it all happen to his kind friend was unbearable. Kibutsuji Muzan. Kibutsuji Muzan. Kibutsuji Muzan. Zenitsu watched as Tanjiro, who had been staring blankly at the ceiling, began to mumble the demon's name. His voice was a low, broken whisper at first. Kibutsuji Muzan. Kibutsuji Muzan. Then, a fire ignited in his dazed eyes. With a surge of energy, Tanjiro struggled to sit up in his bed, his fists clenched tightly. "I'm going to kill you," he growled, his voice raw with pain and hatred. "I must kill you. I will kill you." Chapter 17 The Snake in the Shadows. At the Yubayashiki ancestral home, the Hashira meeting had ended. Kaguya Yubayashiki appeared to be resting, but in reality, his mind was already working on a new plan. The original strategy, built on years of observing Muzan Kibutsuji's predictable behavior, was now completely useless. For centuries, Muzan had operated in a certain way, a pattern that the Demon Slayer Corps and the Yubayashiki family had planned to exploit. The gathering of the 9 Hashira and the arrival of the Shrine Maiden, Amane, were all pieces of an elaborate trap designed for one purpose, to finally kill Muzan Kibutsuji. However, the unthinkable had happened. Overnight, Muzan Kibutsuji's entire personality seemed to have changed. His methods, his character, everything was different. If they continued with the old plan now, it would be a disaster. The Yubayashiki family, the Demon Slayer Corps, and even the Shrine Maiden clan would likely be slaughtered. That was an outcome Kaguya could not allow. "We've made contact," Kaguya said, his voice quiet but firm. He fought to suppress the intense, burning pain from the curse that covered his body, his blind eyes holding an unusual focus. "Yes, we've made contact with my family," Amane replied, her voice soft and gentle. "They are preparing to send the young master of the Shrine Maiden clan, Jubei Kanzaki. Our clan is skilled in many methods of hunting demons, and we have our own sacred grounds." She looked at her husband with deep concern. "Jubei is one of the candidates to become the next head of our clan. We don't need to question his abilities. What we need to worry about is Muzan Kibutsuji. His current behavior is completely abnormal." Kaguya's expression turned grim. "I agree. In this situation, all of our previous preparations are worthless. But 3 of the 9 Hashira have fallen into his hands. He will definitely use them to make some kind of statement." He paused, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. "All we can do now is wait patiently for him to make the first move." Even as he said the words, Kaguya's inherited ability of foresight sent a chill down his spine. He had a terrible, ominous feeling. The old Muzan Kibutsuji was a monster, but this new one, Tsukiyako, was far more terrifying. He was like a venomous snake hiding in the shadows, and no one knew when he would strike. But they had no choice. They had to be ready to face him. Meanwhile, in the Infinity Castle, the meeting of the 12 Kazuki had also concluded. Tsukiyako's form vanished and reappeared in the quiet courtyard where Lady Tamayo resided. Using Nakame's powerful blood demon art, Tsukiyako had moved Tamayo's entire home, courtyard and all, into his dimensional fortress. Nakame could shift and rearrange space with a strum of her biwa, but ultimate control belonged to Tsukiyako. From the moment Tamayo and her assistant, Yushiro, had entered the Infinity Castle, their every move was under his complete watch. A person's time and energy are limited, Tsukiyako thought to himself, a small smile playing on his lips. To improve any skill, one must spend countless hours on trial and error. But after becoming a demon, you gain nearly unlimited time and energy. Improving your abilities should become simple. He scoffed internally. But that depends on the demon. In his opinion, only the top few upper ranks of the 12 Kazuki understood how to properly use their endless lives to grow stronger. From upper rank 6, Jayataro and Daki, downwards, the rest were lazy and complacent. In contrast, there was Tamayo, the female demon who had escaped his control hundreds of years ago. She was disciplined and had dedicated her long life to the study of medicine. Inside her room in the transplanted courtyard, Lady Tamayo was carefully writing in her journal. I never thought I could make more progress in just a few weeks than I did in decades of work. She thought, a mixture of awe and bitterness swirling within her. Just as Tsukiyako had assessed, Tamayo had been passionate about medicine even as a human. After becoming a demon, she had the infinite stamina and energy to pursue her research without rest, allowing her knowledge to grow immensely. Still, her progress had been slow. Experimenting on demons was difficult when her own strength was limited. But now, she had a perfect test subject right in front of her, Nezuko Kamadu. That, combined with the immense pressure from Tsukiyako, had pushed her to work harder than ever before. In a short time, she had made incredible breakthroughs and had already determined the key changes in Nezuko's blood. All of this is happening because of Muzan Kibutsuji's oppression, she mused. But in a way, being forced to help this girl, it feels like a small atonement for his sins. For the first time in a long while, a genuine, hopeful smile graced her face. But she knew that even with this feeling, her hatred for Tsukiyako hadn't faded. In fact, it had only grown deeper. "What's wrong, Tamayo?" A calm voice suddenly spoke right beside her ear. A figure appeared out of thin air, moving like a ghost. "Did you think of something that made you happy?" Tamayo's smile vanished instantly, her beautiful face becoming a mask of stone. Tsukiyako stood beside her as if he had been there all along. The terrifying pressure and aura of danger that rolled off him made her delicate body tremble slightly. He was terrifying. Far too terrifying. The Muzan Kibutsuji she had known in the past was a monster of rage and impulse. This Tsukiyako was something else entirely, a creature of cold, mysterious power. He was standing right in front of her, yet it felt like an impossible distance separated them. Even worse was the suffocating feeling that her every move, every word, and even every thought were being watched by him. The old Muzan could control her body, but he could never invade her mind like this. "Tamayo, why aren't you smiling? Don't you like to smile?" Tsukiyako's voice sounded again, deceptively casual. He nonchalantly picked up her research notes from the desk, his eyes scanning the pages. A slight smile touched his lips. "I was right about you, Tamayo. To have made this much progress in such a short amount of time is impressive." He placed the notes back on the desk and turned, clasping his hands behind his back. "Remember," he said, his tone dropping into a cold warning, "you don't have much time left. And my patience is also limited." The moment the words left his mouth, Tsukiyako's figure vanished, leaving Lady Tamayo alone in the silent, trembling room. Chapter 18 The Infinity Train. Tamayo only allowed herself to breathe once Tsukiyako's figure had completely vanished. A long, shuddering sigh escaped her lips as the tension that had seized her entire body finally began to fade. Every second she had spent in his presence had been an agony unlike any she had felt in centuries. In her eyes, the Muzan Kibutsuji of the past had been a creature of pure, fanatical evil. But this man, this version of him that called himself Tsukiyako, was something far more terrifying, a rational demon. A demon was already a creature of nightmares, but one that acted with cold, calculated logic was a horror beyond imagination. His immense power was undeniable. Tamayo knew that even with all her strength, she stood no chance against him. "Demon, demon," she murmured, her voice trembling. Just then, Yushiro and Nezuko rushed to her side, drawn by the sound of her distress. They gently helped her to her feet. "Lady Tamayo, are you all right?" Yushiro asked, his own body shaking with a mixture of fear and concern. He knew there was only one being in the world who could distress the always calm and gentle Lady Tamayo to such an extent. It wasn't a person. It was a monster. It was Muzan Kibutsuji. Beside them, Nezuko looked up at Tamayo, her brow furrowed with worry. Though she could no longer speak, her soft hums and the gentle way she held onto Tamayo's sleeve conveyed her deep concern. She could feel the kindness that radiated from this woman, and seeing her in such pain was upsetting. I'm fine, Tamayo managed to say, forcing herself to regain some of her composure for their sake. But even as she straightened her back, the profound horror still lingered on her face. The word, terrifying, was not enough to describe the mark Tsukiyako had left on her soul. It was a feeling of pure, heart-stopping dread. At the same time, Tsukiyako's form materialized back in the Infinity Castle. He moved through the shifting, impossible architecture as if he were walking through his own garden. Tamayo is still so easily frightened, he mused to himself, a cold, analytical tone in his thoughts. Her medical knowledge, however, remains extraordinary. It is a valuable asset. He considered the role of medicine in his long existence. In the entire world, perhaps only the Demon Slayer Corps' insect Hashira, Shinobu Koko, could match Tamayo's expertise. Doctors held a surprisingly powerful position in this world. 3 of them, in particular, had played significant roles. First, there was the foolish doctor who had treated him in his human life. That man had accidentally created the first demon, a perfect being, and was then killed for his incompetence before he could even finish the treatment. Second was Tamayo herself. A brilliant trader who, over hundreds of years of independent research, had developed a medicine capable of aging a demon's cells. A remarkable feat. She had even sacrificed herself in a desperate, final attempt to kill him in another timeline. Such dedication was useful, if misguided. And third, there was Shinobu Koko, one of the Demon Slayer Corps' 9 Hashira and the head of their medical team. She had successfully created a potent poison from wisteria flowers that could kill demons. She was clever, like an insect that had developed a sharp sting. In the end, she had managed to help kill upper rank 2, Doma, alongside her adopted sister. Tsukiyako smirked. Medicine could create demons, and it could kill them. It was a tool, like any other. And now, all the pieces were in place. It's time for a new show to begin, he said, a faint, cruel smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, in another corner of the vast Infinity Castle, 3 figures struggled against the endless, shifting corridors. Damn it! What is this place? A voice snarled in frustration. We've been walking for what feels like days, and we haven't found anything. If it's an illusion, there seems to be no way to break it, another voice added, calm but laced with strain. And if it's real, then how do we get out? This is an incredibly bizarre space, a third, older voice observed. The blood demon art that controls this place is more powerful than anything I have ever encountered. The 3 men were the former water Hashira, Seikanji Urokadaka, the current water Hashira, Jiyu Tomioka, and the serpent Hashira, Obanai Iguro. They had been trapped here ever since Tsukiyako had captured them. Obanai, whose skills as the serpent Hashira made him an expert at navigating difficult terrain, wore the grimmest expression of all. The castle seemed to have no discernible pattern, its rooms and hallways rearranging themselves at random. Worse still, demons constantly emerged from the woodwork, forcing them into endless battles. Though they had defeated every demon they faced, their bodies and minds were nearing their breaking point. Their muscles ached, their lungs burned, and the constant disorientation was wearing down their wills. It was, without a doubt, the most terrifying crisis they had ever faced, a slow, grueling process of being worn down to nothing. It was like being boiled alive. If I'm right, this must be the work of one of the 12 Kazuki, Seikanji Urokadaka said, his voice steady despite their situation. However, I don't think the demon's goal is to simply exhaust us to death. Its true purpose is to push our bodies and spirits to their absolute limits. Only then, will our real enemy appear. As if on cue, the moment Urokadaka finished speaking, the space around them warped violently. The familiar corridor dissolved, and the 3 of them found themselves standing exactly where they had first appeared. Before them, a massive platform rose from the ground, and upon a throne that seemed woven from blood and fire, Tsukiyako's figure materialized. Damn you! Jiyu Tomioka and Obanai Iguro instinctively reached for their swords, a sharp killing intent flaring in their eyes. The memory of how this man had casually murdered their friend and fellow Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa, was still fresh in their minds. He had crushed the wind Hashira as easily as one would step on an ant, a horrifying display of the power gap between them. Yet, he hadn't killed them. That was the most infuriating and unnerving part. From the day they joined the Demon Slayer Corps, they had accepted the possibility of death. They would fight to their last breath if there was even a sliver of hope for victory. But now, that sliver of hope was being held and controlled by their greatest enemy. "Speak," a calm voice cut through the tension. Seikanji Urokadakis slowly removed his red Tengu mask, revealing the face of a gentle but resolute old man. He looked directly at the demon on the throne. "Muzan Kibutsuji, what is your plan? We are here, and as you wanted, our bodies and our wills have reached their limits." His voice was cold and clear, without a trace of fear. "If you're going to make your move, do it now. We can't hold on much longer." "Is that so?" Hearing this, the smile on Tsukioko's face widened into a grin of pure amusement. "Don't worry," he said, his voice echoing in the vast space. "You can't die just yet. If you did, how would my Infinity Train plan ever begin?" Chapter 19 The Grand Spectacle. The Infinity Train Project. The words hung in the air, simple yet utterly chilling. For Jiyu Tomioka, Obanai Iguro, and Seikanji Urokadake, the phrase struck them with the force of a physical blow, followed by a cold, creeping sense of dread. Over the long years of fighting, they had developed a general understanding of Muzan Kibutsuji's methods, even if they had never faced him directly. They knew his will through the actions of his 12 Kazuki. They knew that the deaths of the lower ranks, while tragic, had often served to boost the morale of the Demon Slayer Corps. But they also knew the grim reality that facing an upper rank was a death sentence, even for a Hashira. Historically, Muzan's movements were like that of a coward. He and his Kazuki would cause trouble, but it was usually confined to smaller, isolated incidents. When a truly large-scale conflict arose, Muzan would retreat into the shadows, letting lesser demons do his bidding. But the recent events had completely shattered that understanding. The being calling himself Tsukiyako had not only appeared in person but had also displayed a level of power that resulted in an unprecedented and devastating defeat for the Demon Slayer Corps. Bizarre. It was the only word that seemed to fit the monster before them. The Infinity Train Project. What does he mean? Jiyu wondered aloud, his voice low. And this feeling, it's like our strength is being constantly drained. What is his goal? I don't know, Obanai hissed, his mismatched eyes burning with a sharp, cold fury. But whatever it is, we can't let him succeed. We have to avenge everyone the demons have killed. He and Jiyu exchanged a look, a silent understanding passing between them. They both knew that in their current, weakened state, they stood no chance against Tsukiyako, even with Urokadake by their side. But surrender was not in their nature. They had already prepared for the worst. If it came to it, they would take their own lives before allowing the demon to use them for his twisted purposes. A dead man could not be manipulated, and even the Demon King couldn't bring back the dead. This Infinity Train project is the second phase of my plan for Japan. Tsukiyako's voice cut through their thoughts, his expression perfectly calm as his gaze swept over them. As for the first phase, haven't you already experienced it? Right now, the entire country has fallen into chaos. A faint, cruel smile played on his lips. The government, the cabinet, the imperial family, and the local military forces are all consumed by infighting and suspicion. And as for the Demon Slayer Corps, Mount Fujikazan is gone. Yubayashiki may have other training grounds, but it doesn't matter. In the short term, his supply of new slayers has been cut off. Though Tsukiyako spoke as if he were merely stating facts, his indifferent words made the three captives' faces grow even paler. Yubayashiki's power rests on two pillars. Tsukiyako continued his calm analysis. On the surface, it's the resources and intelligence network of his family. Beneath that, it's the military power of the Demon Slayer Corps. The Corps has now suffered devastating losses. Meanwhile, the constant demon attacks and assassinations of officials are causing the government to point its fingers at the vast and secretive Yubayashiki family. No matter how deep their connections run, they can't withstand the scrutiny of an entire nation. He fixed his gaze on them, his eyes cold and empty. But none of that matters to you anymore. Because now, you must face your own fate. At his words, Jiyu and the others tensed. It was clear now. The reason Tsukiyako hadn't killed them immediately was because he had a far more vicious plan in mind. A plan that targeted not just the Demon Slayer Corps, but all of Japan. It was terrifying. If the old Muzan Kibutsuji was despicable and disgusting, this new version, Tsukiyako, was powerful and utterly fearsome. Is that so? Seikanji Urokadake's voice was strained, but he instantly suppressed the fear and despair rising within him. But don't forget, Yubayashiki and the Demon Slayer Corps are still here. Even if we die, your plan isn't guaranteed to succeed. In the end, Muzan Kibutsuji, your evil can never triumph over true justice. He broke off as a sharp pain from his injuries flared up, and he coughed violently, spitting a mouthful of blood. Pfft! Master! Jiyu cried out. Urokadaka-senpai. Obanai moved to support the old man. Is that so? Tsukiyako repeated from his throne, his expression unchanged as the wind whipped his coat around him. A calm smile returned to his face. Geographically, Japan in this Taisho era is divided into one metropolis, one circuit, 2 prefectures, and 43 prefectures. The metropolis is Tokyo. The circuit is Hokkaido. The 2 main urban prefectures are Tokyo and Osaka. It's a good era, the Taisho era. Trains and railways now connect the country. His smile widened. But what I intend to do is destroy those very trains and railways. I will paralyze all major transportation in Japan. Without them, the nation will inevitably fracture into isolated regions. Once the cabinet and the imperial family are overthrown, an unprecedented era of chaos will begin. The word struck the 3 slayers like a bolt of lightning. Even though they had tried to prepare for the worst, they had still underestimated the sheer scale of his malice. If his plan succeeded, all of Japan would be plunged into misery. Forget the Demon Slayer Corps, the entire nation would drown in a sea of blood and corpses. And to Tsukiyako, it was all just a trivial matter. Human lives were like grass to be trampled underfoot. Damn it, they all thought. This is a demon that should never have been allowed to exist. And now, everyone, Tsukiyako said, his smile intensifying to a terrifying degree. This grand spectacle will begin with you. His eyes gleamed with a chilling light. I am very curious to see how the Demon Slayer Corps, that so-called organization of justice, reacts when it is forced to face its own former comrades. 20, Chapter 20, A War on 2 Fronts. The moment Tsukiyako's words fell, the air behind him warped. Countless shadowy tentacles, slick and eerie, erupted from nothingness. Before Seikanji Urokadake, Jiyu Tomioka, or Obanai Iguro could even process the threat, the appendages shot forward, ensnaring all 3 of them in an iron grip. A terrifying, boundless power flooded their bodies, a raw and corrupting energy that felt like it was tearing at their very souls. The world dissolved into a blur of agony. Time itself seemed to break, stretching moments into centuries and compressing hours into fleeting seconds. Now, the show can truly begin, Tsukiyako said, slowly rising from his throne. His trench coat billowed around him as if caught in a phantom wind, and a surging, oppressive aura erupted from his form. Let this storm rage even more fiercely. Meanwhile, in the capital of Japan, the government cabinet was in session. A deathly silence had fallen over the Grand Council Hall. The faces of every cabinet member were grim, etched with frustration and fear. The social order, which had been relatively stable, had plunged into absolute chaos in a startlingly short amount of time. It was a situation no one could have predicted, and it was caused by 2 forces they could no longer ignore: demons and the Demon Slayer Corps. For centuries, the Demon Slayer Corps had existed in the shadows. The government maintained a superficial, hands-off relationship with them, and after the nationwide ban on carrying swords, the Demon Slayers had all but vanished from public life. This should have been good news. Instead, demon incidents began erupting across the country with alarming frequency, causing social unrest and political turmoil. What was far more unacceptable to the Prime Minister and his cabinet, however, was the repeated discovery of Nichiren blades at the scenes of high-profile assassinations. While demons were terrifying, they were a known entity that only operated at night. The Demon Slayer Corps was different. They were highly trained samurai who operated as a rogue military force. Previously, under Kaguya Yubayashiki's discreet leadership, the government had been able to turn a blind eye. But now, they felt as if the Corps was challenging them directly, and that was something they could not tolerate. Bang! Prime Minister Kamatero, the leader of the Taisho-era cabinet, slammed his briefcase down on the conference table. His face was twisted with fury. This is too much. It is truly too much. He roared. The demons are one thing, but I never expected Yubayashiki to be so reckless. Last night, the imperial family itself was targeted in an assassination attempt, and a Nichiren blade was left behind at the scene. As the signature weapon of the Demon Slayer Corps and the only blade known to harm demons, the Nichiren sword was unmistakable. The government was well aware of its existence. While the location of the swordsmith village remained a secret, its people still needed to eat, trade, and live. They were not entirely ghosts. In the eyes of the government, the Demon Slayer Corps was supposed to function like the immune system of the nation, a necessary force to eliminate the disease of demons. And while they posed a certain threat as an independent armed group, they were ultimately outmatched in the modern era of firearms and cannons. What the government truly feared was not the Corps itself, but the possibility that Yabayashiki and his slayers would cooperate with the demons. That was the nightmare scenario that kept them awake at night. And now, all the evidence suggested that their worst fear was becoming a reality. Since Yabayashiki has shown his fangs, we must act, the Prime Minister declared, his eyes burning with cold resolve. We must find a way to eliminate them. They have caused significant damage to the stability of Japan. After he spoke, the hall fell into a brief, heavy silence. Then, a single voice broke it. Seconded. It was followed by a chorus of unanimous agreement. Seconded. Seconded. One day later, at the Yabayashiki ancestral home, the situation was dire. The priestess Amini helped a weary Kaguya Yabayashiki to his feet. The master of the Demon Slayer Corps seemed dazed, the weight of recent events and his worsening illness pressing down on him. Just then, a report came through their intelligence network. What? You have news about the water Hashira and the others. Though Kaguya was a master of concealing his emotions, a flicker of hopeful surprise crossed his face. Since Tsukioko's devastating attack, the Demon Slayer Corps had been crippled and forced onto the defensive. To make matters worse, the Japanese government was now actively targeting them, seizing their visible assets and crippling their operations. At a time like this, any news that wasn't bad news was a blessing. Immediately summon the Hashira, Kaguya ordered, his voice regaining its quiet strength. It is time for us to act. However, you must remember to prioritize your own safety above all else. He then turned to his wife. And Amini, that person from the Shrine Maiden clan, it is time to call on them as well. Yes, Amini replied, a determined light returning to her purple eyes. Soon, the Demon Slayer Corps was in motion once more. This operation was not just a rescue mission, it was a matter of survival and honor. The humiliation they had suffered at Tsukioko's hands was perhaps the greatest in their centuries-long history. They knew the assassination attempts and the Nichiren blades left at the scenes were all part of a frame-up, but without evidence, they could not convince the government of their innocence. Their only path forward was to completely annihilate Muzan Kibutsuji and the demons under his command. Only then could they clear their name and bring true light back to the world. And now, the moment to strike back had finally arrived. At the same time, in the Butterfly Mansion's medical ward, Tanjiro was making his own stand. I have to be a part of this mission, he said, pulling the bandages from his arm. His determined gaze fell on the beautiful woman standing before him, the insect Hashira, Shinobu Koko. If I can't go, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. His eyes hardened, a deep killing intent simmering within them. Miss Koko, Nezuko is my sister. Seikanji Urokadaki is my teacher, and Jiyu Tomioka is my senior. My entire family was killed by Muzan Kibutsuji. This is a debt that must be paid. Shinobu looked at him, her purple eyes taking in the unwavering fire in his. She didn't try to argue. If that's how you feel, then there's nothing more I can say to persuade you, she said, her voice soft. She held out his Nichiren sword. Take this, Tanjiro. But you must remember to survive. She turned, her expression unreadable. Only those who live are qualified to speak of hatred. If you die at the hands of a demon, then your sister, your teacher, and your senior, everything you're fighting for will be lost forever. As her last word echoed in the room, her figure vanished from Tanjiro's sight. 21, Chapter 21, The Master's Gambit. As Shinobu Koko, the insect Hashira, turned to leave, she left a lasting impression on Tanjiro Kamado. She hadn't said a word to him directly, but he could feel the immense, sorrowful hatred she carried in her heart. It was a cold, heavy presence, an emotion she kept tightly suppressed beneath her gentle smile. Tanjiro understood immediately. Someone she loved, someone precious to her, had been stolen by a demon. That was why she had joined the Demon Slayer Corps, to ensure no one else would suffer the same fate, and to rid the world of every last demon. Tanjiro. Wait up, Tanjiro. Just as Tanjiro finished his own preparations to depart, two figures hurried over to him. The first was Zenitsu Agatsuma, a friend he knew well. Zenitsu's panicked expression and wild, blonde hair were a familiar sight, one that often brought a smile to Tanjiro's face. Despite his cowardly nature, Zenitsu was a powerful swordsman who used thunder breathing, though his skills only truly appeared when he was unconscious with fear. The other was a young man with a dark, braided ponytail and a prominent scar running across his face. He seemed tense and unapproachable. "Let's go together," Zenitsu pleaded, grabbing onto Tanjiro's sleeve. "His name is Jinya Shinazugawa. His older brother is the Wind Hashira, Sanemi Shinazugawa. You know, one of the Hashira who's missing right now. We have to help, and you can't just leave me behind to go by myself." "Kamadu, Tanjiro," Jinya said, his voice rough as he finally looked Tanjiro in the eye. It was a huge step for Jinya, who was normally withdrawn and struggled to speak with others. For him to approach Tanjiro was a testament to the situation. He had seen Tanjiro's incredible strength firsthand during the final selection on Mount Fujikazan. Even with his unique ability to gain demonic power by eating parts of a demon, Jinya knew he was no match for Tanjiro's skill. But more importantly, his brother was missing. With Sanemi in danger, Jinya had to push past his pride and his usual difficult attitude. He needed help, and he knew Tanjiro was his best hope. Before Jinya could force himself to say more, Tanjiro offered him a warm, understanding smile. "All right," he said, his voice gentle and reassuring. "Then let's do our best. Together." At the same time, at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, an urgent meeting had concluded. The 6 remaining Hashira stood ready, their orders received from Oyakata-sama. A heavy, murderous aura filled the garden, a silent promise of the battle to come. Gyomei Haimjima, the Stone Hashira. Shinobu Koko, the Insect Hashira. Mitsurai Kenroji, the Love Hashira. Kyojuro Rengoku, the Flame Hashira. Tengen Uzui, the Sound Hashira. Muchiro Tokaito, the Mist Hashira. They were the strongest swordsmen in the Demon Slayer Corps, the pinnacle of human strength against the demonic threat. Each of them understood just how difficult and dangerous this mission would be. But that was precisely why they had to succeed. If they failed, the Corps would suffer a devastating blow, and their leader, Kaguya Yubayashiki, would be in grave danger. The loss of 3 of their comrades had already wounded the Hashira deeply, and their shared grief now fueled a burning hatred for the demons responsible. "Everyone," Gyomei said, his deep voice resonating with resolve. "It is time. Let's move out." Their eyes met in a moment of silent agreement. In the next instant, they were gone, vanishing from the estate in blurs of motion that scattered in different directions, each moving with a speed that was almost inhuman. Meanwhile, within the Yubayashiki ancestral home, the atmosphere was tense. "The Hashira have departed," Amini Yubayashiki reported softly, helping her husband, Kaguya, to sit up. "Tanjiro Kamadu and his friends have also begun to move. This operation is of the utmost importance to our family and to the entire Demon Slayer Corps." She paused, a shadow of doubt crossing her features. "But there's a problem. The intelligence we received claimed that the 3 missing Hashira have appeared on 3 different trains. My lord, this feels wrong." A hint of worry entered her calm purple eyes. "This is very likely a trick, a trap set for us by Muzan Kibutsuji." "Indeed, it is," Kaguya Yubayashiki agreed without hesitation, his voice gentle despite the grim topic. "However, it is a trap we must willingly walk into. The enemy is hidden in the dark while we are forced to act in the open. We cannot simply abandon 3 of our Hashira, regardless of the risk." A faint, sorrowful sigh escaped him. "I'm afraid this is merely a diversion on Muzan's part. He's become completely different from the being we have hunted for 1,000 years. Even my foresight, my precognitive ability can no longer see through his actions." This was a terrifying admission. For generations, the Yubayashiki family had guided the Demon Slayer Corps not only with their leadership but with the family head's unique ability to predict future events. This power had allowed them to navigate centuries of conflict and survive against an immortal enemy. But now, for the first time, Kaguya found that his sight was blind when it came to Muzan. It was a bitter irony. The curse that was slowly killing him and his family, a curse originating from their blood relation to Muzan, was the very source of their power. Muzan had created their curse, and in doing so, had also given them the one tool that could destroy him. Now, that tool was failing. However, Kaguya's voice suddenly grew firm, his blind eyes seeming to focus on a distant point. "Our true trump card has not yet been played. That person is the key to this entire confrontation, the successor of the Shinken clan, Jubei Shinken. As the demon slayers moved into position, Muzan Kibutsuji's 12 Kazuki were already tightening their vast net. Following their master's earlier commands, they had manipulated events from the shadows, turning the entire Japanese government against the Demon Slayer Corps. Small, isolated clashes between slayers and local garrisons erupted into open warfare. Fueled by a new wave of carefully orchestrated demon attacks and assassinations blamed on the Corps, the Yubayashiki family and their slayers were declared enemies of the state, pushed to the opposite side of all of Japan. It was at this moment, across the country in the bustling metropolises of Tokyo and Osaka, that the plan was set in motion. As the designated time arrived, 3 long, powerful trains hissed to life on their tracks, their engines beginning to churn. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a great roar of steam and metal, they began to move, pulling their long lines of cars into the night. It was the Taisho era, an age of progress and shadows. And on each of those 3 trains, 3 figures simultaneously snapped their eyes open. Thump thump, thump thump. Jiyu Tomioka awoke to the rhythmic clatter of wheels on a track and the faint smell of iron. Blood. An overwhelming sense of danger washed over him, and before he could form a complete thought, his hand was already on the hilt of his Nichiren sword. He shot up, his eyes darting around the train car. The other passengers were screaming, their faces twisted not in fear, but in monstrous glee as they lunged toward him. His mind was a fog. He couldn't remember how he had gotten here. But his body remembered its purpose. Clang! Blood sprayed across the windows as his blade cut down the first attacker. They looked like people, but his instincts screamed demon. A bizarre and terrifying hallucination had taken hold of his mind, twisting reality into a nightmare. He saw not frightened civilians, but a horde of grotesque demons thirsting for his blood. Slash! Thud! Within seconds, the train car was a river of blood. Jiyu stood amidst the carnage, his blade dripping. He felt no triumph, only a cold, grim certainty. So, this is where I am, he muttered to himself, his voice low and empty. The faces of the shrieking passengers warped into leering demonic masks before his eyes. It doesn't matter. A demon is a demon. He raised his sword again, his expression unreadable. He was trapped in a living hell, and the only way out was to cut his way through it. 22, Chapter 22, The Puppeteer's Stage. Oh, dear God. Who is that man? Why is he doing this? He's a devil. He's covered in blood and he just keeps cutting everyone down. Aboard the train, shrill screams of terror echoed through the car as Sanemi Shinazugawa continued his rampage. What should have been a simple journey had turned into a blood-soaked nightmare. No one understood what was happening. One moment, they were passengers, and the next, a man with wild white hair and a demon slayer uniform was carving through them like a force of nature. His skill with a sword was terrifying. His movements were a blur of speed and deadly precision. The few brave guards who tried to intervene were cut down before they could even raise their weapons. The chilling aura of his Nichiren sword seemed to drain the courage from anyone who looked at it. In moments, the entire car had become a slaughterhouse, the floor slick with blood and littered with dismembered bodies. The thick, metallic stench was suffocating. Good, good, good. A manic, morbid grin stretched across Sanemi's face as he surveyed his work. I knew these so-called demons were nothing but trash. It seems my skills have gotten even sharper. In his eyes, he saw not the terrified faces of men and women, but the grotesque, twisted forms of demons. Time to kill to my heart's content. With a guttural roar, he lunged forward into the next car. This horrific scene was not unique. On 2 other trains, at the very same moment, the water Hashira, Jiyu Tomioka, and the serpent Hashira, Obanai Iguro, were experiencing the exact same delusion. After waking up in a disoriented haze, their first instinct was the same as Sanemi's, to slaughter every demon in sight. What puzzled them, however, was how weak these demons were. The ghastly monsters they saw before them crumbled with pathetic ease under their blades. A dangerous thought began to form in their minds: perhaps the demons hadn't gotten weaker, but they themselves had become stronger. So this is the game Muzan wants to play. The same grim realization settled in the minds of Jiyu and Obanai. A twisted labyrinth of death. The only way out is through. With renewed resolve, both Hashira continued their grim work. Wherever they went, a storm of blood followed. Deep within the shifting, impossible architecture of the Infinity Castle, Tsukiyako watched the tragedy unfold. He reclined on his throne, his expression as calm and unmoving as a reef that had weathered the sea for 1,000 years. Before him, the world played out like a private performance. The frantic movements of the Yubayashiki clan, the determined advance of the Demon Slayer Corps, the desperate struggles of Sanemi and the others, and the actions of his own 12 Kazuki, he saw it all. Every piece on the board moved according to his will. Even the brilliant demon doctor, Tamayo, diligently working in her hidden laboratory at this very moment, was not outside his sight. A feeling of profound, almost bored amusement washed over him as he watched the three Hashira fight so fiercely against helpless phantoms. If they only knew. If they could see that they were not slaying evil spirits, but butchering the very humans they had sworn to protect, what would their righteous minds do? How beautifully would they shatter? He hadn't even bothered with a complex blood demon art or a powerful illusion. It was merely a subtle psychological suggestion, a whisper to the darkest corners of their souls. He had simply found the shadows that already existed within them and amplified them until they consumed the light. Sanemi, Jiyu, Obanai, all of them had endured countless moments of darkness and despair throughout their lives. Normally, their sense of justice and duty kept that darkness chained. But with his influence, the chains were broken, and the monsters within were completely unleashed. The result was this horrifying, tragic theater of cruelty. And the most deliciously ironic part? At this very moment, the remaining Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps were racing to save these three murderers, completely unaware that they were walking straight into the inescapable trap he had prepared just for them. His gaze shifted to the image of Tamayo. With her talent, it won't be long before she develops the first stage of the medicine, he mused. In the world of demons, only two possessed such profound medical knowledge, Shinobu Koko and Lady Tamayo. While the young insect Hashira was brilliant, Tamayo's centuries of experience made her far more valuable. Of course, her value was purely in her utility. Tsukiyako held not a single shred of trust for the woman who had escaped his control. Once she completed her work, any medicine she created would undergo rigorous trials on other subjects long before he would ever consider using it himself. But speaking of which, a faint, cruel smile touched his lips as he turned his attention away from Tamayo. The true stars of tonight's show have yet to make their entrance, the so-called priest clan. His smile widened. Let me see what tricks you have to offer this time. At that same time, in a remote shrine hidden deep within the ancient, untamed mountains of Japan, a figure stirred. The shrine itself was a relic of a bygone era, its carved beams and painted pillars weathered by centuries of solitude, rarely seen by human eyes. Inside, a young man dressed in the formal, elegant robes of an onmyoji slowly rose from a kneeling position. So, the moment has finally arrived, he whispered, his voice calm and clear. As he stood, streams of light pierced through the dense forest canopy, illuminating a handsome and impossibly serene face. My clan, the Shinkan, has not intervened in the affairs of the mortal world for hundreds of years, he murmured to himself, his thoughts drifting. But this time, this Kibutsuji Muzan is an anomaly, a variable that was not foreseen. According to the original divination, the Yubayashiki clan of this generation was fated to be the one to finally end Muzan's reign and close this long era of demons. What could have changed? I must find out. With his decision made, he took a single step forward, walking slowly out of the ancient shrine. Buzz. The moment he crossed the threshold, the very air around him shimmered. The ancient shrine behind him seemed to fade into the forest, vanishing as if it had never existed at all. The tranquil clearing was replaced by an endless, hostile jungle. A fierce wind howled down from the distant mountains, and the temperature dropped instantly. From the shadows, the roars of tigers and other wild beasts erupted, turning the quiet forest into a place of imminent danger. The young man in the onmyoji robes paid it no mind. He continued his slow, deliberate walk. As he moved, the sounds of the wind, the rustling leaves, and the roaring beasts all fell silent, completely erased from existence. In the next moment, his own figure vanished from where he stood, leaving no trace that he had ever been there at all. He's come. Someone from the priest clan has finally emerged from the mountains. Almost at the same instant, back at the Yubayashiki ancestral home, Kaguya's head lifted. A rare, genuine smile touched his scarred face. In a day filled with dread and uncertainty, this was the best news he could have possibly received. It was a glimmer of hope. 23, Chapter 23, Enemies of the State. On the surface, we are at a great disadvantage, but the Kunnagi clan is our final trump card, Kaguya Yubayashiki thought, a sliver of hope piercing through the gloom. Even if the current head of the clan does not act himself, the fact that a successor like Jubei has emerged shows they have not abandoned us. His expression grew incredibly solemn as he considered the larger crisis. More importantly, the Yubayashiki family and the Demon Slayer Corps are now being targeted by factions all across Japan. For centuries, their organization had operated in the shadows, focusing solely on their sacred duty of slaying demons. They rarely interacted with the mundane forces of the world. But that was only on the surface. Where there are people, there is conflict, and to survive, one needs alliances. The Yubayashiki family's ability to fund the Demon Slayer Corps and support the hidden swordsmith village was not just due to their own deep foundations, it was built on a network of cooperation with other powerful groups. Now, that network was crumbling. The recent, coordinated demon attacks and high-profile assassinations had been skillfully blamed on the Corps. One by one, their collaborators had severed all ties. No matter how powerful an organization was, few had the courage to openly defy the will of the government. Suddenly, the Demon Slayer Corps had become that defiant organization. With their vast wealth and a private army of swordsmen, whispers of treason had begun to circulate. What did they truly want? To slay demons? After so many years, demons still plagued the land. Was it because the demons were too powerful, or was the Corps simply incompetent? Or, a more sinister thought had taken root in the minds of many, perhaps they were deliberately preserving their enemy to maintain their own power and influence. It was a question with no easy answer, a calculation no one could clearly make. More importantly, in the midst of the current chaos, no one had the time or desire to seek the truth. In Kaguya's mind, however, the path was perfectly clear. The tangled web of politics, fear, and betrayal all led back to a single source. Muzan Kibutsuji. Only by eradicating the progenitor of all demons could these conflicts be resolved. Only then would the truth come to light. But achieving that goal now seemed further away than ever. All Kaguya could do was call for reinforcements and place his trust in the experts of the Kunnagi clan to fulfill their ancient purpose. At the same time, the 6 remaining Hashira, split into 3 groups of 2, moved like phantoms through the night. They raced toward the last known routes of the 3 trains, their minds set on a single goal. This wasn't just about completing a mission, it was about tearing down Muzan Kibutsuji's scheme before it could reach its conclusion. No matter how clever his plan was, if they could stop it here, his ambitions would be thwarted. 3 of their comrades were on those trains. Even if they were walking into a trap, they had to break through. Click, clack, click. The sound of dozens of rifle bolts sliding into place shattered the night silence. Gyomei Haimjima and Kyojuro Rengoku skidded to a halt. From the shadows of the forest around them, figures emerged, surrounding them completely. Who are you? Rengoku's voice boomed, full of righteous fire. To stand in our way at such a critical moment. Do you have any idea what you are doing? The scene made the faces of both Hashira turn cold. This mission was a race against time. Every second wasted was a second their friends fell deeper into danger. The Demon Slayer Corps, I presume. A voice sneered from the darkness. A man in the uniform of a government law enforcement officer stepped into the moonlight, his face set in a grim line. You are now officially wanted criminals. What awaits you is prison. Immediately put down your Nichiren blades. As he spoke, a series of rifle muzzles were aimed directly at Gyomei and Rengoku. An extreme sense of danger washed over them. They were warriors of incredible strength, but they could feel the immense, impersonal power held within those modern firearms. They had chosen a remote, hidden route specifically to avoid detection. To be ambushed here could only mean one thing. A traitor had to be within the Demon Slayer Corps. We're going. Gyomei said, his voice a low rumble. He and Rengoku exchanged a single, knowing glance. In the next instant, they charged, their bodies exploding forward with incredible speed. Past experience had taught them a simple lesson: to wait for death was to guarantee it. Their only chance at survival was to fight. The same scene was playing out across the region. The other 2 pairs, Shinobu Koko and Mitsurai Kenroji, Tengen Uzui and Muchiro Tokaito, had all been caught in identical ambushes by government officers. They were surrounded, outgunned, and facing a foe they had never been trained to fight. Against the firearms introduced from the West, their masterful swordsmanship was being pushed to its limit. After all, a blade was a blade, but a body was still made of flesh and blood. In a conference hall in Tokyo, Prime Minister Taro and his closest confidants stood around a large map spread across a table. "I must say, the Yubayashiki family is playing a dangerous game this time, targeting public trains," one of the ministers commented, shaking his head. "I think they are asking for their own destruction. They have been cultivating that private army and hoarding wealth for years," another added. "They clearly have ulterior motives. Fortunately for us, the family itself is cursed," a third said with a grim smile. "Their heirs have always been short-lived. This ambush was their design, a carefully planned method of containment." The reports of demon activity on the trains, followed by news of demon slayers committing frenzied massacres, had given them the perfect justification to finally move against the shadowy Yubayashiki clan. To bring them down, they would first remove their claws, the demon slayer core. Then, they would dismantle their pillars of support, and finally, they would deliver the decisive blow. At this point, whether the Yubayashiki family has truly made a deal with demons or not no longer matters, Prime Minister Taro said, his square face calm and resolved. "For us, the social stability and order of Japan are what is most important." Thump. Gurgle. Thud. Suddenly, the sounds of a struggle erupted from just outside the conference hall doors, the wet impact of fists on flesh, a choked-off scream, and the heavy thud of a body hitting the floor. What was that? Assassins. The Prime Minister's calm expression shattered, his face paling with shock. 24, Chapter 24, The Demon King's Decree. Thud. Thud. The heavy, wet sounds from outside the door were the only warning they received. Almost instantly, the rich, coppery scent of blood flooded the air, thick and cloying. Before Prime Minister Taro and his cabinet could fully react, the bodies of their elite guards were slammed against the ground, one after another. They didn't just fall, they seemed to come apart, collapsing into pieces as if they were made of brittle clay. They were utterly, comprehensively dead. The power of the attacker was absolute. These were not common soldiers. The men assigned to guard the nation's highest office were the top inheritors of Japan's most storied Bushido and swordsmanship schools. In an era where firearms were making the way of the sword obsolete, these samurai were still the undisputed masters of close-quarters combat, chosen for their superhuman reflexes and unyielding discipline. For them to be cut down in a single, silent moment was unthinkable. The strength of the newcomer had to be unimaginable. Crash. The heavy wooden door to the council hall didn't open, it exploded into dust. A fraction of a second later, an invisible wave of pressure shot through the room. The long conference table, the symbol of their authority, was sliced cleanly in two. A figure slowly stepped through the ruined doorway. He was a powerfully built man dressed in the traditional attire of an Edo period samurai, his presence radiating a cold, ancient authority. 6 unsettling eyes blinked slowly on his face, observing the room with an unnerving calm. As he walked, he casually sheathed the long katana in his hand. Crick-crack. The moment the sword clicked into its scabbard, a strange cracking sound filled the air. The remaining furniture, the light fixtures, the very plaster on the walls, everything in the council hall suddenly fractured, crumbling into fine powder as if struck by 1,000 invisible blades. The room fell into a profound, terrifying silence, so deep that the frantic pounding of their own hearts was the only sound left. No one, not Prime Minister Taro nor any of his ministers, could have imagined that a simple blade could be wielded with such impossible, miraculous power. But even more terrifying than the display of swordsmanship were the 6 eyes staring back at them. It was like looking at a ghost, a creature that had stepped out of a nightmare. Their feeling was correct. The samurai who stood before them was indeed a demon. The demon of the sword. Upper rank one of the 12 Kazuki, Kokushibo. "You, what in God's name are you?" Prime Minister Taro finally found his voice, the tremor in it betraying his fear. "Are you human or demon? Were the assassination incidents, was that you?" After the initial shock, the Prime Minister's political mind scrambled to make sense of the situation. This mysterious 6-eyed swordsman was clearly the true threat. The attacks on officials, the demon rumors, the demon slayer core, it was all connected. For weeks, they had been acting on the assumption that the Yubayashiki family was responsible, using the Nichiren blades left at the scenes as evidence. But he'd always had his doubts. The assassinations were too clean, too perfect. The core, for all its strength, was not known for such subtlety. The truth was, the cabinet had used the chaos as an opportunity. The Yubayashiki family had grown too influential, too independent. This was meant to be a stern warning, a political maneuver to bring them to heel. He had never expected that the real culprits would simply walk through his front door. The game of shadows was over. They were no longer pretending, human or demon. Kokushibo's voice was a low, somber rumble. That is a good question. Once, I was human. Later, I became the creature you call a demon. And now, and in the future. His voice was calm, stating a simple, undeniable fact. On this land of Japan, there will no longer be a distinction between the two. What does that mean? The Prime Minister demanded, his heart seizing with dread. It means, a new voice suddenly spoke, its tone so rich and mellow it felt like a dream, that the so-called demons are already a relic of the past. In the future, there will only be perfect beings. The moment this new voice emerged, the immense, suffocating killing intent that had been pouring from Kokushibo vanished completely. The six-eyed demon bowed his head slightly. Master, he said, his tone one of absolute reverence. Master. The word struck the Prime Minister and his cabinet like a bolt of lightning, plunging them into a new level of horror. This six-eyed monster possessed a power that defied all logic. For him to call someone else master meant that the newcomer's strength was on a scale they couldn't even begin to comprehend. The cabinet, the Prime Minister. The voice mused, and a figure stepped out from the shadows behind Kokushibo. You Japanese have certainly embraced this Western idea of a constitutional monarchy. They finally saw him clearly. He was a young man, handsome and dignified, with an air of profound stillness about him. He wore a modern black trench coat, and though he stood perfectly still, he seemed to command the very air around him. He was just one person, yet looking at him was like staring into an abyss, a being of infinite depth and cold, terrifying power. Who are you? Prime Minister Taro's voice was now a trembling whisper. This is the true leader of all demons in Japan, Kokushibo answered for him, his voice devoid of emotion. He is my master. You may call him Lord Tsukiyako. In that moment, their titles and political power meant nothing. Prime Minister, Cabinet Minister, they were just men. In the presence of these beings, they were like peasants in the dark of night who had stumbled upon a god. And it seemed the only choice they had left was to fall to their knees and worship. 25, Chapter 25, A Borrowed Blade. Your Excellency. The cabinet members, including Prime Minister Komataro, stared in disbelief. A moment later, a look of pure shock spread across the Prime Minister's face as realization dawned. You're the true mastermind behind the demons, he stammered, his voice trembling slightly. You're the Demon King, Muzan Kibutsuji. As a longtime supporter of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Yubayashiki family had not only trained demon slayers but had also shared crucial information about demons with the government. Kaguya Yubayashiki believed that the fight against demons was not just for the Corps, but for everyone in the nation. This was one of his most important goals. Because of this, the highest-ranking officials in the land, including the cabinet, were well informed about the existence of demons and their leader. However, the recent demon attacks and the political assassinations had happened at almost the same time. To make matters worse, the Nichiren swords of the Demon Slayer Corps were found at the scenes of the crimes. This led Prime Minister Komataro, his cabinet, and the other powerful factions to a single, terrible conclusion: the Demon Slayer Corps was working with the demons. But now, seeing the man who called himself Tsukiyako standing before him, the Prime Minister understood that all his assumptions had been wrong. The truth was far more horrifying. This man, the leader of the demons, Muzan Kibutsuji, had been pulling the strings from the very beginning, trapping everyone in his elaborate scheme. It wasn't just the Yubayashiki family and the Demon Slayer Corps who were his puppets. Even the highest officials of the government were being manipulated within his grand design. It was clear that Muzan saw everyone as his enemy: the Demon Slayers, the government, and every other faction in the land. The sheer scale of his ambition and the terrifying precision of his methods were unlike anything the Prime Minister had ever encountered. It seems you've figured it all out, Tsukiyako said, his voice smooth and calm. He had been watching the Prime Minister closely, observing every flicker of emotion on his face. He could see the exact moment the man understood everything. As expected of the first Prime Minister of the Taisho era, Komataro. He wasn't bothered by this revelation. At this point, even if they knew the truth, it didn't matter. Whether it was the cabinet or the Yubayashiki family, their chances of turning the situation around were practically zero. Even if the imperial family or the divine priestess clan supporting Kaguya had some hidden trump cards, Tsukiyako paid them no mind. To use those cards, they first had to survive the current crisis. If they couldn't even manage that, then any future plans were completely meaningless. Who? Prime Minister Komataro let out a long, slow breath, and the panic on his face was replaced by a calm mask. However, the slight tremor in his hands revealed that he was not nearly as composed as he appeared. In front of a being like Muzan Kibutsuji, his high-ranking position meant nothing. He was just a man, and a fragile one at that. He knew that if it weren't for his title as Prime Minister, he would likely already be dead. Muzan Kibutsuji, Komataro said, a faint, defiant smile touching his lips. Do you really think you've already won? Thump, thump. As soon as he spoke, figures in traditional samurai attire seemed to melt out of the shadows. One by one, they took up positions around the room, their hands resting on the hilts of their swords. Yajaya Shinkage-ryu, reporting for duty. One announced, his voice sharp. Shinto Munin-ryu, reporting for duty. Another followed. Hokushin Ito-ryu, reporting for duty. In just a few moments, more than a dozen men had appeared. They were the masters of the most famous sword styles in the country, true masters of the blade. These men were Prime Minister Komataro's secret weapon, his strongest trump card meant to be used against the Demon Slayer Corps if they ever became a threat. But now, faced with the terrifying power of Muzan Kibutsuji, he had no choice but to reveal them early. Is that so? The smile on Tsukiyako's lips widened. It seems things are getting more and more interesting. At the same time, at the Yubayashiki estate. What? The high-ranking officials were attacked inside the cabinet's main building? And it was the work of the 12 Kazuki. Kaguya Yubayashiki, who had just felt a wave of relief at the news of support from the Divine Priestess clan, felt a sharp pain in his chest, and he fought the urge to vomit blood. The recent demon attacks and assassinations, all secretly orchestrated by Muzan, had already done immense damage to the reputation of the Demon Slayer Corps. Even though Kaguya had allies within the government, they had all chosen to remain silent this time. The fact that the Demon Slayer Corps was a private army, loyal only to the Yubayashiki family and not the emperor, had always been a source of tension. In the eyes of the government, they were an unpredictable and dangerous force. Some officials might have understood that Kaguya, with his family's curse, was no threat to the throne, but fear often overshadowed logic. The Demon Slayer Corps was a sword in Kaguya's hand. Whether that sword was used to kill demons or men was ultimately his decision. But Kaguya had never imagined that Muzan would be so bold as to directly attack the government and the imperial family. It was now terrifyingly clear that Muzan's goal was not just the destruction of the Demon Slayer Corps, but control over the entire nation. Even as his sworn enemy, Kaguya couldn't help but feel a chill of fear at the sheer audacity of Muzan's plan. However, the cabinet and the imperial family are not so easy to kill, he murmured, taking a slow breath to calm himself. The cabinet is protected by the country's most ancient sword styles, and the imperial family is guarded by true Inyang masters from the Edo period. For Muzan Kibutsuji to attack them now, it isn't his smartest move. But just as he started to feel a glimmer of hope, his wife, Amine, spoke again, her voice steady but grim as she delivered the latest intelligence. According to our sources, 3 of our own have appeared on a public train, the former water Hashira, Seikanji Urokodaka, the current water Hashira, Jiyu Tomioka, and the serpent Hashira, Obanaye Guro. Kaguya's head snapped up. The problem is, Amine continued, her eyes fixed on her husband's pale face, they seem to be under some kind of illusion. They're causing chaos on the train, and it's already forced the official army to respond. But that's not the worst part. The 6 Hashira we dispatched were ambushed by the government's enforcement teams. They're using firearms and cannons. It's clear they intend to kill all 6 of our Hashira on the spot. Pfft. As Amine finished speaking, Kaguya choked, and a spray of blood erupted from his mouth, staining the floor in front of him. His face, already disfigured by his family's curse, twisted in an expression of pure agony. Muzan's strategy was now horribly clear. This tactic of using another's hand to kill, of turning the government's own army against the Demon Slayer Corps, was more than just cruel. It was diabolical. 26, Chapter 26, The Blade's Edge. Master. Seeing her husband cough up blood sent a sharp pang of heartache through Amine. The marriage between the Yubayashiki and Kanzaki families was a tradition stretching back centuries, a mutual choice made by both houses. Many knew of the Yubayashiki family's vast influence and wealth, but they also knew of the curse that guaranteed its men a short life. Amini had known this when she chose to marry Kaguya, a decision she had never once regretted. For years, as the 9 Hashira finally assembled, she had allowed herself to believe the prophecy was coming true, that their generation would be the one to finally see the end of Muzan Kibutsuji. But now, with every move Tsukiyako made, that hope was being torn apart. His schemes were twisting their world into something unrecognizable. The great and ancient Yubayashiki family, and the demon slayer corps they led, were beginning to crumble under the weight of his relentless plotting. The destruction of the final selection on Mount Fujikazan was not just an attack on the core, it was the murder of their children, the next generation of slayers. Amini had always buried that pain deep in her heart, clinging to the belief that Muzan would ultimately be defeated. But seeing Kaguya so weak and frail now, the grief she had suppressed for so long felt like it was tearing her apart from the inside. "It's all right, don't worry," Kaguya whispered, wiping the blood from his lips. The weakness on his face was undeniable, but his voice was steady. "We must have faith. Have faith in our 9 Hashira, and have faith in Kanzaki Jubei, who is about to make his move." He looked at her, his gaze firm. "As long as they are fighting for us, Muzan's conspiracy can't succeed. The final victory will be ours." Hearing his words, Amini felt a renewed strength flow through her. She clasped his hand tightly, her expression shifting from sorrow back to serene resolve. A warm, determined light returned to her purple eyes. Meanwhile, on the other 3 battlefields, the remaining 6 Hashira had managed to break through the encirclement by the government's official enforcement teams. However, none of them had escaped unharmed. Their opponents had come prepared, attacking with a barrage of both cold steel and modern firepower. Even for warriors of their caliber, dodging masterfully wielded swords while under a hail of gunfire and cannon blasts was nearly impossible. Fortunately, it seemed their attackers' goal had been to capture them alive rather than kill them outright. That hesitation had given them the opening they needed to escape. But now, severely injured, the thought of rescuing their 3 captured comrades seemed like an impossible dream. "Retreat isn't an option for a demon slayer," one of them said, gritting their teeth against the pain. "Exactly," another agreed, their voice strained but firm. "Our mission has just begun. We have to see this through to the end. Anyone who stands in our way is just another obstacle to be cut down." With their resolve hardened, the 6 injured Hashira ignored their wounds and charged toward their respective targets. At the same time, back in the cabinet building in Tokyo, the tables had turned completely. With the sudden appearance of the masters from Japan's most renowned sword-fighting schools, the situation was instantly reversed. Tsukiyako and his subordinate, who had held absolute control just moments before, now found themselves surrounded. "I never thought the information Yubayashiki gave us was true," Prime Minister Komataro muttered, a wave of relief washing over him. He stared intently at the 2 demons. Could Muzan Kibutsuji really have lived for nearly 1,000 years? Compared to the handsome, modern-looking Tsukiyako, the demon named Kokushibo, with his 6 eyes and traditional samurai attire, radiated a much more demonic aura. Yet neither of them looked like the mindless monsters that hunted in the night. There were no fangs or claws, no monstrous roars, there was only a chilling calm and composure, as if they were completely disconnected from the chaos around them. "There is a lot you don't know," Tsukiyako suddenly said, his voice cutting through the tense silence. "But none of it will matter to you for much longer. To have all the masters of Japan's sword schools gathered in one place, this is excellent." He smiled, a look of genuine pleasure on his face. "Otherwise, I would have had to waste time hunting each of you down individually. Now, we can skip that tedious process." His words struck the room like a physical blow. The Prime Minister and the assembled Grandmasters stared at him, their faces masks of fury. Arrogant. He was simply too arrogant. Even if this man was the legendary Demon King, he was still only one man. How could he possibly stand against the combined might of Japan's greatest martial artists? Any one of the men in this room was a legend in their own right. Where did Muzan Kibutsuji get the confidence to be so dismissive? It was clear he didn't see them as a threat at all. In that case, attack. Countless thoughts raced through Prime Minister Komataro's mind, but he suppressed them all. This demon was cunning and powerful, and more terrifyingly, he might truly be ancient. Ordinary methods wouldn't be enough to kill him. But there was no time to prepare another plan, they had to act now. Swish. Swish. Swish! The moment the Prime Minister gave the order, the sword masters exploded into action. The air in the cabinet room was instantly filled with the shriek of steel as a storm of blades descended. Terrifying sword energy and blinding light engulfed everything. Yajaya Shinkage Ryu. Shinto Munin Ryu. Hokushin Ito Ryu. Naiden Ichi Ryu. The most powerful and deadly killing techniques from every major sword school in Japan, honed over centuries, were unleashed at once. The mastery contained in these strikes was of a different nature than that of the Hashira's breathing styles, rooted in ancient principles of momentum and the way that carried their own terrifying depth. In an instant, the endless storm of blade light and sword shadows completely enveloped both Tsukiyako and Kokushibo. However, to the utter astonishment of everyone present, the six-eyed demon swordsman made no move to defend himself. He didn't even reach for the hilt of the sword at his waist. Had he already resigned himself to death? 27, Chapter 27, God is not omnipotent. The air in the cabinet office suddenly tore apart with a deafening roar as dozens of swords were drawn at once, their combined shriek drowning out all other sounds. In an instant, the stately room transformed into a deadly battlefield. Every man who moved was a master, considered among the strongest practitioners of Japanese swordsmanship. Any one of them could have founded his own school and become a legend. They were top-tier swordsmen, individuals of immense power and influence. They would never have appeared in one place like this, let alone collaborated to overwhelm a single enemy, if not for a direct order from the Prime Minister himself. For a master swordsman, especially one who lived by the code of Bushido, such an act was unthinkable, a deep dishonor. However, their honor had already been compromised. They had gathered here with the intent to divide the vast fortune and legacy left behind by the Yubayashiki family. In their minds, attacking this man named Muzan was merely an appetizer before the main feast. Still, they were not foolish. They knew that if this man was truly the master of demons who had plagued Japan for 1,000 years, his strength would be beyond anything they had ever faced. Against such a terrifying creature, they understood that no method of attack, no matter how dishonorable, could be considered excessive. The air vibrated with the sharp hum of steel. In a flash, the swordsmen closed in, their blades creating an inescapable net of death. Their attack was aimed not only at Muzan but also at the stoic, six-eyed demon standing beside him, Kokushibo. Just as Prime Minister Kame Taro had witnessed before, neither Muzan nor Kokushibo made a single move to defend themselves. They simply stood there. Were they so arrogant that they believed the finest blades in all of Japan couldn't harm them? Or were they simply too slow to react to such a swift, coordinated assault? The Prime Minister hoped for the latter, but a cold dread in his gut told him the truth was far more terrifying. He knew a being like Muzan was anything but simple. A series of sharp, cracking sounds suddenly echoed through the room, louder than the swordsman's own war cries. One by one, the blades that struck Muzan and Kokushibo shattered, the mournful sound of breaking steel filling the air. No, how is this possible? My black dragon Maru, it broke. One of the masters cried out in disbelief. My Hyakushikiri, the finest blade I ever forged. Another shouted, staring at the useless hilt in his hand. My Sasaramaru, damn it, what is happening? A third stammered, his face pale with shock. Horror spread across the faces of the grandmasters. Just a moment ago, they had unleashed the ultimate techniques of their respective styles, pouring every ounce of their strength and skill into a single, perfect strike. They believed that not even the legendary Miyamoto Musashi or the famed Yajaya Sentengu could have survived such an onslaught. Yet, the unbelievable had happened. Their strongest killing blows, executed with their full power, had resulted in nothing more than their own prized swords shattering to pieces. A palpable pressure suddenly radiated outwards from Muzan, a force field that pushed the air itself away from him. A strong wind whipped through the room, causing his trench coat to billow dramatically. You are called the greatest swordsman in Japan, Muzan said, his voice calm and almost bored. A faint, mocking sigh escaped his lips. You are indeed skilled, but unfortunately for you. He paused, letting his words hang in the air. The swords of this world can no longer harm me. His expression turned cold, his crimson eyes devoid of any warmth. However, I will offer you a reward for having the courage to draw your blades on me. In return, I will take your lives. The moment he finished speaking, the light in the room vanished. A suffocating, absolute darkness fell over them, swallowing everything in an instant. It was a terrifying, unnatural blackness that felt heavy and alive. No, this is bad. One of the men yelled into the void. What kind of power is this? Another voice questioned, trembling with fear. It's a demonic art. Is it possible that only the Yubayashiki clan's Nichiren swords can actually harm these creatures? Someone realized, far too late. But if Muzan is the leader of all demons, even those special swords might not be enough to. The voice was cut off. Before anyone could finish their thought, the oppressive darkness consumed them entirely. One after another, the sounds of bodies being torn apart echoed softly in the pitch-black room. Their flesh, their consciousness, their memories, everything that made them who they were, was erased in an instant. The soft thuds of lifeless bodies hitting the floor sent a chill down Prime Minister Kame Taro's spine. As the head of the Japanese cabinet, a man second in power only to the emperor himself, he was utterly paralyzed by terror. No, no, this can't be real. He whispered, his body shaking uncontrollably. He had never imagined that the leader of the demons could possess such overwhelming, godlike power. For centuries, had the Yubayashiki family and their demon slayer corps truly been fighting against monsters like this? An unbearable wave of regret washed over him. He hated Kaguya Yubayashiki for not telling him the full truth sooner. More than that, he hated himself for his own foolishness, for not seeing through Muzan's deceptions and manipulations. Now, it was too late. There was no way to turn the tide. Victory was an impossible dream. As these desperate thoughts raced through his mind, a powerful force suddenly grabbed him from behind, lifting him off his feet. He was suspended in the air, a profound sense of exhaustion and terror flooding his senses. Impossible? Why is it impossible? Muzan's voice whispered directly into his ear. Simply because it exceeds your limited human understanding? For beings like me, who truly control the world, nothing is impossible. A soft, cruel chuckle followed. Your kind praise to gods you call omnipotent, but they are not. The Prime Minister felt something wet and sharp touch the top of his head. It felt like a tentacle. I, however, am omnipotent. No. Kame Taro screamed. Without a moment's hesitation, the tentacle plunged directly through the crown of his skull. Blood sprayed through the darkness. Run. We have to run. One of the few surviving swordsmen screamed. What is this monster? Another cried out. Seeing the Prime Minister's fate, the remaining grandmasters were gripped by a primal fear that shattered their pride. They scrambled away in a blind panic, their minds completely broken. The code of Bushido, the honor they had valued more than life itself, now meant nothing. What good was honor to a dead man? They fled in every direction, desperate to escape the darkness. It's too late to run now, Muzan's voice echoed calmly through the room. Endless tentacles shot out from the darkness, piercing through the bodies of the fleeing swordsmen with sickening, wet thuds. The thick, metallic smell of blood quickly filled the air, thick and suffocating. 28, Chapter 28, A Monster Who Deserves to Die. As a final gust of wind swept through the room, an eerie silence fell over the cabinet office. The only thing that remained was the thick, coppery smell of blood that clung to the air. It was in this heavy stillness that Kokushibo, the six-eyed upper rank one, finally shifted his gaze. His 6 eyes moved methodically, taking in the scene of absolute devastation. He had always known that his master's strength was on a level that no one else could possibly comprehend. But to witness it firsthand, to see that power unleashed so completely, was something else entirely. Only now did he truly understand how incredible Muzan's abilities were. Strong. He is simply too strong. Kokushibo knew his own power well. He was a demon with a near-immortal body, the highest-ranking member of the 12 Kazuki. He possessed a unique blood demon art and had spent centuries perfecting his swordsmanship and the formidable moon-breathing style. Yet, when the master swordsmen of Japan had launched their attack, a net of steel blades closing in from all sides, he had felt a genuine moment of hesitation. For a split second, he knew he would not have been able to dodge it completely. No matter how powerful his breathing style was, how resilient his demonic body, or how refined his sword skills, he knew he was no match for such a flawless, concentrated assault. It was an attack that embodied the pinnacle of Japan's warrior traditions. The gap between him and that combined force was not merely one of skill, but a chasm he could not cross alone. He had transcended the limits of human life and death, becoming a sword demon of unimaginable power, but even he would have fallen. And yet, Muzan had annihilated that same impossible threat in a single, effortless instant. Looking at his master now, Kokushibo could see no sign of strain on his face. He had unleashed that devastating power with a calm ease, as if swatting away a fly. To Muzan, the greatest swordsmen in the nation were insignificant. That was true power. A level of strength Kokushibo found difficult to even imagine, but it was the very pinnacle he had dedicated his long, unending life to pursuing. "All right. It's finally quiet now," Muzan said, his voice cutting through the silence. He stood calmly in the center of the room, his handsome face betraying no emotion. It was as if the person who had just committed a massacre had no connection to the composed man standing there now. A soft thud broke the silence. Prime Minister Kame Taro, who moments before had been a man of immense authority, fell to his knees. His head was bowed to the floor in absolute reverence. "Prime Minister Kame Taro," he said, his voice flat and empty, "I pledge my loyalty to my lord." The tentacle that had pierced his mind had done its work. He was now another one of Muzan's servants. But he was different from the 12 Kazuki, and certainly different from ordinary demons. His value was his position, the highest-ranking official in the Japanese government, the head of the cabinet, the prime minister. Now, he was the first demon of the cabinet. Most of the other members were dead, and the few who remained were of no importance. "Very good," Muzan said coolly. "Tell me everything you know. I want to hear about the Japanese imperial family, about Emperor Taisho, and about the Onmyoji." He paced slowly around the kneeling prime minister. "By taking control of the cabinet, I effectively control half of Japan's official power. The imperial family cannot mobilize troops, appoint officials, or control the press without the cabinet's approval. They never would have dreamed that their entire government now belongs to me." Without a moment of hesitation, Prime Minister Kame Taro began to speak, recounting every secret he knew. His tone was respectful, his face was a mask of pure devotion, and his loyalty was absolute, like a man praying to his god. At that same moment, far away from the capital, the 6 remaining Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps arrived at 3 separate, horrific scenes, only to be plunged into a nightmare. The suspect has been identified as a samurai named Seikanji Urokadake, the former water Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. A government official was shouting near one of the sites. "We have reports of similar incidents on 2 other trains." Another voice called out. "The perpetrators are Jiu Tomioka and Obanai Iguro. All of them are known members of the Demon Slayer Corps, a private armed militia run by the Yubayashiki family." "I can't believe it. The demon attacks, the assassination attempts, and now this. It was all planned by Yubayashiki. They must be trying to overthrow the government. But it makes no sense, the men of the Yubayashiki family always die young." These words, shouted by police and government agents at the scene, reached the ears of the Hashira, and their faces grew dark with anger and despair. They had known something was terribly wrong when Jiu, Obanai, and Master Urokadake first went missing. They immediately suspected it was Muzan Kibutsuji's doing. But before they could investigate, they received news that their missing comrades had reappeared, only now they were wanted criminals. The Hashira had rushed to the locations, fighting their way through law enforcement who now viewed them as enemies. After a tireless and draining journey, they had finally arrived, only to discover they had walked right into Muzan's trap. Before them, 3 passenger trains lay derailed and mangled, consumed by fire and stained with blood. The piercing screams of the wounded and dying filled the air. To the rest of the world, this was undeniable proof that the Demon Slayer Corps were terrorists. "Why?" Mitsurai Kenroji, the love Hashira, whispered, her hands covering her mouth in horror. "How could this happen? The 6 of them, Jiomei Haimjima, the stone Hashira Shinobu Koko, the insect Hashira Muchiro Tokaito, the mist Hashira Tengen Uzui, the sound Hashira and Kyojuro Rengoku, the flame Hashira, stood frozen. They had all witnessed countless horrors in their fight against demons, but nothing could have prepared them for this. This scene was a twisted knot of love, hate, and a conspiracy so cruel it was hard to comprehend. Those were their comrades, their friends, their respected seniors, now branded as butchers. They knew, with absolute certainty, that their friends had been manipulated by Muzan, likely turned into demons themselves. But that didn't change the fact that the carnage before them was caused by their hands. What would happen when they finally awoke from Muzan's control? How could they possibly face the reality of what they had done? "Damn it," Muchiro Tokaito hissed, his usual calm demeanor completely shattered. His hands were clenched so tightly his knuckles were white. He was shaking with a rage so pure it burned away his usual apathy. "Damn it all." A storm of grief, helplessness, and fury swirled within the 6 Hashira, uniting them in a single, cold realization. That monster, Muzan Kibutsuji, Muchiro growled, his voice trembling with hatred. He truly deserves to die 1,000 deaths. 29, Chapter 29, The Nightmare Begins. At the ancestral Yubayashiki estate, the heart of the Demon Slayer Corps, Kaguya Yubayashiki received the devastating news at the same moment his Hashira arrived at the scenes of the attacks. No, he whispered, the single word barely audible. His hands, resting on his lap, began to tremble. It can't be. For a man who had endured a lifetime of suffering from a debilitating curse, Kaguya had cultivated an almost supernatural state of calm. He had long been unfazed by personal honor or disgrace. But the intelligence laid out before him shattered that composure in an instant. The report felt like a physical blow, stealing the air from his lungs. He had never imagined, not in his worst fears, that Muzan would use the 3 captured members of the Corps for something so monstrous. To not only twist their minds but to force them to slaughter innocent people on public trains, turning them into enemies of the very people they had sworn to protect. "My lord, please, you must take care of yourself," his wife, Amini, said softly, her voice a steady presence beside him. Even she, a woman who had accepted her family's grim fate with grace, felt her disgust for Muzan curdle into a cold, hard hatred. For centuries, the relationship between the Yubayashiki family, the Demon Slayer Corps, and Muzan Kibutsuji had been one of simple, mortal enmity. But over the last 100 years, Muzan's tendency to hide in the shadows, to manipulate events from afar, had created a fixed pattern. They had come to expect his evil to be subtle, a rot that spread in the darkness. The recent failures at Mount Sajiri and Mount Fujikazan, followed by the coordinated demon attacks and assassination attempts, had been alarming, but they hadn't been enough to make them reevaluate the true depth of Muzan's cunning. Now, they understood. This single act of public terror was a masterstroke of cruelty. Even with his gift of foresight, Kaguya felt a profound tremor of fear run through him as he contemplated the mind of his enemy. "The other Hashira, they have arrived on the scene," Kaguya said, his voice strained with pain. They arrived in time only to be forced to strike down their own comrades. A wave of agony, sharper than any pain his curse had ever given him, washed over him. Muzan's strategy was viciously effective. In one swift move, he had destroyed the reputation the Demon Slayer Corps had carefully built over hundreds of years. More importantly, he had turned heroes into villains, forcing the Corps into an impossible position. They would now have to hunt and kill their own. Terrifying. The word echoed in Kaguya's mind. How can a creature as terrifying as Muzan Kibutsuji even exist? At the 3 train sites, the air was thick with the stench of blood. The initial shock among the public was giving way to outrage and horror. No one could have imagined that the Demon Slayer Corps, an organization whispered about in legends as protectors against demons, would turn on ordinary people with such savagery. The death toll was immense, the impact incalculable. This act had not only condemned the Demon Slayer Corps, but it had also pushed the ancient and powerful Yubayashiki family into a precarious, indefensible position. They were now villains in the eyes of the nation. Thousands of fingers were pointed at them, and a nightmare of their own making was about to begin. Inside one of the blood-soaked train cars, the world suddenly shifted for Seikanji Urokadake, Jiyu Tomioka, and Obanae Iguro. The monstrous demons that had filled their vision, swarming them with claws and fangs, flickered and vanished. In an instant, the illusion shattered, and reality came crashing down upon them. A cold wind blew through the broken windows of the train, carrying with it the overwhelming smell of human blood. Their eyes, now clear, took in the scene. The train carriages were filled not with the dissolving ashes of demons, but with the cold, lifeless bodies of men, women, and children. It was a battlefield of absolute carnage, a human slaughterhouse. What broke them completely was the sight of their own hands. Their Nicaran blades were slick with a thick, dark liquid that was not demon blood. Their uniforms were drenched in it. They looked as if they had just climbed out of a sea of corpses. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. What had happened? The former water Hashira, Seikanji Urokadake, the current water Hashira, Jiyu Tomioka, and the serpent Hashira, Obanae Iguro, felt their faces twist in horror. Their hearts began to hammer against their ribs so violently they could feel the pulse in their ears. Adrenaline surged through them, not from the thrill of battle, but from the sickening chill of comprehension. We did this. The demons they had been fighting, the monsters they had cut down with all their strength, had been nothing more than unarmed passengers. The creatures they had perceived as attacking them with weapons had been the trained security guards, men who were now lying dead at their feet. The cause of all of this was them. When they first awoke in this chaos, they had assumed they were in hell, or perhaps trapped in another one of Muzan's illusions. So when they saw figures rushing toward them with what they perceived as malice, they had reacted as they had been trained to for their entire lives. They treated them as demons. The mission of a demon slayer is to slay all demons. They never imagined that this core tenet of their existence would be used against them. Muzan had twisted their perception, turning their greatest strength, their unwavering duty, into a weapon for his own monstrous design. The great mistake had been made. There was no going back. Is that? Urokodaka stammered, his voice trembling as he looked past the carnage. In the distance, figures were approaching, moving with the unmistakable speed and grace of master swordsmen. 6 of them. The remaining 6 Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps had finally arrived. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The 3 Slayers on the train and the 6 Hashira arriving on the scene stared at each other across the field of death. There were no words, only a stunned, horrified silence. To meet again like this, as comrades on opposite sides of a massacre, it was a cruelty beyond words. Ah! A choked cry of pure agony escaped Jiyu's lips. It was a sound echoed by Obanai and Urokodaka. There was a shared look between the 3 of them, a flash of shame, anger, humiliation, and unbearable pain. No words could describe the remorse they felt for being used as puppets by Muzan. The mistake was made. The sin was theirs. And at that moment, they knew there was only one way to atone for it. In near-perfect unison, they raised their Nichiren blades. The 6 arriving Hashira had fought through hell to get here, hoping to save their friends. But they were too late. All they could do was watch in horror as their comrades, their brothers in arms, turned their own swords upon themselves, ending their lives in a final, desperate act of repentance. The only sound was the soft thud of bodies falling to the floor. In the hearts of the 6 remaining Hashira, the shock and grief boiled away, leaving behind a cold, volcanic rage aimed at one being. Muzan Kibutsuji. 30, Chapter 30, A Cruel Gambit. Swish. 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 At 3 different train stations, the sound of steel cutting through flesh echoed almost at the same time. Seikanji Urokodaka, Jiyu Tomioka, and Obanai Iguro swung their own Nichiren swords. Their movements were incredibly fast, severing the major arteries in their necks in an instant. Blood sprayed into the air. An indescribable pain and rage filled their minds in their last moments of clarity. The memories of their entire lives flashed before their eyes like a spinning lantern, each moment vivid and clear. Whose life is free of regret? Even Seikanji Urokodaka, the former water Hashira and a master swordsman who had dedicated his life to slaying demons, had many regrets. But he never imagined that the person to end his life would be himself. In truth, it wasn't his own choice. It was another one of Muzan Kibutsuji's terrifying and cruel schemes. From the moment Muzan announced his so-called Mugen train plan, they had walked right into his trap. The difference in their strength was too great, they couldn't fight back with willpower alone. More importantly, they couldn't even control their own bodies, let alone change their fate. So, this is what death feels like, Seikanji thought. After sending countless demons to their doom, his own end felt strangely light and distant. The pain from the gushing wound in his neck had already faded into numbness. In the final seconds of his life, his only hope was that his last student, Tanjiro Kamado, would be the one to finally end this nightmare. He regretted that he wouldn't live to see Muzan Kibutsuji's final defeat. His time was up. Thud. The former water Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, Jiyu Tomioka's master and Tanjiro Kamado's teacher, Seikanji Urokodaka, was dead. Thud. Thud. At the other 2 train stations, the bodies of Jiyu Tomioka and Obanai Iguro collapsed heavily onto the ground at almost the same moment. This horrifying scene shocked the Japanese government officials who had surrounded the stations. For the Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps who had just arrived, it was a heart-wrenching sight. Damn it all. It was completely infuriating. They never thought that Seikanji and the others would die not in a battle against a powerful demon, but as pawns in one of Muzan's twisted games. This time, Muzan's methods were truly evil, designed not just to kill his enemies but to break their spirits. For hundreds of years, the Demon Slayer Corps had built a reputation in Japan as heroic swordsmen who protected people from demons. With the secret support of the powerful Yubayashiki family, the core had been seen as a force for good. However, today's events at the 3 train stations, along with the massacres that had occurred, completely shattered that positive image. Not only was the Demon Slayer Corps' reputation ruined, but the Yubayashiki family itself was now seen as an enemy by both the Japanese government and the public. "They're finally dead," someone in the crowd shouted. "But what in the world is going on?" Another person asked, confused. "I can't believe it. Those murderers were supposed to be demon slayers. They're nothing but monsters in human skin." The scorn and ridicule from the surrounding crowd felt like salt being poured on the Hashira's wounds. They couldn't believe they were being humiliated like this, right after witnessing their comrades' deaths. "No, something's not right," one of the Hashira suddenly said. "What's happening? That killer, he doesn't look dead." Just as the remaining Hashira were trying to process everything, something impossible happened. Before everyone's eyes, the bodies of Seikanji, Jiyu, and Obanai, who had clearly just taken their own lives, began to stir. A dark and terrifying power, which had been hidden inside them, erupted with a sickening energy. Roar, roar, roar. Following the surge of demonic power, the trains they were on let out terrifying, inhuman roars. "Oh my God, what is happening?" A passenger screamed from another car. "No, no, I don't want to die. My mother is 80 years old, she needs me." Another cried out in despair. "This can't be real. I must be dreaming." The passengers who hadn't managed to escape the trains began to scream in absolute terror. "Damn it all!" one of the Hashira cursed. "Muzan must have planted his demon power inside of them. He's controlling their corpses." "That's not all," another added, his voice grim. "He's merged their bodies with the trains themselves. If we cut the main body, the entire train will probably explode, and all the passengers will die with it." The scene before them made the remaining Hashira feel a deep sense of exhaustion. They had just been hit with the pain of losing their comrades, and now, the enemy's next trap was already in motion. What was even harder to accept was that Muzan was using their friends' bodies to create a new, twisted killing game. "No, we have to save the passengers on those trains." "But what about the government officers? They're still here, and they'll probably try to kill us on sight. Our 3 comrades committed a terrible act, even if they weren't in control. They've already paid for it with their lives. But we can't just stand here and watch Muzan use their bodies to do more evil." In that moment, the 6 remaining Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps made their decision. Without another word, they shot forward toward the chaos. Meanwhile, at the drum house, Tanjiro and his friends were resting. After a fierce battle, they had successfully defeated the demon Kigai, a former member of the 12 Kazuki. "I never thought demons could be so terrifying," Tanjiro said, letting out a long sigh. "Thankfully, we made a new friend this time." His gaze shifted to the muscular boy next to him, who wore a wild boar mask. Suddenly, an intense wave of heartache washed over Tanjiro, so powerful it almost knocked the wind out of him. It felt as if something incredibly important had been ripped away from his life. He couldn't understand what it was, but the piercing pain was as sharp as the agony he felt when his family was slaughtered by a demon. Tears began to stream down Tanjiro's face, startling the others. They had no idea why their friend, who had been fine just a moment ago, was suddenly overwhelmed with such profound grief. 31, Chapter 31, The Demon's Gambit. Whoosh! At all 3 train sites, the figures of the Hashira shot forward. They moved like arrows released from a bowstring, their speed almost too fast for the eye to follow. In the brief moment they had to assess the situation, they had all reached the same grim conclusion: this had to end, now. The demons standing before them were once their comrades, their respected seniors. But that didn't matter anymore. They were now under the control of Muzan Kibutsuji, twisted into grotesque monsters. The Demon Slayer Corps had only one rule when it came to demons: they must be killed without hesitation. More than a rule, it was a vow. Every swordsman understood this the moment they joined the Corps. If a comrade ever turned into a demon, it was the duty of the others to put them down and cleanse the ranks. There was no room for sentiment. And so, after a fleeting moment of grief for Seikanji Urokadaki and the others they once knew, the Hashira attacked. Their resolve was absolute, their goal simple: complete and utter annihilation. As the Hashira closed in, the 3 newly formed demons let out a terrifying roar. They had lost all traces of their former selves, every memory of their human lives erased. All that remained was a raw, primal instinct to kill. They no longer remembered their students or their friends. They only knew that the figures rushing toward them were a threat, and any threat to their survival had to be destroyed. Die. You must die. The thought echoed in their shattered minds as another monstrous roar ripped through the air. The sound was so powerful that it seemed to shake the very ground. In response to their rage, the derailed trains began to groan and screech with a chilling wail. Before everyone's terrified eyes, the mangled heaps of metal started to move again. The wreckage shuddered, and worse, the train cars seemed to multiply, stretching out into the darkness as if they were endless. This is bad. One of the Hashira yelled over the noise. It's using the resentment of the dead passengers to fuel its power. The entire train has become part of its body. If we don't find and kill the main body, every soul on this train will be consumed. Another shouted back. We don't have much time. Move. Acting with the flawless coordination that only the Hashira possessed, they moved as one. Their Nichiren blades ignited with a dazzling light, each one ready to unleash a devastating breathing style. Boom, boom, boom. But just as they lunged, the sound of gunfire and cannons erupted from the shadows. Blinding flashes of light shot through the air, weaving together to form a deadly net of firepower. It was an unpredictable and terrifying assault. What is this? It's the official Japanese law enforcement team. A slayer cried out in disbelief. They've been hiding here this whole time. Damn it. Another cursed, dodging a spray of bullets. They've turned this entire area into a trap. We're caught in the middle. At all three locations, the faces of the Hashira turned grim. The situation was far worse than they could have ever imagined. They had come prepared for a fight, knowing Muzan Kibutsuji would have set up some kind of trap. But they had grown used to his schemes, which often seemed clever but lacked true substance. Even after the man known as Tsukiyako had used horrifying tactics that had shaken Oyakata-sama himself, the Hashira had not truly been afraid. They had underestimated their enemy. Now, they were paying the price for their arrogance. Terrifying explosions rocked the battlefield. Surging flames lit up the night sky, and scattered debris flew through the air like shrapnel. It was a chaotic and deadly storm. Our Lord's plan is truly flawless. A calm voice cut through the chaos. Hidden in the shadows, a young man in splendid clothes slowly stepped into the light. A serene smile played on his lips. Now then, he said cheerfully, let's bring this little carnival for the Demon Slayer Corps to an end. He raised his hand and gave a simple gesture. In an instant, countless figures emerged from the darkness. They were the cultists of the Eternal Paradise faith. And the man leading them was, of course, their founder, Doma. He was also the demon who held the position of upper rank 2 of the 12 Kazuki. Meanwhile, in the cabinet office in Tokyo, the air was heavy with the thick smell of blood. The room was unnaturally silent, filled only with the bodies of Japan's most powerful ministers. It seems my initial judgment was correct, Tsukiyako said to himself, a small smile touching his lips. He surveyed the carnage with a detached air. The Japanese imperial family really is quite clever. He stepped over a body, his movements elegant and unhurried. On one hand, they use modern government bodies like the Prime Minister and the Cabinet to rule the country. On the other, they use the imperial family and the Onmyoji to keep those same officials in check. It's a fascinating system of control. Japan had always been a nation that adapted quickly. They understood that to fall behind in technology and politics was to invite destruction. This era, the Taisho era, was built on the foundations of the Meiji Restoration, a time of great progress. The country was flourishing. Their constitutional monarchy was similar to Britain's, but with one key difference. While the British royalty were mostly symbolic figures, the Japanese emperor still held a measure of real, tangible power. So the Mugen train has finally begun. Tsukiyako's expression shifted as he felt the events unfolding miles away through his demonic bloodline. He could see everything happening at the 3 train sites as if he were there himself. He had to admit, Seikanji Urokadaki and the others had the spirit of true samurai. The moment they realized they were being used as pawns, they had tried to commit suicide with their own Nichiren blades. But, of course, he had already anticipated that. Their desperate act of defiance was just another part of his calculation. His goal was never simply about killing a few swordsmen. He knew there were still 6 Hashira left, and their potential was far greater than they realized. The mark, he thought, the technique that could instantly boost a slayer's power to incredible heights. It would likely make its appearance very soon. Tsukioko's thoughts were interrupted. Someone's here. His eyes shifted toward the door. A young man dressed in the formal attire of a Shinto priest was walking calmly into the blood-soaked room. A strange and mysterious power radiated from him, a force that was immense, unpredictable, and incredibly strong. This was the man the Yubayashiki family had been relying on, their true trump card. He was a powerful member of the Shinto priest clan. This man was Shirbei, the Shinto priest. 32, Chapter 32, The Priest and the Demon King. Priest Shirbei. As the man stepped into the room, Tsukioko recognized the presence instantly. He was a top figure from the priest clan, a clan whose power, intellect, and bloodline were the stuff of legends. Tsukioko had learned about them through his spies and the knowledge inherited from Muzan. They were the true pillar behind the Yubayashiki family. Simply put, the Demon Slayer Corps was the army that the Yubayashiki family raised, but the priest clan was their hidden foundation. The Yubayashiki acted as the public face, while the priests pulled the strings from the shadows. Of course, the curse that afflicted the Yubayashiki bloodline was common knowledge. No direct heir ever lived past the age of 30. This fact, combined with their unique inherited ability to sense the flow of the era, made them an enigmatic and tragic family. It was this very curse that had led them to the priest clan centuries ago. After all, the curse began because a demon, Muzan Kibutsuji, had been born from their own bloodline. When their family was on the verge of extinction, the priest clan appeared, offering them a glimmer of hope. It was not a cure, but it gave them a way to fight back, a chance to endure. And so, for 1,000 years, the Yubayashiki family and the Demon Slayer Corps they commanded had been a thorn in Muzan's side. But everything had changed recently. Tsukioko's plans had systematically dismantled their defenses. He had destroyed the final selection at Fujikazan Mountain, killed a direct descendant of the Yubayashiki family, and turned the former water Hashira, Seikanji Yurokadake, into a demon. The appearance of Kamadu Nezuko, the one demon in a millennium to escape Muzan's control through a bloodline mutation, had only accelerated the timeline. This war, which had simmered for centuries, was finally reaching its boiling point. Tsukioko's relentless attacks had pushed the Yubayashiki family into a corner. Now, with the chaos at the train sites and the government in shambles, he was closer than ever to becoming the undisputed ruler of the nation. It was no surprise, then, that the priest clan had finally decided to show its face. If they remained hidden any longer, the future they had worked to protect would be lost forever. Tsukioko remained perfectly calm, as if the impossibly powerful man before him was nothing more than a mild inconvenience. He turned his attention away from the priest. "Kumataro," he said calmly, "proceed as I instructed." The prime minister, who had been kneeling silently on the floor, looked up. His eyes glowed with an unnatural, subservient light. "Yes, my lord." In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot. The corpses of the other cabinet members, which had littered the floor moments before, vanished with him. They were now his demon slaves, just as he was Tsukioko's. "Koku Shibo." Tsukioko's voice was cold and clear. "Step aside. Observe this priest's movements carefully. The next time you encounter a member of his clan, kill them without mercy." The six-eyed demon swordsman, upper rank one of the 12 Kazuki, appeared a dozen meters away as if he had teleported. His 6 eyes blinked slowly, taking in every detail of Priest Shirbei, his stance, his breathing, his aura. To Kokushibo, this man might be a threat to lesser demons, but he was nothing more than another obstacle to be cut down. He saw no true danger. "You are Kibutsuji Muzan," Priest Shirbei finally spoke, his voice steady. He had stopped in the center of the room, his long robes fluttering though there was no wind. A powerful aura surged from him, pressing down on the room. He had been building his power from the moment he left his shrine, focusing all of his energy for this single confrontation. The priest clan had studied the Demon King for 1,000 years, and his existence was more significant to them than Tsukioko could have ever imagined. "Let me see," the priest continued, his voice low and dangerous, "what kind of evolution you have undergone." He took another step forward. In an instant, the very air in the room seemed to shift. Terrifying currents of power surged toward the ceiling, and the entire building groaned as if it were about to collapse. The battle was about to begin. At that very same moment, at the ancestral home of the Yubayashiki family, a messenger delivered the news. Kaguya Yubayashiki had received word the instant Priest Shirbei entered the city. Hearing that their trump card was finally in play, Kaguya let out a long, pained sigh of relief. He had been overwhelmed by Tsukioko's recent moves and the terrible news coming from the Demon Slayer Corps. He knew that as powerful as the 9 Hashira were, they were not yet at their peak. None of them had awakened the mark, nor did any of them possess the original breathing style, sun breathing. In their current state, every move Muzan made was a devastating blow to the Corps and the Yubayashiki family. If they couldn't withstand this assault, everything would be lost. The priest clan has finally made its move, Kaguya whispered, forcing himself to stand despite the agonizing pain that coursed through his body. The curse was progressing, but his dark, clouded eyes burned with an intense hatred for Muzan. However, he continued, turning his thoughts to his swordsman, this is also a moment of life or death for the Hashira. He had already learned about the ambushes at the 3 train sites. It was far too late to send reinforcements, and besides, who could he send? The Hashira were already the strongest fighting force the Demon Slayer Corps had. The only thing they could do now was hope. Hope that this desperate, impossible situation would push the Hashira beyond their limits and force them to awaken the mark. The mark was one of the keys to enhancing a Slayer's strength, a power that hadn't been seen in generations. With their specialized breathing styles, Nichiren blades, and advanced intelligence network, the Corps was formidable. But the mark was the final, most important piece. If they could awaken it, their power would increase tremendously. It was their only chance. 33, Chapter 33, An Unholy Origin. Awakening the Demon Slayer mark was the highest state a swordsman in the Corps could achieve. It was a power that not only boosted one's physical abilities to superhuman levels but could also grant access to the legendary transparent world, a state of heightened perception where one could see the muscles, blood flow, and movements of their opponent with perfect clarity. In the long history of the Demon Slayer Corps, only one person had been born with this power, Yoriaki Tsujikuni. He was known as a child blessed by the heavens, a prodigy who had mastered the original breathing style, sun breathing, and taught its derivatives to the first demon slayers. More importantly, he was the only man who had ever come close to killing Muzan Kibutsuji. He was also the younger twin brother of the demon who would become Kokushibo, the upper rank one of the 12 Kazuki. Despite his immense power, Yoriaki had no grand ambitions and only wished for a quiet life. He was a miracle, the only swordsman to awaken the mark and live to be over 80 years old. For centuries since his death, he remained an insurmountable legend. Now, even awakening the mark was considered a near impossible feat, let alone reaching the transparent world. Kaguya Yubayashiki knew this history better than anyone. He also knew that achieving this miracle was likely the only chance his Hashira had to survive. If they failed to awaken the mark in the heat of this desperate battle, they would be completely wiped out. All he could do now was pray. He prayed that his slayers, his children, could find a path through this catastrophe. Back in the blood-stained cabinet office in Tokyo, the air seemed to turn to stone. The moment Tsukiyoko and Priest Shirbei prepared to move, an invisible pressure filled the room, making it difficult to breathe. Kokushibo, who was observing from a distance, felt the immense force firsthand. He was the most powerful of the 12 Kazuki, a swordsman with hundreds of years of combat experience. His immortal body and immense demonic power made him nearly impervious to damage, even from modern firearms. But the raw aura now radiating from Tsukiyoko and Priest Shirbei was so overwhelming that he felt a sense of suppression he hadn't experienced in centuries. It was terrifying. It was irresistible. They were strong. Impossibly strong. Both his master and this priest were radiating power on a level he could barely comprehend. And worse, he could feel that their power was still rising. This was only the beginning. As expected of Kibutsuji Muzan, Priest Shirbei said, his voice echoing in the tense silence. He lightly shook the scepter in his hand, a playful and condescending glint in his eyes. It seems that over the centuries, you've managed to grasp the power hidden within your bloodline. But unfortunately, his voice turned cold. You still can't release that power completely. In the end, you are nothing more than an experimental subject of our priest clan. The moment the words, experimental subject, left his lips, Priest Shirbei's scepter vibrated violently. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An endless wave of sound rippled through the air, washing over the entire room. In that same instant, Tsukiyoko heard countless profound and eerie incantations echoing in his mind. With each chant, he could feel his own body beginning to change against his will. Could this be the true origin of Muzan Kibutsuji? The shocking thought flashed through Tsukiyoko's mind. After fusing with Muzan, he had analyzed the Demon King's memories and abilities. In the original history, the Hashira, along with Tamayo and Tanjiro, had only won by stalling until sunrise. They had killed the monster but had never truly uncovered his secrets. Muzan's own memory suggested he was created by a doctor who used an unfinished medicine on him. But that explanation was too simple. It had to be a lie. The pieces now clicked into place with horrifying clarity. The priest clan hadn't just appeared to help the Yubayashiki, they were the cause of everything. They had created the first demon, Muzan, and then cultivated the Yubayashiki family and the Demon Slayer Corps to oppose him, creating a perfect cycle of conflict that they could control from the shadows. If they could create a demon, then surely they possessed a way to restrain one. And that was exactly what Priest Shirbei was doing now. Feel it, the priest commanded, taking another steady step forward. His expression was completely blank, like the sole ruler of this world. The eerie incantations grew louder, interfering directly with Tsukioko's body. Even Kokushibo, watching from the sidelines, felt a deep and primal terror. He had expected an easy victory for his master. He never imagined this priest would unleash such a heaven-defying power from the very start. If Tsukioko couldn't regain control, they might not leave this room alive. Whoosh! In Kokushibo's 6 eyes, he saw his master's body reacting violently. Countless sharp, whip-like tentacles erupted from Tsukioko's back, thrashing wildly in an uncontrolled display of power. This only made Kokushibo's expression grow more grim. If his master couldn't even control his own form, they had no chance of winning. Ha ha! Priest Shirbei, is it? Suddenly, Tsukioko, who had been silent, began to laugh. Do you really think that everything is under your control? Bang! The moment he spoke, the strange, musical sound of a zither echoed through the air. Zhang! 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 Instantly, the space within the room began to warp and fold, overlapping itself countless times before reassembling into a new, distorted shape. Not good. This impossible sight finally shattered the priest's composure, and his expression changed to one of pure shock. 34, Chapter 34, The Masterminds Unmasked. Every creation has a countermeasure. The priest clan, the instigators who had created the demon Muzan Kibutsuji, certainly possessed powerful means to control their own monster. However, Priest Jubei had never expected that after a millennium of evolution, powerful demons had mutated to an unimaginable degree. Their blood demon arts were one such development. These bizarre and unpredictable techniques were so potent that some could even affect the very priests who had started it all. Jubei had always been confident that his own strong bloodline, combined with his clan's advanced methods, made him superior to any demon, so he never took Tsukioko and his followers seriously. But now, the situation had been completely reversed. Crack! Suddenly, Jubei's vision fractured. Countless overlapping spaces twisted and intersected before him, like worlds being born and destroyed in an instant. What was worse, he could feel his own body being pulled apart and reassembled across these different dimensions. A series of sharp, cracking sounds echoed from his bones, followed by a wave of indescribable, intense pain that seized his entire being. Damn it! This is a blood demon art, he realized, his mind reeling from the shock. But it isn't Muzan's own. Could it be that he already knew about our clan? Countless thoughts surged through his mind. If that's true, did the leak come from within the priest clan itself, or from the Yubayashiki family? The priest clan had guarded its greatest secret for centuries. They were the ones who had created the demon progenitor, Muzan. It was a truth they kept hidden even from the Yubayashiki family, their supposed allies who led the Demon Slayer Corps. If the Yubayashiki ever discovered this secret, their alliance would instantly shatter and turn into a bitter rivalry. After all, the curse that shortened the lifespan of every Yubayashiki heir was a direct result of Muzan's existence, a monster his clan had unleashed upon the world. As these thoughts raced through Jubei's mind, the chaotic space around him solidified. He found himself standing before a colossal platform. Upon it sat a throne woven from blood and fire, and lounging on it was Tsukioko. The demon's form seemed to shift and flicker, his aura a storm of unpredictable changes, but his face remained perfectly calm. I've suspected a hidden connection between the Yubayashiki and your clan for some time, Tsukioko said, a faint, chilling smile on his lips. But to learn that you priests are the true creators of demonkind, now, that was a genuine surprise. Hearing his clan's greatest secret spoken aloud, Jubei's face turned grim. The incantations used by the priests were a top-tier weapon against demons, even more potent than the bloodline abilities of the Demon King himself. Moments ago, Jubei had been confident that Tsukiyako and Kokushibo were trapped, and he hadn't minded letting them know the truth before they died. He never expected that Tsukiyako had never intended to fight him directly. Damn it! The feeling of being so thoroughly outsmarted made Jubei's face twist with fury. Kibutsuji Muzan. He snarled, trying to regain some leverage. This transformation you're undergoing, only I can stop it. But before he could finish his threat, the throne room dissolved. The scene shifted again, and Jubei found himself in a vast, empty room. A cold wind swept through the space. As his eyes adjusted, he saw them, hundreds of modern firearms, mounted on every wall, all aimed directly at him. A calm voice echoed through the air. My patience is wearing thin, priest. I'm also quite curious to see if your clan is truly as immortal as you believe. Cold sweat drenched Jubei's robes. He never dreamed that Tsukiyako would have a squad armed with modern Japanese weaponry hidden within his blood demon art, the Infinity Castle. For all their heaven-defying abilities, the priests' methods were designed to fight demons. Against such weapons, their bodies were merely flesh and blood. A deep, helpless terror seized him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. This wasn't a tremble of excitement, but one of pure shock. Meanwhile, watching Jubei's every move through the eyes of his Infinity Castle, Tsukiyako remained perfectly calm. The appearance of the priest clan didn't entirely surprise him. He knew that dispatching the 12 Kazuki all at once and escalating the demon incidents would eventually force their hand. After all, the Yubayashiki family, the public face of the Demon Slayer Corps, was just a front pushed forward by the priests. With their puppets on the verge of being destroyed, the priest clan had no choice but to intervene. In the original timeline, the priests had remained observers because all the necessary pieces for Muzan's defeat were already in place. There was Kamado Tanjiro, the chosen one who inherited sun breathing, driven by an unyielding will to turn his demon sister back into a human. He was supported by the new generation of Hashira and the head of the Yubayashiki family. All the conditions had been met. However, Tsukiyako's intervention, particularly the destruction of Fujikazan Mountain and Mount Sajiri, had completely twisted that trajectory of fate. Under these new circumstances, the priest clan had no choice but to step out from behind the scenes. The priest clan, the true masterminds, have finally surfaced, Tsukiyako thought while suppressing the chaotic chi still surging within his body. Now, we can use the power of the cabinet against them. A small smile touched his lips. I just hope the Hashira can awaken their mark soon. Otherwise, this kind of one-sided battle is truly uninteresting. At that very moment, far away at 3 different train locations, it was as if the remaining 6 Hashira heard his silent wish. Pushed to their absolute limits while under siege by powerful demons, they all let out furious roars. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, an indescribable power filled their limbs and bones. A long-lost strength permeated their entire bodies, pushing them beyond what they thought possible. Snap, snap, snap. Accompanied by snapping sounds, the demons they were fighting, including the one that was once the former water Hashira, Seikanji Urokadake, were instantly obliterated, their bodies exploding from the sheer force of the Hashira's newfound power. Then, a peculiar, flame-like mark appeared simultaneously on the faces of all 6 Hashira. Retreat! 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 Immediately after, as if guided by a shared understanding, they all broke off their engagements. Without a word, their bodies turned and fled, disappearing in the opposite direction with the speed of lightning. 35, Chapter 35, The Price of Power. In an instant, the 6 Hashira moved as one. They shot through the air like living arrows, their speed accelerated to a terrifying new level. The bizarre, flame-like patterns that had appeared on their foreheads now spread across their faces, giving them a fierce, almost demonic appearance. With their newfound speed, they easily broke through the encirclement of Doma's Eternal Paradise cultists and the government enforcement teams. They didn't hesitate, not even for the innocent passengers still on the train. They now understood that this was all a deadly game orchestrated by Tsukiyako, a trap that used their former comrade, government soldiers, and even their own sympathy against them. The demons they had been sent to fight were dead. There was no reason to stay. If they hadn't awakened their demon slayer marks at that critical moment, the Hashira would have been completely wiped out today. Only after the last of the Hashira had vanished did Doma emerge from the shadows, a faint, indifferent smile on his face. As expected of the famous Hashira, he mused, his voice carrying a cold, detached amusement. They really are something. But the show has only just begun. A cold aura radiated from him. Soon, we'll find the Yubayashiki headquarters. And on that day, their precious demon slayer core will finally be destroyed. Meanwhile, at the Yubayashiki ancestral home, Kaguya could not hide the profound relief in his heart. They did it, he whispered, his voice trembling slightly. They succeeded. As expected of the strongest generation of Hashira in 1,000 years, truly extraordinary. Even with his usual composure, he was shaken. The plan had worked far more smoothly than he had dared to hope. The awakening of the mark was the key. A marked slayer was the true, complete form of a Hashira, capable of fighting on par with the upper ranks of the 12 Kazuki. This narrow victory, however, was less about his arrangements and more about the incredible will to survive that burned within his swordsman. But this power came at a terrible cost. It meant their lives would be cut short, ending by the age of 25. A shadow of sorrow crossed Kaguya's face. Beside him, his wife, Amini, spoke softly. Master, you need not worry for them. The purpose of the Demon Slayer Corps has always been for something greater than just our family. They fight for the countless ordinary people of this country who suffer from demons. They know the price, and they willingly choose to make their short lives burn with an incredible brilliance. Kaguya nodded, his expression pained. I know, Amine. I understand what you say is true. It's just. I have always thought of them as my own children. And now, because of Muzan Kibutsuji, their fates have been sealed. Before he could say more, a messenger arrived with the latest intelligence. As Kaguya read the report, his calm facade shattered, replaced by sheer horror. What? Priest Jubei has disappeared? How is that possible? At the same time, in Tokyo, Tsukioko's influence had solidified. Through Prime Minister Komataro, he had orchestrated a major reshuffle within the Japanese cabinet. Now, the government was his to command. With a single word, he could have anyone declared a criminal, their fate, imprisonment or execution, sealed. But political power was a secondary concern. His focus remained on his captive, Priest Jubei. Inside the Infinity Castle, Tsukioko opened his eyes. He could feel a profound change occurring throughout his body, down to his very cells. The priest spell was meant to suppress and control me, he thought, analyzing the sensation. But in essence, it's just a forced interference with a demon's internal structure. It's a double-edged sword. A smirk formed on his lips. It can destroy, but it can also force a new evolution. As the progenitor of all demons, Muzan Kibutsuji had always been at the forefront of demonic evolution. Jubei's attack, meant to be his downfall, was now accelerating that very process. He might even achieve a new form before Lady Tamayo's medicine was even complete. Now then, Tsukioko mused, it's time to visit my prisoner. With a single thought, he vanished from the throne. Trapped within the Infinity Castle, pinned down by the interwoven firepower of the rifle squad, Priest Jubei was helpless. Despite being the heir to his clan, possessing a near-perfect bloodline and immense power, he was still just a man of flesh and blood. The irony was almost unbearable. The demon they had created, Muzan Kibutsuji, was immune to blades and bullets, his only weakness being the sun. Yet the priests themselves, the so-called masters, could be killed by the most common of weapons. What made the situation even more frustrating was that every member of the rifle squad was human. His clan's most powerful spells were designed specifically to destroy demons, rendering them useless here. All of his greatest strengths had been instantly nullified. It was a perfect, infuriating trap. Suddenly, a calm voice echoed through the room, seeming to come from the air itself. Well, have you considered it? 36, Chapter 36, A Legacy Stained. Tsukioko's voice echoed through the alley, and the air instantly grew heavy with a suffocating dread. The atmosphere became so thick with tension that it felt hard to breathe. Priest Jubei, who had been wrestling with his own thoughts, felt his legs begin to tremble. He fought the overwhelming urge to fall to his knees, but his resolve was weakening with every passing second. Damn it, he thought, his mind racing. His voice is all I can hear. His real body isn't anywhere in my range. The priest's face twisted into a grim expression. He possessed countless techniques and spiritual arts to combat evil spirits, but that was the problem, there were no spirits here. He was facing a physical monster, a being of pure, tangible malice. It made him feel like a master dragon slayer who had woken up in a world where dragons never existed. All his skills, all his training, were completely useless. The sharp, metallic sound of rifle bolts being chambered cut through the silence. The clicks echoed off the walls, a chilling promise of what was to come. Even a man like Priest Jubei, a cultivator who had spent years preparing himself to face death, felt a cold shiver run down his spine. As a member of the priest clan, the idea of being torn apart by a volley of bullets was an unthinkable, almost absurd, way to die. He could already picture the confused and shocked faces of the other priests at the shrine when they heard how he had been killed. "It seems you're still unable to speak for some reason," Tsukioko's voice drifted into his ear again, smooth and devoid of any emotion. "But that doesn't matter." A cold amusement crept into his tone. "Your blood will tell me everything I need to know." The moment the words left his lips, the world erupted in a deafening roar of gunfire. Countless musket balls shot through the air, creating a deadly web of lead that closed in on the priest in an instant. Jubei felt the violent impacts all at once, the force of the bullets tearing through his robes, piercing his flesh, and shattering his bones. An all-consuming pain exploded through his body, overwhelming his senses until the world blurred into a haze of agony. No, no. The staff he held, the symbol of his priestly authority, slipped from his grasp and clattered loudly onto the ground. His body swayed for a moment before he collapsed, landing hard on his knees. The storm of bullets had shredded his internal organs. At this point, not even the gods could save him. The next moment, a shadow fell over him. Tsukioko's figure appeared, a terrifying silhouette that loomed over Priest Jubei's bullet-ridden body. "Now," the demon whispered, "let's see what secrets you were hiding." Meanwhile, at the Yubayashiki family home, the quiet courtyard was no longer empty. One by one, figures had appeared, filling the space with their somber presence. A heavy scent of blood clung to them, a grim reminder of the battle they had just escaped. The 6 surviving Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps had returned. Gyomei Haimjima, the Stone Hashira. Tengen Uzui, the Sound Hashira. Shinobu Koko, the Insect Hashira. Mitsurai Kenroji, the Love Hashira. Muchiro Tokaito, the Mist Hashira. And Kyojuro Rengoku, the Flame Hashira. "Greetings, Master," they said in unison, their voices heavy with exhaustion and sorrow. They fixed their eyes on their leader, Kaguya Yubayashiki, who was resting on a tatami mat inside. The 6 Hashira felt a confusing mix of emotions, relief at having survived, but also a lingering fear and the bitter taste of failure. They had all been prepared to die for their mission, but when death had felt so close, none of them had been able to face it without fear. More importantly, their mission had been to bring back Seikanji Urokodaki and the others. In the end, they had failed completely. "I already know everything that happened," Kaguya said, his voice as calm and gentle as ever. "You all did the right thing. And Urokodaki, Tomioka, and Sabito did not bring shame to the Demon Slayer Corps." He knew that under Tsukioko's influence, the former Water Hashira and his students had lost control, killing countless innocent passengers on the train and slaughtering the government officers sent to stop them. But Kaguya also knew that as soon as they regained their senses, they had immediately taken their own lives. In a way, they had fulfilled the code of Bushido. As for their bodies being used by Tsukioko afterward to cause even more destruction with the Mugen train, that was no longer their burden to bear. "There is something else I must tell you all," Kaguya continued, his voice drawing their full attention. "During the incident on the train, every one of you awakened, the mark." The mark. The simple words caused the 6 Hashira to tense up. They didn't fully understand what their master meant. "The mark is a special state that a swordsman in the Corps can enter," Kaguya explained softly. "When it appears, unique patterns will form on your face. Once the mark is awakened, a slayer's strength can increase anywhere from 3 to 10 times its normal level." "What?" Upon hearing this, the Hashira's faces filled with shock, followed by a flicker of excitement. They were still grieving the failure of their last mission. If only they had been stronger, they might have been able to save Urokodaki and the others. They realized now that the strange patterns that had appeared on their faces while they were escaping must have been this mark. However, Kaguya's voice grew somber. "Awakening the mark comes with a terrible price. Every demon slayer who awakens the mark will not live past the age of 25. The hope that had just appeared in their eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a stunned silence. They stared at their master, the weight of his words settling heavily upon them. "My children," Kaguya said, his voice filled with a deep sorrow. "For me, for the Demon Slayer Corps, and for the people of this country, you have all sacrificed far too much." At that same time, in Asakusa, Tokyo, Tanjiro and his friends were resting when a Kashigi crow arrived with the latest intelligence report from the Demon Slayer Corps. As Tanjiro read the report, the color drained from his face. The paper slipped from his fingers, and he fell heavily to his knees with a loud thud. Tears streamed down his cheeks, and his expression was a mask of pure, unrestrained fury. In such a short time, he had lost his master and his senior brother. "Tanjiro! Tanjiro, what's wrong with you?" Zenitsu cried out, rushing to his side. "Don't talk right now," another voice said softly. Zenitsu looked over to see the woman who was sheltering them. She had read the report over Tanjiro's shoulder. Seikanji Urokodake was Tanjiro's teacher, she explained quietly to Zenitsu and Inashuk. And Jiu Tomioka was his senior brother. If they had simply died fighting a demon, Tanjiro would be sad, but he could find peace knowing they died as heroes. She paused, her own expression pained. But that's not what happened. They were tricked by Muzan Kibutsuji. They didn't just die, their names will be remembered as villains by everyone in Japan. For Tanjiro, that's a fate even worse than death. Zenitsu looked back at Tanjiro, his heart aching for his friend. He couldn't begin to imagine the pain he was feeling. After everything he had been through, losing his entire family to a demon, Tanjiro had somehow managed to keep his kind and compassionate heart. But this blow, this cruel and unbearable tragedy, seemed to finally be too much for him to bear. 37, Chapter 37, Tanjiro's Determination. Tsukioko's Calculations. The air in the room grew heavy, thick with a silence so profound you could hear your own heartbeat pounding in your ears. Zenitsu, Jinya, and Inashuk could only watch as Tanjiro knelt on the floor, his head bowed low. An unspoken wave of sorrow washed over them, so powerful it felt as if they were experiencing his pain themselves. Tanjiro's life had been peaceful until a demon ripped it apart, slaughtering his mother and younger siblings. His only surviving family member, his sister Nezuko, was now a demon herself. He thought things would finally change when he met Seikanji Urokodake and joined the Demon Slayer Corps. He pushed through brutal training on Mount Sajiri and survived the final selection. But it was all for nothing. Muzan Kibutsuji, the monster hiding in the shadows, had finally made his move. Every event, from the simultaneous attacks on the mountains to the horrific incident on the train, was part of a single, cruel plan. No one felt the weight of this plan more than Tanjiro. His sister, his teacher, and his senior brother had all been caught in Tsukioko's web. Now, because of the train incident, the reputation of the Demon Slayer Corps was in tatters, and the names of Seikanji Urokodake and Jiu Tomioka were stained forever. They were no longer heroes in the eyes of the public, they were monsters. Hateful, loathsome demons. And the one responsible for all of it was Muzan Kibutsuji, the same demon who had destroyed Tanjiro's life from the very beginning. Why? The question burned in Tanjiro's mind. Why does a creature like Muzan Kibutsuji even exist? Something so evil shouldn't be allowed in this world. Just then, the flutter of wings broke the silence. A Kashigi crow landed, but its message was not for Tanjiro. It was for Jinya Shinazugawa. As he read the small note attached to its leg, his face went pale. The news was about his older brother, Sanemi Shinazugawa, one of the 9 Hashira. He had been found. Or rather, his corpse had. When the Demon Slayer Corps found Sanemi's body, it had been mostly devoured by other demons. His rare blood, a potent lure for any demon, had drawn them to him like a beacon. A mask of pure agony descended upon Jinya's face. The empathy he had felt for Tanjiro was instantly replaced by his own storm of grief. Suffering, anger, and a searing pain surged through him all at once. The demonic power simmering inside him, gained from devouring demons, flared violently. His hatred for Muzan Kibutsuji and all demons intensified, reaching a terrifying new peak. As if fate had decided to heap every possible tragedy onto them at once, another crow arrived. This one carried a letter for the normally cheerful Zenitsu Agatsuma. He recognized the handwriting immediately. It was from his teacher, Jigoro Kawahima. The letter was filled with words of encouragement, but it was also a final confession. One of his master's other students, a boy Zenitsu had trained alongside, had betrayed the Corps and become a demon. To wash away this unbearable shame, Jigoro had chosen to commit seppuku. The letter explained that he had done so without a kaishakunin, the second who ends the suffering with a final sword stroke. It meant his master's final moments had been spent in absolute agony. The letter ended with a plea for Zenitsu, his last hope, to find his strength. In that instant, something inside Zenitsu snapped. A flash of lightning seemed to cross his usually timid eyes. It is said that while life is long, a person can sometimes grow up in a single moment. You guys. Inashuk Hashabira, the only one left untouched by the fresh wave of grief, stood completely stunned. His boar mask couldn't hide his bewilderment. He knew demons were evil and had hurt countless people, but he never realized that the three slayers standing beside him carried such deep and unspeakable scars. Every single one of them was tied to the cruelty of demons. "We're all right," a voice cut through the despair. Tanjiro slowly rose to his feet. His movements were steady, and the sorrow in his eyes had been replaced by a hard, unwavering light. He looked at his friends, his voice firm with newfound resolve. "Zenitsu, Jinya, Inashuk. We can defeat Muzan Kibutsuji. We will defeat him, right?" The air fell silent once more, but this time, it was not a silence of grief. It was a silence filled with purpose. "Definitely," Zenitsu said, his voice quiet but unbreakable. "Definitely," Jinya growled, his fists clenched. "Definitely." Inashuk roared. "Definitely." Tanjiro declared, his voice joining the others in a solemn vow. Back at the Yubayashiki ancestral home, a profound silence had fallen over the courtyard. Kaguya Yubayashiki had just finished explaining the truth of the demon slayer mark. The 6 remaining Hashira, from the oldest, Gyomei Haimjima, to the youngest, Muchiro Tokaito, processed the terrible revelation. But from the day they joined the Demon Slayer Corps, they had all put their lives on the line. The fear of death was not what drove them. What they truly feared was dying before they could finally eliminate Muzan Kibutsuji and his demons. For them, the secret of the mark was not a curse. It was a blessing. After losing 3 of their strongest comrades, the Corps was dangerously weakened. The fight against Muzan had just become impossibly harder. But if the mark could grant them a massive boost in power, even at the cost of their lives, then it was a price they were more than willing to pay. "We understand," Gyomei Haimjima's deep voice finally broke the silence. He looked at Kaguya, then at the other Hashira. "Then our focus must be on how to activate the mark at will and how to maintain that state in battle." His gaze hardened as he continued, Muzan's plan with the train incident was never just about killing 3 Hashira. That was too simple. He wants to kill our spirit. He wants to turn the entire country against us, to make the Demon Slayer Corps a name that everyone in Japan fears and hates. He wants us to become hunted outcasts, just like him. That is Muzan Kibutsuji's true objective. 38, Chapter 38, Yuyan's Transformation, the King of Evil Spirits. The priest attacks. After Gyomei Haimjima finished speaking, a deep, unnerving silence settled over the hall. The Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps were not just powerful warriors, they were brilliant strategists and masters of their craft. With just a few words from the stone Hashira, the horrifying scope of Muzan Kibutsuji's ambition clicked into place for everyone. It was an unbearable thought, but it was undoubtedly true. From the very first attack on Mount Sajiri and Fujikazan Mountain, Muzan had likely been planning for this exact outcome. Every move was calculated, every incident a stepping stone. Terrifying. It was simply terrifying. In that moment, everyone from Kaguya Yubayashiki to the assembled Hashira felt like puppets on a string, their every action manipulated by Tsukiyako. The entire Mugen train incident had been triggered by their desperate search for the captured Seikanji Urokodake. But now, looking back, it was obvious. Muzan had captured Urokodake, so it must have been Muzan who leaked his location. The Mugen train was never a rescue mission, it was an execution chamber designed for them. Worse still, Muzan had accomplished all of this without a single member of the 12 Kazuki making an appearance. This suggested that his true focus was elsewhere, and that he could now afford to nearly wipe out the 9 Hashira with a secondary plan. This wasn't just a change in tactics. Muzan Kibutsuji had completely transformed into something far more dangerous than the Demon King they thought they knew. "That is indeed the case," Kaguya Yubayashiki's calm voice cut through the tension. "For years, our war with the demons has been relentless, and our hunt for Muzan has never stopped. We gathered a massive amount of intelligence on him, on his habits and his limitations. But now," he paused, his unseen gaze sweeping over them, "all of that intelligence is useless. We must be careful in everything we do from this point forward, he warned, his tone grave. The enemy we now face is a demon king who has completed his transformation. At that very moment, deep within the winding corridors of the Infinity Castle, Tsukioko's eyes snapped open. He had finished assimilating the priest. An immense, ferocious power surged through him, an aura so vast it felt like it could swallow the heavens and the earth. Just as he had suspected, Priest Jubei's true power was not in his incantations but in his bloodline. The ancient energy contained within that blood was something beyond words. Even if Jubei had wanted to trade the secrets of his power for his life, he couldn't have. The priest clan had surely created a way to prevent their sacred knowledge from being spoken aloud. But they could never have predicted that someone like Tsukioko would simply devour the bloodline itself, absorbing and fusing with its power directly. Thump, thump, thump. He could feel a new heartbeat within his own, a powerful and serene rhythm that filled his entire being. It's just as I thought, Tsukioko mused, a slow, cruel smile spreading across his face. The priest clan, they are the ones who created the first demon, Kibutsuji Muzan. The clan had always been a mystery, but now their role was clear. And now, it no longer mattered. The next phase of the plan can begin, he said to the empty space around him. The cabinet is mine. Next, I will move against Yubayashiki, and the imperial family. He pictured Emperor Taisho, the man known in Japanese history as the Telescope Emperor. His reign was about to come to a swift and permanent end. Meanwhile, in a remote, mountainous region of Japan, a divine palace materialized from thin air, appearing like a ghostly mirage in the valley where Priest Jubei had met his end. A powerful energy pulsed from the structure, making the air hum and causing the surrounding landscape to shimmer as if it were a heavenly realm. Inside the palace, streaks of light shot through the main hall, coalescing into humanoid figures. Priest Jubei has failed, a voice spoke, completely devoid of emotion, like a distant, unfeeling god. Not only did he fail, but his priest bloodline was stolen. The bloodline was the entire foundation of the priest clan. It was the source of their power, the very essence of their being. It was with this power that they had secretly guided the course of Japan's history for centuries. The Yubayashiki family, the Demon Slayer Corps, and even Muzan Kibutsuji himself, they were all originally just tools, puppets chosen by the clan to act as their agents in the world. But they had never imagined that their own creation would break free from their control and turn on them. By devouring Jubei, Muzan had stolen the very source of their power. Now, all of their sacred arts and incantations would be useless against him. Yubayashiki and the Demon Slayer Corps have also suffered heavy losses, another voice added. The head of the family, Kaguya Yubayashiki, does not have long to live. The Corps, an organization with a 1,000-year legacy, has been crippled, its reputation destroyed. Furthermore, the voice continued, dropping its next words like stones into a silent pond, according to our latest intelligence, control of the Japanese government, the entire cabinet, has changed hands. If the previous news had been troubling, this was a cataclysm. The words, "cabinet has changed hands," echoed through the hall like a thunderclap, sending a wave of shock through the assembled priests. In the current Taisho era, Japan was a constitutional monarchy. Whoever controlled the cabinet controlled the nation. Whoever controlled the cabinet controlled the emperor. If the demon king, Muzan Kibutsuji, was now in control of the government, then the future of Japan was headed toward a darkness that not even the priest clan could imagine. This time, I will take action personally. A majestic female voice suddenly filled the air, radiating absolute authority. Where are the protectors? The moment she spoke, 6 figures radiating terrifying power appeared in the hall. They knelt as one, their heads bowed. We are here. Follow me to battle, the Divine Master commanded, her voice ringing with cold fury. We will set things right. 39, Chapter 39, A New Front in Yoshiwara. Deep within the shifting corridors of the Infinity Castle, Tsukioko's eyes snapped open. The moment the divine officials made their move, he felt it. They've appeared so quickly, he mused, a cold smile touching his lips. It seems this so-called divine official clan is very protective of Japan's history. On the surface, Tsukioko had completely overwhelmed Kaguya Yubayashiki and the Demon Slayer Corps. He had even asserted his dominance over the official Japanese government. But he was not careless. He knew that unseen forces could still be lurking in the shadows, and he controlled every detail of his plan with absolute precision. In this world, the Demon Slayer Corps was the most obvious enemy of the demons. However, two other powers operated from the shadows, the Japanese government and the Divine Official Clan. Kaguya Yubayashiki, chosen as a spokesperson by the divine officials, held tremendous influence over both the government and the common people. Many of the Hashira in the Demon Slayer Corps had tragic pasts, similar to the demons of the 12 Kazuki. The only difference was the path they chose to walk. Muzan Kibutsuji had never bothered to build connections within the Japanese government, but Yubayashiki had spent centuries weaving his family's influence into the nation's bureaucracy. This gave him a quiet, invisible power. Combined with his unique ability to sense the future, it allowed the Demon Slayer Corps to always stand with the strong. But everything had changed when Tsukiyako arrived. The once mighty Demon Slayer Corps was nearly wiped out during the battle on the Infinity Train. Now, at this critical moment, Yubayashiki's true backers had finally been forced to reveal themselves. The Divine Official Clan, the most mysterious force in the entire country, was making its move. Their goal was simple: restore the Yubayashiki family to power and set the world back on its proper course. From their perspective, Muzan Kibutsuji was nothing more than a tool that had gone rogue. He had begun to meddle with the Japanese government and even the imperial family. The Prime Minister and his entire cabinet, the highest authorities in the Taisho era, were already under Muzan's control. If the divine officials didn't act now, the Yubayashiki family and the Demon Slayer Corps would be completely destroyed. All of Japan would fall under the demonic rule of a single king, ushering in an age of unimaginable terror. A calm smile returned to Tsukiyako's face. But what does it matter if the Divine Official Clan acts personally? There's an even bigger trap waiting for them. This is the perfect opportunity for the 12 Kazuki to complete their transformation. He closed his eyes again, his voice dropping to a low whisper. After all, my throne has no place for trash. In that instant, the thoughts and actions of every demon in Japan became an open book to him. This time, he thought, I want to see if these legendary marked swordsmen are as powerful as the stories claim. 3 hours after Tsukiyako fully absorbed the bloodline of the Divine Official Clan, the highest levels of the Japanese government were thrown into chaos. The Japanese imperial family faced a shock unlike any they had ever known. First, Emperor Taisho, the most powerful figure in the nation, realized his orders were being ignored. He couldn't even get a message out of the imperial palace. To his horror, he discovered that the entire palace and every member of the imperial family had been secretly surrounded by countless demons. The imperial family had its own protectors, descendants of the great Onmyoji, Abe no Sime, and powerful priests from ancient shrines. But even they could feel a terrible storm brewing. Worse, the prime minister and the cabinet members, who had always been completely loyal to the emperor, were suddenly out of contact. Even with his limited intellect, Emperor Taisho understood that a terrifying conspiracy was unfolding. The recent demon attacks, assassination attempts, and rebellions across Japan had already shaken the country. Now, it seemed the true enemy was at his door. Then came the second shock. The crown prince, Hirohito, and his brothers vanished overnight. As the heirs to the throne, they were protected by the most powerful warriors and priests in the country. It should have been impossible for anyone to reach them, especially within the heavily guarded walls of the imperial palace. According to a divination performed by the Shinto Onmyoji, the missing princes were most likely in the Yoshiwara pleasure district. Soon, Emperor Taisho issued an imperial decree, and the news sent a tremor through all of Japan. At the same time, at the Yubayashiki ancestral home, the remaining Hashira gathered. What I've just explained is all the information we have on the mark, Divine Official Amina said, her gaze sweeping over the 6 Hashira seated before her. Their expressions were calm, but she could see the tension in their eyes. According to our records, the first person to awaken the mark was a man named Yoriaki Tsujikuni. Her voice was soft but clear. The breathing styles you use were also created by him. However, you can all innovate and build upon the styles you've learned. By doing so, you can create a breathing style that is perfect for you. When you use it with a Nichiren sword, you can cause the most damage to a demon. The sound Hashira, Tengen Uzui, spoke up. If this Yoriaki Tsujikuni was so powerful and talented, why didn't he? Allow me to answer that, Kaguya Yubayashiki said calmly, his gentle voice filling the room. Yoriaki Tsujikuni's talent and strength were beyond measure, and his hatred for demons was just as deep. According to the information we have, he actually fought Muzan Kibutsuji centuries ago. The 6 Hashira stared at him in shock. The details of that battle have been lost to time, Kaguya continued, but we know one thing for certain: Muzan Kibutsuji was severely wounded and forced to flee for his life. It was because of that battle that Muzan adopted his current strategy. He hides in the shadows, rarely fighting directly, always elusive and unpredictable. He let out a soft sigh. But unfortunately, Muzan Kibutsuji has a long life, while Yoriaki Tsujikuni was only a man. In the end, even he couldn't win against time. Even a swordsman as strong as Yoriaki couldn't defy old age. In the end, he was killed by his own brother, Kokushibo, who had become a demon. Chapter 40, The Gilded Cage. Before Yoriaki Tsujikuni, humanity's methods for dealing with demons were primitive and desperate. They could only hide, run, and pray for the sun to rise. The arrival of the Yubayashiki family and the Demon Slayer Corps changed everything. With the creation of the Nichiren sword, even an ordinary swordsman could finally harm a demon. But demons still possessed monstrous strength and speed, and the Demon Slayer Corps suffered heavy losses in every battle. The one who truly turned the tide was Yoriaki Tsujikuni. His creation of breathing styles and his innate Demon Slayer mark elevated the Corps' power to a whole new level. The other breathing styles, all derived from his original sun breathing, branched out and became the foundation of the Corps' legacy. But, Kaguya Yubayashiki continued, his voice echoing with a quiet sorrow, what we inherited from him were only incomplete pieces of his true power. The Hashira listened, their faces grim. Of all the breathing styles, only Yoriaki's sun breathing, with its 13 forms, was ever truly complete. The same is true for the Demon Slayer mark. Besides Yoriaki, every other swordsman who awakened the mark died before they reached the age of 25. It was this curse that drove his own brother, Kokushibo, to become a demon. He could not accept being forever weaker than his younger brother, nor could he accept such an early death. Kaguya paused, letting the weight of his words settle in the room. The sun-breathing technique has been lost to us, he said, but you have all awakened the mark. In these dark times, that is the best news we could hope for. However, there is something else you must know. His voice grew solemn, and the Hashira tensed, their expressions turning serious. The truth is, our family has been able to lead the Demon Slayer Corps for centuries, despite the curse that shortens our lives, for one reason. We have not been fighting this war alone. Behind the Yubayashiki family, there has always been another power supporting us, the clan of Shrine Maidens. The name hung in the air, simple yet heavy with meaning. My wife, Amine, is a member of this clan. Their bloodline has the power to suppress Muzan Kibutsuji's curse. It is only because of her and her ancestors that my family suffers from a shortened lifespan, rather than being completely wiped out by the demon's curse. But recently, during the train incident, a powerful member of the Shrine Maiden clan confronted Muzan directly. He took a slow, deliberate breath. According to our latest intelligence, that Shrine Maiden has fallen. A wave of shock and horror passed through the Hashira. If even a powerful warrior from this hidden clan couldn't defeat Muzan Kibutsuji, what hope did they have? But there is good news, Kaguya said, a flicker of strategic light in his eyes. Her sacrifice will not be in vain. The clan of Shrine Maidens will now surely send all of their elite warriors to join the fight. This is our greatest opportunity. Just as he finished speaking, his wife Amina looked up, having just received a new piece of information. The air grew still. Everyone, Kaguya announced, his voice low and urgent. A new mission has arrived. The Japanese imperial family's crown prince and several of his brothers have mysteriously disappeared. According to the imperial Onmyoji, they are most likely being held somewhere in the Yoshiwara entertainment district. He looked at the 6 Hashira before him. The imperial family has issued a decree. If the Demon Slayer Corps can find the crown prince, all past conflicts between us will be forgiven. In an instant, all 6 Hashira stood. We will not fail. Meanwhile, in the Infinity Castle, Tsukiyako felt a powerful strength flowing through him. A satisfied smile spread across his face. Only now, he whispered, do I truly possess the complete power of Muzan Kibutsuji. Since his battle with Yoriaki Tsujikuni centuries ago, Muzan's body had never fully healed. His incredible regeneration could fix any surface wound, but the deep, cellular damage left by the sun-breathing swordsman remained. Phantom pains had tormented him for hundreds of years, a constant reminder of his defeat. When Tsukiyako merged with this body, he inherited that pain. But unlike the original Muzan, Tsukiyako had not experienced the humiliation of that battle. After absorbing the unique blood of the Shrine Maiden, he had successfully integrated 3 bloodlines: human, demon, and maiden. The phantom pains that had plagued Muzan for centuries vanished in an instant. But, he mused, if the high priest of the Shrine Maiden clan has personally acted, their methods for fighting me must be more than a simple curse. They had a hand in his creation, it was logical they would have a way to destroy him. But before that, he said with a long, slow breath, the Yubayashiki family and the Demon Slayer Corps no longer have a reason to exist. Let the so-called Yoshiwara Entertainment District become their final graveyard. At that same moment, the Yoshiwara Entertainment District was coming alive. As the most prosperous red light district in Japan, it was a sea of countless brothels and pleasure houses. As night fell, the streets glowed brightly with lanterns, casting a brilliant light on a world of fleeting dreams and expensive pleasures. This was a place for the wealthy and powerful. Conversations were held by rich merchants and high-ranking officials. Commoners could not afford to even walk these streets. To spend money here was a display of power. But recently, a dark undercurrent had begun to flow through the district. Powerful company owners and magnates of the Taisho era had been disappearing without a trace, along with their families. The enormous wealth they controlled had secretly flowed into Tsukiyako's hands. Deep beneath the glittering surface of Yoshiwara, 1,000 meters underground, was a different world. In a dark, damp cavern filled with countless intertwined skeletons, a single figure sat cross-legged. His body was covered in tattoos, and he wore only a short coat and trousers. It was Akeza, upper rank 3 of the 12 Kazuki. His eyes were closed tightly, his mind flashing with countless scenes of battle, yet his body was as still as stone. He was waiting, perfectly calm, for the ultimate battle that he knew was about to begin. 41, Chapter 41, Nightfall over the Flower District. Since the Meiji era, the Yoshiwara Red Light District has been a symbol of Japan's nightlife, a glittering world of pleasure that thrived through the Taisho period. It was a place where dreams were sold, where countless courtesans became legends, and where Japan's modern entertainment industry was born. As night fell, the district transformed. Lanterns cast a warm glow over streets teeming with people. Modern cars and rickshaws navigated the bustling crowds, creating a lively scene of constant motion. The air was filled with music, laughter, and the scent of perfume. To the men who flocked here, it was a paradise on earth, a place where any desire could be fulfilled for a price. The only limits were the strength of a man's body and the depth of his wallet. But as the saying goes, behind glamour, there is always filth. The prosperity of Yoshiwara was built on a foundation of sorrow and human trafficking. Young women were sold into this life, their youth and beauty consumed by the endless desires of their clients. It was a beautiful cage, but a cage nonetheless. And tonight, something far more sinister lurked within it. Unknown to the revelers below, 2 of the 12 Kazuki, Daki and Jayataro, watched from the highest pavilion in the district. They had seen this same scene countless times, first as desperate humans and now as powerful demons. The view was the same, but their perspective had changed entirely. Our master has ordered us to hide the Japanese crown prince and his brothers here, Jayataro hissed, his hunched figure barely visible in the dark. This entire district will be the battlefield where we finally eliminate the Hashira. They're just Hashira, Daki scoffed, her voice filled with disdain. It's not like we haven't killed them before. In life, they had been tormented by the people of this district. In death, they had become its cruel masters. This time is different, Jayataro said, his eyes glowing with a deep intensity. The entire district is surrounded by thousands of newly turned demons. There are even legions of them armed with the firearms of the soldiers they've devoured. Our master's goal isn't just to destroy Yubayashiki and the Demon Slayer Corps. He wants to become the king of all Japan. Yes, Daki agreed, gently stroking the sash around her waist, which writhed like a living creature. And all we have to do is obey our master's every command. Tonight will not be a peaceful one, Jayataro murmured, his gaze falling upon the crowds below, seeing ghosts of his past and present in their faces. At that same moment, the remaining 6 Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps gathered for a final briefing. There was little strategy to discuss. This was a mission they could not refuse, an order forced upon them by the Japanese imperial family. No matter what it took, they had to rescue the crown prince and his brothers. They all knew it was a trap. Even with their newly awakened demon slayer marks, they understood that facing Muzan Kibutsuji and the 12 Kazuki would be an incredibly difficult fight. The entire situation felt chillingly similar to the Mugen train incident, with Muzan once again forcing them onto the defensive. The stone Hashira, Gyomei Haimjima, looked at the 5 other slayers. Everyone, in the eyes of the other powers in Japan, the Demon Slayer Corps is already a dying force. We must not only complete this mission but also do everything we can to survive. He knew that hoping to kill Muzan in this battle was almost impossible. The Muzan they once knew was cunning and cruel, but also cowardly and predictable. The demon they faced now was completely different. This new Muzan was a brilliant strategist with a tiger's ambition, a decisive killer who was both forceful and domineering. Facing him felt like facing a vengeful god. Understood. The Hashira answered in unison. Very well, Gyomei said, his voice firm. Let us depart. In an instant, 6 figures vanished, speeding toward the glowing lights of the Yoshiwara district. Back at the Yubayashiki estate, Kaguya listened to the report that the Hashira had departed. He let out a long sigh, his blind eyes filled with worry. Compared to the old Muzan, this new one is not only more methodical, but his calculations are astonishing. He excels at psychological warfare, he said quietly to his wife, Amane. Amane, what I fear most is that this battle in Yoshiwara is not his true plan. What if it's merely a feint? A distraction to lure our strongest fighters away while his real objective is, us. The air in the room grew heavy with silence. Amane's purple eyes remained calm, but she knew his fears were justified. Even with the head of the Shrine Maiden clan now involved, they all felt a deep sense of urgency. The old Muzan would have simply hidden in the shadows, waiting for them to die from his curse or old age. But this new Muzan was dangerously unpredictable. His every move was a mystery, his true intentions impossible to guess. No one knew what he was truly planning. But one thing was certain, they could not afford to simply sit and wait for death to find them. 42, Chapter 42, The Unseen Threat. The show has finally begun. In the glowing entertainment district of Yoshiwara, the demons were in position. Daki and Jayataro waited patiently in a tall building, their eyes scanning the streets for the arrival of the Demon Slayer Corps' Hashira. Deep beneath the district, Akaza's powerful form was already beginning to materialize, ready for the slaughter. Far from the noise and lights, within the twisted, impossible corridors of the Infinity Castle, the man now known as Tsukiyako opened his eyes. He had just completed his latest evolution, and a vast, overwhelming aura erupted from his body, shaking the dimension to its core. The power felt divine, as if a dragon and phoenix now resided within him. I have to admit, the bloodline of the Shinto priest clan is truly remarkable, he thought to himself, a calm smile gracing his lips. When combined with Muzan Kibutsuji's original power, it has pushed me to a new level of existence. In his mind, demons, including the original, Muzan, were not supernatural monsters. They were simply humans infected with a powerful biological agent, a virus of sorts. Muzan was merely the first carrier, the original pathogen. The Shinto priest clan, with their centuries of genetic mastery, had provided the key to perfecting this virus. This evolution had granted him an immense concentration of power, solving the tedious problem of relying on subordinates. Now, the life, death, and actions of every demon were tied directly to his will. The Infinity Castle is now divided into 3 parts, he mused, his strategic mind already seeing the pieces on the board. One part is woven into Yoshiwara. Another surrounds the Yubayashiki ancestral land. And the third is now connected to the Japanese Imperial Palace. Just as Kaguya Yubayashiki had feared, the operation in Yoshiwara was indeed a feint. But it was a feint with real teeth. The battle between the Hashira and the 12 Kazuki was inevitable and would be a bloody affair. Meanwhile, the Japanese imperial family was in chaos. With the cabinet and prime minister already under his influence, it would be a waste not to seize control of the country's leadership. That left the Yubayashiki estate. On the surface, it was the heart of the Demon Slayer Corps, yet it was left strangely undefended. There were no elite slayers guarding it, not even the family's personal guards. Kaguya intended this to be a clever deception, but Tsukiyako, who knew the story's secrets, saw it for what it truly was, a massive trap. It was a terrifying killing ground, designed with one purpose, to lure the Demon King in and destroy him once and for all. After all, it was the final resting place of generations of Yubayashiki leaders, all of whom had dedicated their lives to ending Muzan Kibutsuji. Who knew what ancient techniques and hidden weapons they had left behind? However, there was another threat that concerned him far more. The leader of the Shinto priest clan, an individual known only as the God Lord, was now actively hunting him. According to the memories he had absorbed, the current God Lord was a woman named Shinto priest Shinami. She was an absolute mystery within her own powerful clan. Only a handful of people had ever seen her true face. Her mastery of their clan's unique arts, onmyoji magic, and bloodline abilities made her the strongest of her kind in the world. Even with his newfound power, Tsukiyako felt a sense of unease when thinking of her. She was a powerful enemy who wanted nothing more than to tear him to shreds. Before I deal with her, Tsukiyako decided, his expression hardening, I must first resolve the problem of Lady Tamayo. With a single thought, his form vanished from the throne room. Lady Tamayo was a brilliant doctor, both in her human life and in her long existence as a demon. She had dedicated centuries to researching a cure for the demonic curse, and her knowledge of medicine was unparalleled. It was her drug, after all, that would one day be instrumental in the final battle against Muzan, a concoction that would strip away his regeneration, age him thousands of years in moments, and ultimately help drag him into the sunlight. At this very moment, in a quiet courtyard tucked away inside the Infinity Castle, Tamayo had just made the breakthrough she had been working toward for hundreds of years. Using blood samples from Nezuko Kamadu, the 12 Kazuki, and even from Tsukiyako himself, she had done it. She had created the first version of a regenerative potion, a cure. It still had flaws, but it was a success. For a woman who had spent centuries studying demon blood, this was the greatest moment of her life. I did it, she whispered, her hands trembling as she held the vial up to the light. I finally succeeded. She was so lost in her excitement, so overwhelmed with joy, that she didn't notice the silent figure that had appeared behind her. Suddenly, a terrifying chill washed over her, freezing her to the spot. An aura of absolute dread enveloped her, so powerful it stole the air from her lungs. Don't be afraid, it's me. A calm voice spoke from directly behind her. Before she could react, a pair of arms wrapped around her waist, pulling her into a firm embrace. Tamayo, the voice continued, smooth and familiar. After all these years, this is the first time I've seen you smile so happily. That voice. That impossibly familiar voice. Tamayo's delicate, beautiful face, which so often held a serene sadness, instantly drained of all color. Her body went rigid with a fear so profound it felt like burning sunlight on her skin. Muzan. She breathed, her voice a shattered whisper. Muzan, it's you. Muzan Kibutsuji. 43, Chapter 43, A Game of Shadows. For Lady Tamayo, there was only one being in the entire world who deserved to be utterly destroyed, Muzan Kibutsuji. The man holding her now wore that monster's face and possessed his power, and in her heart, there was no difference. She had no desire for peace or understanding. Their conflict was not a simple grudge, it was a fundamental clash between two opposing worldviews. Tamayo was, as her loyal companion Yushiro always described her, the epitome of a dignified and elegant woman. She carried herself with a quiet grace that was both beautiful and serene. But the man who was once Muzan Kibutsuji, and the new entity known as Tsukiyako who now inhabited his body, had never seen beauty as something to be protected. To him, it was something to be broken. In his mind, protection was one form of beauty, but destruction was another, purer form. It was simply a matter of taste. Let go of me, Tamayo hissed, her voice tight with rage. The air in the room grew heavy and still. Her beautiful face was flushed, a mixture of fury and humiliation. From the moment Tsukiyako had captured her and forced her to research cures under his watch, she knew she would never truly be free. But she had never imagined this. The original Muzan had always been indifferent to women, seeing them as nothing more than tools. She never dreamed that this new version would turn his predatory attention on her in such a personal way. Don't move, Tsukiyako's voice was a soft whisper beside her ear, yet it carried the weight of an absolute command. As she struggled against his hold, he continued, think about Nezuko. Think about young Yushiro. And of course, think about those powerful Hashira I have trapped within the Infinity Castle. Are their lives not worth more than your pride? At his words, Tamayo froze. The fight drained out of her body, replaced by a cold, suffocating helplessness. Two streams of silent tears traced paths down her cheeks, tears of pure, impotent rage. What terrible sin had she committed in a past life to be tormented by this vile, irredeemable monster? Tamayo, you have no idea. Tsukioko's voice became deceptively gentle, as if speaking to a lover. All these years, I have never once forgotten about you. Though the words were soft, they sent a shiver of ice down her spine. They were both demons who had lived for centuries. Why was he playing such a childish, romantic game? Then, in a flash of clarity, she understood. As Muzan's former attendant, despite her revulsion, she knew his nature. Given his twisted personality, her resistance would only fuel his cruelty. A different approach was needed. Engaging him on this psychological level, playing into his sick fantasy, might give her an opening. It was a repulsive thought, but as long as she could distract him, she was willing to do anything. What more did she have left to lose? The stiffness in her body seemed to melt away. When she spoke again, her tone had changed completely. The cold fury was gone, replaced by a trembling accusation. Is that true? She asked, her voice sounding like a heartbroken lover's complaint. Then why did you lie to me? Why did you force me to become this monster? Why did you destroy the happiness I had worked so hard to find? A dark smile touched Tsukioko's lips. He tightened his arms around her, pleased by her response. Tamayo, I've waited centuries to hear you ask me that. He leaned closer, his voice dropping into a sinister confession. When I first met you, you already had a family. You had a husband and children. I was the one who came later. His tone turned dark and possessive. The only way to make you understand was to make you lose everything. I had to make you fall to the very bottom, to drag you into the darkest moment of your life. Only then would you realize that I am the only one in this world who truly cares for you, the only one who truly understands you. To love you, I killed your family. To love you, I ruined your life. To love you, I turned you into a demon. This was the core of his twisted belief, and hearing it spoken so passionately made the hatred in Tamayo's heart burn hotter than ever before. So, that's how it was, she whispered. A strange, unreadable emotion flickered across her face. Her features seemed to be cloaked in shadow, making it impossible to discern her true feelings. If Tsukioko didn't have absolute control over the bodies of all demons, he might have been fooled by her incredible performance. The expression she wore was a perfect mask of confusion and inner torment. Was she struggling with regret? With anger at the tragedy he had created? Or with disgust at his deranged concept of love? This combination of vulnerability and strength was alluring. Her tear-stained beauty, mixed with a stubborn pride, was a performance that could soften the hardest of hearts. She was a master of this game, far more skilled than the naive Yushiro could ever hope to be. She had accurately read Tsukioko's emotional state and, in an instant, had decided to meet his twisted needs head-on, attempting to seize control of their morbid dynamic. After all, you can't force someone to love you, especially not a demoness who hates you for murdering her family. Just as the tension in the room reached its peak, a voice called from outside. Lady Tamayo, are you in there? It was Yushiro. Thump thump. Thump thump. Instantly, Tsukioko felt the frantic, uncontrolled rhythm of Tamayo's heart hammering against his arm. Her composure had shattered. Her greatest weakness had just announced itself, and the monster holding her could feel her terror. 44, Chapter 44, The Shattered Image. Yushiro was special. Lady Tamayo had personally turned him into a demon after he died, giving him a unique place in her heart. He was like a piece of art she had crafted with her own hands, a creation that held extraordinary meaning. More importantly, in all the time Yushiro had known her, Lady Tamayo had always presented herself as a Yamato Nachiko, the perfect Japanese woman. She was the ideal of a good wife and loving mother, gentle, dignified, elegant, and noble. No matter the time or place, she always carried herself with a captivating grace and a soft, kind disposition. This was the image Yushiro cherished. For centuries, the Lady Tamayo in his memory had perfectly matched the woman he saw before him every day. To him, she was like a divine statue on an altar he worshipped. She was a being to be admired from afar, never to be defiled, someone to look up to, but never to possess. The thought of having her for himself was one Yushiro believed he should never have, and did not deserve to have. In his eyes, Lady Tamayo was the most beautiful woman in the world. Even after she became a demon, that belief never wavered. In fact, because of a demon's inherent nature, her appearance had not changed in hundreds of years, which only strengthened his conviction. However, everything, all of his thoughts and beliefs, had been shattered after their recent encounter with Muzan Kibutsuji. Yushiro already knew who Muzan was. Lady Tamayo had told him everything, including the fact that Muzan was the one person she desperately wanted to kill. The problem was, while Lady Tamayo's medical skills were unmatched, her combat abilities were non-existent. And Yushiro, the loyal servant she had created, was just as useless in a fight. Their peaceful days hiding in Asakusa, Tokyo, were over, thanks to Muzan's attack. Now, every day spent in the Infinity Castle was torture for Yushiro. He knew that if it was this hard for him, it must be 100 times worse for Lady Tamayo, who despised the Demon King with every fiber of her being. Lady Tamayo, are you there? Yushiro's voice came from outside her room. The knocking had stopped, but he spoke again. I just put Nezuko to sleep. Although Yushiro was usually indifferent to anyone other than Lady Tamayo, Nezuko was a special case. She was a half-human, half-demon who had captured even Muzan Kibutsuji's attention, making her uniquely important. But Yushiro could never have imagined the scene unfolding inside the room at that very moment. Lady Tamayo, the woman he saw as dignified, elegant, and untouchable, was being held in the arms of the Demon King himself. She was trembling from head to toe, seemingly having lost the strength to even speak. Don't make a sound, she whispered, her voice barely audible in Muzan's ear. Please. In Yushiro's mind, Lady Tamayo was a noble woman. Though she always referred to herself as a madam, he felt the title didn't suit someone so beautiful. Lady was much more fitting. If he were to see her in such a state, his mind would instantly break. His perception of her would be ruined forever. She would have lost all her dignity as both a person and a demon. How does it feel, Tamayo? Muzan's voice was a low murmur, a stark contrast to her panicked state. Are you worried about yourself, or are you worried about Yushiro? He much preferred this terrified version of her to the composed woman who had tried to manipulate him before. The situation was taking a strange turn. They were mortal enemies, yet the scene between them was undeniably intimate and charged with a dark tension. If I'm not mistaken, Yushiro is the one you personally turned into a demon. In his heart, you're like a mother figure, Muzan continued, his tone dangerously smooth. You wouldn't want him to see us like this, would you, Lady Tamayo? His simple words struck her like a physical blow. Her body trembled uncontrollably. There was something more terrifying than death, and that was having one's dignity completely stripped away. People lived for their reputation, and even as a demon, Tamayo cared deeply about her honor. She had never dreamed, not as a human, and certainly not as a demon, that she would be threatened in such a humiliating way. It was absurd, utterly absurd. But Lady Tamayo knew that for Muzan Kibutsuji, this was all just a simple, cruel game. For her, however, it was everything. It wasn't just about her chance for revenge, it was about the image she had maintained in Yushiro's heart for centuries. She absolutely could not let him see her in such a disheveled and compromised state. The most frustrating part was that Muzan could kill her with a single thought. Yet, he chose this method instead, this slow, psychological torture. For a fleeting, bewildering moment, she wondered if Muzan had done all those things in the past because he had genuinely loved her. Turning her into a demon, tricking her into killing her own family, forcing her to consume human blood until she became a fallen monster, could any of it have been born from some twisted affection? Normally, she would have scoffed at such an idea. It was the kind of thought only a complete fool would entertain. But with someone as unstable and unpredictable as Muzan, whose mind not even other demons could comprehend, anything felt possible. Lady Tamayo, are you asleep? Yushiro's voice cut through her chaotic thoughts. Hearing no response for so long, a hint of worry entered his tone. I'm coming in now. Then came the sound of the doorknob turning. Inside the room, held in an impossible position, Lady Tamayo felt a wave of pure humiliation, the kind that came with the certainty of being exposed. 45, Chapter 45, A Ripple in the Heart. No, don't come in. Just as Yushiro's hand turned the knob, Lady Tamayo's voice finally broke through, sharp and urgent. For Yushiro, her words were law. He froze instantly, his hand retracting from the door as if it were burned. He carefully turned the knob back, restoring everything to how it was. If Lady Tamayo spoke, it meant she was in the room but that it wasn't the right time for him to enter. It was nothing, he told himself. He didn't even have to think. Comforting excuses flooded his mind. Her refusal didn't spark a single trace of resentment in him. Instead, it only deepened his respect. As expected of Lady Tamayo, he thought, the most beautiful and kind woman in all of Japan. Inside the room, Tamayo felt as if she had used the last of her strength just to speak those few words. Her body went limp, and she leaned involuntarily into Muzan's embrace. She wished she could tear the demon behind her limb from limb, but she knew the best course of action was to swallow her rage until her power could match his. Otherwise, all her work would be for nothing. She had not only completed the first stage of the medicine to turn a demon back into a human, but she had also secretly altered some of the formula's proportions. Even the most brilliant doctors couldn't guess the correct dosage for such a revolutionary medicine, let alone Muzan Kibatsuji, who knew nothing of the craft. Tamayo was aware, however, that her knowledge was also her weakness. By simply controlling her, he could obtain everything he wanted. Still, this was her only chance to manipulate him. From his words and actions, it was clear that he was, for whatever reason, interested in her. If he had merely wanted her body, he wouldn't have bothered creating such a tense, ambiguous atmosphere. But Tamayo knew better than to base her entire plan against the Demon King on something as flimsy as a woman's intuition. This was a monster who killed without remorse, a being who could twist people into vengeful demons and control them effortlessly. Every step she took felt like walking on thin ice over a bottomless abyss. Could she truly make it to the other side? Lady Tamayo, what are you doing? Yushiro's voice came from outside again, softer this time. Is the medicine finished? Nezuko still seems a little unwell. On the surface, he was just showing concern, but it was also his way of gently probing for answers. He had been turned away by her before, but never like this. Inside, Lady Tamayo slowly lifted her exquisitely beautiful face, seemingly ignoring Yushiro's voice. Her dark hair was slightly messy, with a few strands stuck to her sweat-dampened cheek. Her mature face wore an expression of such profound pity that it was captivating. Her amethyst eyes seemed to hold a universe of unspoken emotion. The lingering tension from Muzan's embrace only made her current state seem all the more poignant, a chaotic mix of endless love and hate. The medicine is at its most crucial stage right now. I can't be distracted, she said, her voice steady despite her appearance. Her breathtaking eyes met Muzan's emotionless gaze. Yushiro, go take care of Nezuko. Every word was aimed at the man outside the door, but her eyes suggested she was also speaking to the man holding her. It was a masterful display of control, a message sent and a boundary drawn all at once. Okay. I understand, Yushiro replied from the hallway. His disappointment was audible, but he seemed to recover in an instant. A moment later, they heard his footsteps turning and walking away. Tamayo, Muzan murmured as soon as they were alone. His hand moved casually, stroking her cheek. The simple, gentle touch made her whole body tremble. Everything that is past has vanished like smoke, he said, his voice low and possessive. The future is ours. This era belongs to us. As his last word fell, his form flickered and vanished from behind her like a ghost. Thud. Deprived of his support, Tamayo's trembling body could no longer hold itself up, and she collapsed to the floor. Tears streamed instantly from her eyes, turning her delicate face into a portrait of sorrow, like a pear blossom drenched in rain. She instinctively wiped them away, but the moment they were gone, a fresh wave of grief washed over her, and she began to cry once more. She felt utterly confused about her own feelings for Muzan Kibatsuji, or rather, Tsukiyako. For centuries, she had known him only by his negative traits, his baseness, his shamelessness, his treachery, and his wickedness. But the man she saw now, a century later, was a refined, dignified, and unfathomable demon king. Every movement he made, every word he spoke, seemed to hold an enigmatic allure. The calm lake of her heart, which she had guarded for 100 years, had been disturbed by his touch. She cried because, for a fleeting, subconscious moment, she had been truly captivated by the man he presented himself to be. Her heart had fluttered. Yet she knew, deep in her soul, that he was the demon she hated most in the world, the monster she wished to tear to shreds. The complex, intertwining emotions made her feel as if her psychological defenses were collapsing, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. 46, Chapter 46, Three Fronts. Buzz. In an instant, Tsukiyako's figure materialized on the cold throne of the Infinity Castle. He pressed his hands onto the armrests, and a powerful, imposing aura erupted from him. The twisted, endless fortress, a product of Nakame's blood demon art, now fell under his direct control. With a thought, he fundamentally changed its nature. The entire castle split, its presence now anchored to 3 separate locations, 1/3 in the Yoshiwara red light district, 1/3 over the residence of the Japanese imperial family, and the final third directly above the Yubayashiki ancestral home, a place most demons feared to even think of. A small smile touched Tsukioko's lips. I have to say, Tamayo is indeed a woman of taste and thought. This was not the Kibutsuji Muzan of the past. His thoughts were more intricate, his methods more complex. He understood Tamayo's value. She was the one who held the knowledge of the 12 Kazuki, the one mind capable of creating a medicine that could not only turn a demon back into a human but could even restrain him. After being devoured in another timeline, it was the remnants of her medicine that had nearly destroyed him from within. While the 9 Hashira and Tanjiro Kamadu had been crucial, Tamayo was the true key to his defeat. Knowing this, dealing with her became a delicate and urgent matter. Simply killing her or erasing her consciousness would solve nothing. Her death would rewrite the future, rendering all of his foresight useless. Her brilliant medical skills would be lost forever. But controlling her without force was nearly impossible. The hatred between them was deep and seemingly irreconcilable. So, Tsukioko had chosen a different path, a direct assault on her mind. Tamayo presented herself as gentle, kind, and dignified, a white lotus among demons, if one ignored the sins she'd committed under his influence centuries ago. She had spent all that time atoning, but Tsukioko's goal was to stop that transformation. He believed her hatred was no longer a burning fire but a faint ember she kept alive through sheer willpower, a psychological suggestion she repeated to herself. His weapon to extinguish it was a twisted view of love, the idea that his past atrocities were a sick form of affection. Faced with this, she had not rejected him outright. Instead, she chose to feign compliance, a tactical retreat. She had to survive, and this was her only option. The problem with deception, however, is that to make someone else believe a lie, you must first, on some level, believe it yourself. The moment she decided to deceive him, she had already stepped into the intricate maze he had built for her. Tamayo, that unpredictable piece, can be set aside for now, Muzan mused from his throne. Light swirled in his plum-red eyes, like galaxies being born and dying. Now, I can finally free my hands to deal with Yubayashiki and the Demon Slayer Corps. At that very moment, several kilometers outside the Yoshiwara red light district, 6 figures moved through the shadows. The remaining Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps had arrived. The stone Hashira, Gyomei Haimjima, paused and looked at the 5 warriors with him, his hands clasped in prayer. Everyone, this mission is extremely important, not only for the Corps but for Oyakata-sama himself, he said, his voice a low rumble. Namo Amida Butsu. Reinforcements can't reach us in time. In this battle, we can only rely on ourselves. The district before us is teeming with demons placed by Kibutsuji Muzan. We won't just be facing demons with powerful blood demon arts, we must also confront the 12 Kazuki head-on. The 12 Kazuki were Muzan's personal guard, demons of immense power. While the Corps had managed to slay several of the lower ranks over the years, they had never successfully killed a single upper-rank demon. This very district had claimed the lives of many former Hashira, subtly becoming a forbidden land for demon slayers. But now, for the future of the Corps, for their master, and for themselves, they had no choice but to enter. The sound Hashira, Tengen Uzui, stepped forward. Alright, listen up. I'll be working with the Mist Hashira, Tokaito Muchiro. We're splitting into 3 groups, he announced, his tone all business. My 3 wives entered Yoshiwara to gather intelligence, but I've lost contact with them. I have to find them. Stone Hashira, you'll be with the Flame Hashira, Kyojuro Rengoku. Insect Hashira, you're with the Love Hashira, Mitsurai Kenroji. No problem, came the unified reply. They were an elite force. Gyomei was the strongest, followed by the prodigious talent, Muchiro. The Insect Hashira, Shinobu Koko, was a master of poisons, while the Love Hashira, Mitsurai Kenroji, possessed incredible speed and strength. Rengoku's explosive power was legendary, and Tengen, a descendant of shinobi, relied on his flashy breathing style and an arsenal of ninja tools. Then let's move out. The 6 Hashira shared a final look of grim determination. In the next instant, they shot forward, moving as one toward the glowing, deceptive lights of Yoshiwara. Their speed was immense, a silent rush of wind in the dead of night, completely invisible to the untrained eye. 47, Chapter 47, The Demon in the Rain. The 6 remaining Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps moved like ghosts through the night. Their forms blurred as they descended upon the Yoshiwara Red Light District, a place of fleeting pleasures that now hid a dark and deadly secret. They landed silently on the rooftops, their eyes meeting for a brief, final confirmation. In an instant, they split into 3 teams of 2, ready to move toward their assigned locations. Even though this district was the territory of upper rank 6, Jayutaro and Daki, Master Yabayashiki had managed to secure a map of its winding streets and alleys. They knew they were walking into a trap. An inescapable net had been cast over the entire district by Muzan Kibutsuji himself. But they had no choice. They had to come. The lives of Crown Prince Showa and the other young princes were at stake. This mission was about more than just the Corps' reputation with the government. It was a critical test of loyalty. Muzan, in his human disguise as Tsukiyako, had spent months turning powerful figures in the Japanese government against the Yabayashiki family. This was their one chance to prove their allegiance. If they succeeded, they could show the doubtful imperial family that Master Yabayashiki was not secretly working with the progenitor of demons. It would give them a fighting chance against Muzan's political scheming. But if they failed, the fragile trust between the Demon Slayer Corps and the imperial family would be shattered forever. The consequences of such a failure were too terrible to imagine. The Yabayashiki family, and the entire Corps with it, would be destroyed. Just as the 6 Hashira were about to move out, the last bit of evening light vanished. Dark clouds rolled in from nowhere, swallowing the sky. A heavy rain began to fall, drenching the district in seconds and plunging the colorful streets into an oppressive darkness. The sudden gloom felt like a terrible omen, a suffocating presence that seemed to press in from all sides. Damn it, Tomioka's voice was low and urgent. We need to hurry. Remember, the mission comes first. Don't get drawn into long fights. We can't afford to lose anyone. The others nodded in the downpour. But as they prepared to leap into the alleys below, the trap was sprung. From every street and shadow, countless lesser demons began to emerge. A moment later, unearthly shrieks echoed from the streets below, turning the vibrant district into a living nightmare. From the highest rooftop in Yoshiwara, Jayutaro watched the scene unfold, a cruel grin on his face. His sister, Daki, stood beside him, her obi sash twitching with irritation. They're finally here. It looks like we're going to have some fun, Jayutaro rasped. Daki pouted. Humph. All 6 of them came at once. It's so annoying. Why do we have to deal with them? Don't be a fool, Jayutaro sneered, though his grin didn't fade. This generation of Hashira is different from the weaklings that came before. That wind pillar, Sanemi Shinazugawa, is a savage. The water pillar, Tomioka, is dangerously skilled. And that serpent pillar, Obanayaguro, they're all trouble. He remembered the 3 Hashira that Lord Muzan had killed himself. Even for their master, it hadn't been an entirely simple task. He thought about the rumors of slayers who had awakened strange marks on their skin, pushing their bodies beyond human limits. Facing 3 of them at once, even he and Daki might not be enough. But it doesn't matter, he added, his confidence returning as he looked down at the chaos. Lord Muzan planned for this. He even sent them to help. As demons surged through the streets, a lone figure appeared in the dark, rainy mist. He wore luxurious clothing and moved with an unnatural grace. His face was beautiful, almost angelic, but it held a strange emptiness that made it hard to tell if he was a man or a woman. A pair of rainbow-colored eyes held a cheerful, yet completely detached, gaze. As a flash of lightning lit up the street, Shinobu Koko, the insect Hashira, froze mid-step. She and Mitsurai Kenroji, the love Hashira, were about to head to their assigned area when the figure blocked their path. Shinobu's usual smile vanished, replaced by a look of pure, unadulterated shock. Her whisper was barely audible over the rain. It's you. The memories she had suppressed for years came rushing back with the force of a tidal wave. Doma, the leader of the Eternal Paradise cult. Upper rank 2 of the 12 Kazuki. A demon with bizarre ice-based abilities and a twisted hobby of devouring women. The monster who smiled while he killed. The other Hashira, already moving swiftly through the rooftops, noticed her pause. Shinobu. Jiyu's voice cut through the rain. They couldn't stop, not now. The mission was too important. They exchanged worried glances but had to keep moving forward. They could only trust that she would remember her duty and follow them. A delay now could mean failure for them all. Mitsurai Kenroji had stopped beside her, her hand resting on the hilt of her unique, whip-like sword. "Shinobu? What is it? Who is that?" Shinobu's voice was dangerously calm, a stark contrast to the storm of hatred raging inside her. "Mitsurai, that demon is one of the 12 Kazuki. I've been searching for him for years, but I could never find a single trace. I never imagined I'd run into him here, of all places." Her knuckles turned white as she gripped her own blade. Her voice dropped to a low, venomous whisper. "He's the one who killed my sister, Connie." Mitsurai's breath caught in her throat. Her wide, green eyes filled with a sudden, fierce anger. Everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps joined for their own tragic reasons, but she and Shinobu shared a special bond as the only two female Hashira. She knew how much pain her friend carried beneath that constant, gentle smile. And now, the source of all that pain was standing right in front of them, smiling pleasantly as if he were greeting an old friend in the rain. 48, Chapter 48, A Mask of Rage. "So that's Doma," Jayataro muttered from his perch high above the rainy streets of Yoshiwara. Daki nodded beside him. "Lord Muzan must have sent him. This isn't a coincidence." In a way, Doma was the reason they were part of the 12 Kazuki. He had found them dying in the gutter all those years ago and had offered them a new, powerful existence as demons. Compared to the suffering of their human lives, this life of killing and feasting was paradise. But they were not friends. Doma had been born without human emotions, and becoming a demon had only made him stranger. He was eccentric, terrifyingly strong, and had a cheerful disposition that made other demons deeply uncomfortable. Even though they owed him their lives, Jayataro and Daki kept their distance. Now, seeing him here along with the news that upper rank 3, Akaza, was also in the district, meant one thing. The fight was going to be a bloodbath, far more intense than they had imagined. But it also meant that they didn't have to do all the work. Their job just got a lot easier. "Just 2 Hashira," Jayataro said with a cold glint in his eyes. "Against him, they don't stand a chance." Down below, the air had grown deathly still, the sound of the rain fading into a tense silence. An almost visible killing intent radiated from the insect Hashira, Shinobu Koko, and the love Hashira, Mitsurai Kenroji. Though they were surrounded by countless lurking demons, their attention was focused entirely on the one man standing before them. He had pale, almost white hair and a pair of unsettling, rainbow-colored eyes. But the most disturbing thing about him was the constant, pleasant smile on his face. It was the smile of someone who saw the entire world, its creation and its destruction, as nothing more than a simple game. In a way, Doma was like a pale imitation of Muzan Kibutsuji. Both were completely devoid of empathy. But to Shinobu, the demon standing before her was infinitely worse than Muzan. Muzan was the source of all demons, an absolute evil. Doma, however, was personal. He was the one who had taken her sister from her. He deserved to die 1,000 times over. "Oh my, what a surprise. 2 beautiful swordswomen, how lovely to meet you," Doma said, his cheerful tone completely unaffected by the waves of hatred rolling off the 2 Hashira. To Shinobu and Mitsurai, his smile was infuriating. They wanted nothing more than to smash that emotionless, fake expression into dust. "You know," Doma continued, tapping a finger on his chin thoughtfully, "you look familiar. I feel like I've seen you before, but I just can't remember where." Then, to the absolute horror of both Hashira, Doma casually lifted a hand to his head. With a sickening, wet crack, he plunged his fingers deep into his own temple, stirring them around inside his skull as if trying to recall a forgotten memory. The bizarre, grotesque action was so nonchalant that it left them momentarily speechless. "Ah, I remember now," he exclaimed, pulling his blood-stained fingers out of his head as the wound instantly healed. "You look just like a woman I met years ago. She wore the same pretty butterfly ornament in her hair. She was a special one, very strong. She managed to fight me until sunrise." Shinobu's breath hitched, her rage burning like ice in her veins. "Yes," she said, a very strange, cold smile spreading across her own face. It was the same smile she had worn ever since the day of her sister's funeral, a mask to hide a heart that no longer knew how to feel joy. "She was my older sister." "Oh, so that's it." Doma clapped his hands together in delight, as if solving a fun puzzle. "What a pity, though. The sun was coming up, so I didn't get to eat her. I've completely forgotten what she tasted like now." His rainbow eyes then settled on Shinobu, and his smile widened. "But that's all right. Eating you will be just as good. I'm sure of it. And your friend next to you looks delicious, too. As his words hung in the air, the killing intent surged, so thick and cold it felt like it could freeze the rain itself. At the same time, at the Yubayashiki family estate, the atmosphere was just as heavy. The children, they've entered the Yoshiwara district, Amini Yubayashiki said softly, placing a report down on the floor. Her purple eyes were calm as she looked at her husband. My lord, we have done everything we can. Now we can only wait. I know, Amini, Kaguya Yubayashiki whispered from the tatami mat where he lay. A bitter smile touched his lips as he fought against the excruciating pain of the curse consuming his body. I've always believed that our will could overcome any obstacle. But everything that has happened lately, it has left me feeling so powerless. He was only 23, an age when he should have been filled with passion and strength. Instead, he felt his life draining away, unable to turn the tide against the darkness. For a time, he had been filled with hope. The current generation of Hashira was the strongest in centuries. Then, a letter from the former water Hashira, Seikanji Urokadake, had spoken of a boy named Tanjiro Kamadu and his demon sister, Nezuko. They had seemed like the key to finally breaking the stalemate with Muzan. But all of that hope had been shattered. Muzan's schemes had thrown the country into chaos. Endless demon attacks, assassination attempts, the disaster on the train, a new prime minister under Muzan's control, and now the disappearance of the crown prince. Each event had pushed the exhausted Kaguya deeper into despair. His strongest trump card, the 9 Hashira, had already lost 3 of its members in the most tragic ways imaginable. Yubayashiki. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside the estate. It was not a normal voice, it was powerful, resonant, and seemed to shake the very air like the call of a god. Kaguya's head snapped up, his clouded eyes widening. Amina gasped, her usual calm composure finally breaking. They both recognized that voice. It couldn't be. It was the God Lord, the patriarch of her ancient clan of Shinto priestesses. He had come. 49, Chapter 49, The Final Sacrifice. The voice belonged to the Divine Lord, the matriarch of the ancient and mysterious Shinto priestess clan. For centuries, her clan had remained hidden from the world, their existence known only to the highest echelons of power and faith. The Yubayashiki family, cursed for 1,000 years due to their blood relation to Muzan Kibutsuji, had always looked to the divine priests as their saviors. They could not possibly know that the very clan they revered was the secret architect of their unending nightmare. At the sound of the Divine Lord's voice, a surge of desperate hope filled Kaguya Yubayashiki. He trembled, not from his illness, but from overwhelming excitement. They're here, Amine. She's finally here. He whispered, his voice cracking with emotion. With the divine priests on our side, Muzan's reign is over. No matter how clever he is, he cannot escape this. In his foresight, Kaguya had seen a great catastrophe approaching, the most terrifying trial his family had faced in a millennium. But within that darkness, he had also seen a tiny, almost imperceptible glimmer of hope. He believed that if he could grasp that hope, he could not only destroy Muzan but also finally break the 1,000-year curse on his bloodline. He had never known where that hope would come from, but now, he was certain. It had to be the divine priest's clan. The air itself seemed to vibrate as a figure enveloped in a soft, holy light descended from the heavens. Words could not capture her serene grace or divine presence. As she appeared, 6 other priests in wide, fluttering robes materialized around her, silent and imposing guardians. Patriarch of the Yubayashiki clan, Kaguya Yubayashiki, Amine announced, her voice filled with reverence. And his wife, Amine. We greet you, Divine Lord. With Amine's gentle support, Kaguya used every last bit of his strength to rise to his feet and offer a deep, respectful bow. In his mind, the arrival of the Divine Lord was the arrival of their strongest ally. With only 6 Hashira left and their backs against the wall, they had been forced into this desperate mission in Yoshiwara by pressure from the government. But Kaguya's true hope had never rested solely on his beloved demon slayers. It rested on the power of this clan, a power he believed could do what no swordsman ever could. If they had the ability to suppress Muzan's curse, surely they had the power to destroy him. I am aware of all that has transpired, the Divine Lord's voice echoed, seeming to come from everywhere at once. It was beautiful, yet held an unnerving lack of warmth. Yubayashiki Kaguya. I have come to ask you a question. Do you possess the courage to sacrifice yourself for the sake of your cause? Her words, though spoken gently, sent an involuntary chill through the air. The temperature seemed to drop, and a cold wind swept through the ancestral home, causing both Kaguya and Amane to shiver. A profound silence fell as Kaguya considered the question. After a long moment, he answered, his voice steady and clear. Of course. He knew there was no other choice. Muzan's schemes had pushed the Demon Slayer Corps and the Yubayashiki family to the very edge of annihilation. This was their only path forward. With his own children and heirs having already died, the family line was destined to end with him anyway. Very well, the Divine Lord said. The moment Kaguya's agreement was spoken, a brilliant ray of pure white light shot from the staff in her hand. It struck Kaguya in the chest, and a vast, overwhelming power surged through him. He gasped as it flooded every inch of his body, from his limbs down to his very bones. An unimaginable change began to take place within him. It felt as if every cell in his body was being torn apart and remade anew. My lord! Amane cried out, her purple eyes wide with a mixture of terror and disbelief. She could feel the transformation happening before her. The weak, dying man who had been like a flickering candle in the wind was being reforged. The curse marks on his face began to recede, and the life and color returned to his skin. More than that, she could feel a terrifying, surging power building within him, a power that no human should possess. Boom! As Kaguya slowly clenched his fists, the air around them cracked like thunder. From the sky, the Divine Lord's voice spoke again, cold and final. This is the culmination of your clan's 1,000 years of destiny, condensed into a power that will surpass all human limits. It will last for 3 days. She paused, letting the weight of her words sink in. After 3 days, your body and spirit will be completely exhausted. The power that sustains you will vanish, and you will fade away. Cherish these last moments of the Yubayashiki clan. With that, her figure and those of her 6 guardians vanished as quickly as they had appeared, leaving only the silent night behind. For a moment, there was only the sound of Amane's quiet sobbing. Kaguya turned to her, his eyes now clear and full of a strength she hadn't seen in years. He gently reached out and wiped the tears from her face. Amane, don't cry, he said, his voice soft but firm. We have already lost so much. At this point, we have nothing left to lose. He stretched out his arm and spread his fingers. From the deepest part of the ancestral home, a flash of steel answered his call. The ancient Nichiren blade, an heirloom passed down through generations of the Yubayashiki family, flew through the air and slapped perfectly into his waiting hand. As his fingers closed around the hilt, he felt the immense power within him connect with the ancient blade. For the first time in his life, the gentle Kaguya Yubayashiki, who could only cheer his slayers on from his sickbed, was filled with an unprecedented killing intent. Warm the wine, Amane, he said, his eyes fixed on the horizon in the direction of the final battle. Wait for my return. Before the words had even finished leaving his lips, his figure vanished, moving with a speed that the human eye could not follow. 50, Chapter 50, The Final Curtain Call. Whoosh! The moment Kaguya Yubayashiki vanished, an unnatural and profound silence fell over the entire ancestral home. In the vast, empty courtyard, only his wife, Amane, remained, still kneeling on the cool stone path. Everything had happened so quickly, so fast that she hadn't even had a chance to react. She had only just begun to stand when Kaguya spoke his final words, but by then, it was too late. The courtyard, the home she had shared with him for so many years, suddenly felt desolate and empty. Everyone was gone. She was the only one left. In that deafening silence, a flood of memories crashed over her. The past replayed in her mind, each moment as vivid and clear as if it were happening all over again. She remembered him as a rosy-cheeked youth, then as a young man whose face was already beginning to show the strain of his duty. Finally, she saw the image of the man he had become, his body gradually consumed by the family's terrible curse. Amane had witnessed the fragments of Kaguya Yubayashiki's life. It wasn't a long life, but it was one filled with purpose and profound meaning. And now, all of that had been sacrificed in a single, desperate act. To gather all his remaining life force, along with the 1,000-year destiny of the Yubayashiki clan, and channel it into a burst of power that would last for a mere 3 days. This was the ultimate power of the Divine Lord of the Shrine Maiden clan. But could Kaguya truly achieve victory with a method that cost him his very life? Amane turned and knelt properly once more. With trembling hands, she poured a cup of tea, the liquid shimmering as tears streamed from her deep purple eyes. I will wait for you, she whispered to the empty air. I'll be right here, waiting for you to come home. At that very moment, far from the Yubayashiki estate, the Divine Lord and his followers were moving swiftly in the opposite direction. The Shrine Maiden clan had finally emerged from the shadows to resolve the chaos that Muzan Kibutsuji had unleashed upon the world. To achieve their goal, they needed to use the two blades at their disposal, the Yubayashiki family and the Demon Slayer Corps. Now that the Demon Slayer Corps was already fighting in the Yoshiwara Pleasure District, only one blade remained to be used, Kaguya Yubayashiki. The Shrine Maiden clan, who had once transformed a dying Muzan into the world's first demon, certainly had the power to cure the Yubayashiki curse. However, doing so offered them no benefit. Their true goal was to extract every last bit of value from Kaguya Yubayashiki's life. A more critical problem had emerged. After the Infinity Castle was split apart, Muzan Kibutsuji's presence was scattered all across Japan. Tens of thousands of demons were now running rampant through the nation, from the cities of Tokyo and Osaka to the northern island of Hokkaido. In this chaotic situation, even the Divine Lord could not locate Muzan using the bloodline tracking that Shrine Maiden Jubei had once relied upon. Their new plan was simple: lure the snake out of its hole. If Muzan Kibutsuji could use the Japanese Crown Prince to push the Demon Slayer Corps to the brink, then they would use Kaguya Yubayashiki to draw out the Demon King himself. With his life force drained and converted into 3 days of extreme power, Kaguya had become the perfect bait. What Shrine Maiden Jubei could no longer accomplish was, in the Divine Lord's eyes, a simple matter of strategy. Everything is proceeding according to plan, the Divine Lord's voice echoed on the wind. Remember, after this, the Yubayashiki clan will be extinct. Meanwhile, within the twisting corridors of the Infinity Castle, Muzan watched the events unfold. As expected of the Shrine Maiden clan, a cold sneer appeared on Tsukioko's face. Orchestrating a demon-slaying play where they direct all the actors. This is quite an impressive move. From the moment he had eliminated Shrine Maiden Jubei, Tsukioko knew that the clan could no longer remain hidden. The entire country was in turmoil. The government was unstable, military forces were difficult to mobilize, and demon attacks were causing chaos in every prefecture. The main railway lines connecting the country's most prosperous regions had been destroyed. Even the imperial family was hesitant to act, especially with the crown prince missing. The Onmyoji of the Shinto faith dared not make a move. For the Shrine Maiden clan, controlling events from the shadows was no longer possible. Now that they were forced to act openly, their plans and their trump cards would soon be revealed to him. An enemy in the dark is terrifying, but once they step into the light, everything becomes much simpler. However, Tsukioko mused, a cruel smile spreading across his face, I wonder what level of strength the current Kaguya Yubayashiki has reached. The thought of Kaguya, a man so weakened by his curse that he could barely stand, now wielding a sword was an unexpected and amusing surprise. It was a shame, really, that this newfound power would only last for 3 short days. After that, everything that belonged to Kaguya Yubayashiki, and the entire Yubayashiki family, would vanish from the world forever. The family that had played such a significant role in Japan's thousand-year war against demons was about to take its final curtain call. Back in the Yoshiwara Pleasure District, the Demon Slayer Corps was fighting for its life. Of the 6 Hashira dispatched to the area, 2, the Insect Hashira, Shinobu Koko, and the Love Hashira, Mitsurai Kenroji, had been intercepted the moment they entered the district. The remaining 4 had immediately split into 2 groups, rushing in different directions to find the source of the demonic presence. They were still completely unaware of what had happened at their master's home. They fought on, believing they were securing the future of the Yubayashiki family and the Demon Slayer Corps. They all understood that if they failed here, everything they had ever fought for would be lost. What's going on? In a dark, narrow alley, the Sound Hashira, Tengen Uzui, and the Mist Hashira, Muchiro Tokaito, came to a sudden stop. We left markers all over the place, Tengen said, his voice laced with frustration. But somehow, we've ended up right back where we started. They had entered the district with a map provided by Yubayashiki, following what should have been the most direct route. But the Yoshiwara they found was not the one on their map. The entire layout seemed to have changed in a matter of hours. The map was now useless, and they were trapped in a disorienting maze, as if caught in a ghost wall, walking in circles no matter which path they took. Suddenly, a woman's voice drifted down from the rooftops above them. Well, Are you too Hashira from the Demon Slayer Corps? They looked up to see a figure whose hair draped down like silken ribbons. Since you've come to my pleasure district, she purred, her voice dripping with amusement, then you must be prepared to walk the path to the underworld.
Every novel listed in the description comes with permanent access to the audiobook on Telegram. You pay once, and if the novel is still ongoing, you'll receive all future updates automatically. No extra cost. Choose your novel from the description, then DM me on Telegram, WhatsApp, or Discord. After payment via PayPal, Ko-Fi, or Patreon, you'll get instant access. Simple, secure, lifetime listening. Guys, make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification button. Your support means a lot.